morning, everyone. We have a very full calendar today, so we're going to do our best to stay right on it and start on time. So if Senator Gray is here, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 178. Good morning.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilmanton, and comes down Route 11 to Rochester and Stratford. Today, I'm introducing Senate Bill 178 relative to the Department of Health and Human Services laboratory services for testing of drinking water. How many people here, wish that we didn't have certain fees like salaries for senators and representatives in either the Constitution or state law? Well, that's what we've got with laboratory testing, is we've got the fees set in statute, okay? And they came to me and they said, well, gee, we wanted, instead of keeping just half of the fees, we want them all kept in the laboratory, ignoring the other parts of government that are funded by this. So we negotiated something, and then we looked at other things. And so this bill here would have the fees, like other fees that are done in the state, that they'll be able to set them by rules. So if you have any questions, they'll come up and tell you much more about it. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Awesome. Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you. All right. Dr. Gao and Abby Rogers, did you both want to come together? Yeah, okay, come on. Mm-hmm. Good morning. Welcome to EDNA.
Good morning, Senator Pearl, members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services, and I'm joined with by Dr. Gao, who is the director of the Public Health Laboratory at the department, to testify in support of SB 178. We want to thank Senator Gray for bringing this bill forward this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Pearl and the member of the committee. My name is Fengxiang Gao. I'm the director for the Department of Health and Human Services, Public Health Laboratories. I'm here to provide a testimony in support of SB 178, directing the Department of Health and Human Services to adopt administrative rules regarding laboratory service fees for testing of water supplies. The mission of public health laboratories is to protect public health in the state of New Hampshire through unbiased, responsive, and high-quality laboratory testing. To fulfill this mission, the PHL develops and maintains core public health laboratory functions that include a laboratory response for critical incidents, food safety insurance, infectious disease control, water quality testing, and more. So this legislation is department requested. I'd like to thank Senator Gray for sponsoring this bill. The role of public health laboratories, water lab, is defined in RSA 131:3, Laboratory of Hygiene, and 40 CFR 142, Primary Enforcement Responsibility. The water lab provide lab testing for public water sources in the event of drinking water emergency or enforcement action under the Safe Drinking Water Act. The water lab also provides testing services to a wide range of constituencies that include state beach program, that include seawater and freshwater, shellfish program, state volunteer river and lake assessment programs, and more. So in 2024, the water lab conducted tests on 16,590 water samples. That include 2,560 tests on samples from private wells. So currently, the 70 water lab fees are in RSA 131:3-A, which was originally instituted as a statute of the Department of Environmental Services. In 2011, DHHS took over the water lab authority from DES and inherited this fee placed in statute. It is worth noting that all public health laboratory fees are in rulemaking except the water testing fees. So this legislation would bring all PHL fees into the rulemaking process and allow for consistent and unified approach to setting public health laboratory fees. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Abby, anything further you wanted to add, or?
Yes, just for the committee that, as Dr. Gao mentioned, the other rules for the public health lab are currently in rule. Those are due to be updated in 2026, so it would be great to have the water lab rules, fees placed under rule, so as we look at those to update, we have them all together.
Any idea why these were placed in statute and not in administrative rules originally?
I'm not sure. I know that this was a DES statute originally, as Dr. Gao said, so we sort of inherited them in statute.
Okay. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you both for coming in. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 178?
It looks like the last time I touched it was 2004.
All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Everybody good on this bill?
Or modified in any way. And 2004, yeah. So it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Do we want to exec this now? We've got a few minutes.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll take a motion to go into exec. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion to go into exec has been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right, do we have a motion on Senate Bill 178?
Can you go GP?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Do we want to move consent?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any volunteers to take this out?
I'll take it out.
Senator Altschul will take it out. We have got 7 more minutes. We can look at some other bills too if we want to. Senator Gannon, Senate Bill 21, do you have any changes you want to propose to that?
Or which one, 21? 21.
State police one?
Yes. We can wait till next week? All right, we will hold that.
Okay. What is next one? It's the 12th. Go to the 12th.
Senator Altschul. All right, hold on just a minute. I have the wrong sheet. I have notes on one of these. Bear with me just a second. There we are.
Well, attorneys have a couple of technical changes that you know from this one.
On 56,
You haven't seen those, right, from James Q. Wells?
I have not seen any changes on that. So we can hold that one. I still have the wrong sheet. One of these sheets I put notes on.
Oh, yeah, coming. Nobody's got that yet? Okay, 56, old. Chase down amendment.
There we are. All right. Kevin, I have too many of these sheets. One of them I have notes on. Okay, so we want to hold. And so what was the issue on 56? that they want to changed.
He said the attorneys had a couple of technical changes that they needed to make. One of them had not looked at it until the day before the hearing. Didn't change the substance of the bill,
Right.
just the way something was worded, and I don't think it was specific.
All right. Okay, we can hold that then. Senate Bill 92, that is the live birth worksheet from Senator Rosenwald. She had proposed an amendment, I believe. Let me get to my folder. Did she give us an amendment when she introduced? Yes, she did. Amendment number 0081.
I do not have that.
So this is number 9, Senate Bill 92.
Oh, hold up, no. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Does everybody
Look
have
at
a copy of the amendment that Senator Rosenwald presented the day of the hearing? Should be,
that. Okay.
it's amendment 0081.
Got it.
Look right there, I think you have it. Yep. Senator Gannon, do you have that as well?
I do.
All right. Do we have a motion on this bill?
Second.
And I would move Senator Rosenwald's amendment 81.
Second.
Any discussion from the committee? I know Senator Rosenwald has worked diligently on this bill for more than 2 or 3 years at least, and it seems at this time she's struck a reasonable balance that didn't seem to provide a lot of discourse from anyone, and I think her amendment fixed a couple of minor issues that she had identified, so I'm comfortable supporting that. Any further discussion from the committee? All right, all in favor of amendment 0081? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Senator Alshaw, did you want to move OTPA?
Move Senate Bill 92 out to pass as amended
With amendment number 0081?
with amendment number 0081S.
Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion from the committee. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Move consent.
Any opposed? And then move consent. Do we have a second? Second. Second. All in favor of consent?
Aye.
You know what, I'll take this one out.
Right. 92.
Kevin, if I get moving too fast, just holler, okay? All right. I have reached out to Senator McConkey on 94 and 95, and I know he's working on amendments, and I don't have those back yet. So I'm gonna hold on to those right now. Oh, 93. I'm sorry.
Did you say 95 as well?
Yeah,
as a
94 and
whole
95 I'm gonna hold because I have
For
not.
amendments?
Yep, I know Senator McConkey's working on amendments, and I do not have them yet. Senate Bill 93, this was the oversight one. I don't remember if there was an amendment needed on that or not. When we, actually, we're at 9:15, so let's hold on that right now, and we can perhaps circle back to it again. Take a
That was
motion.
good, though.
I'll take a motion, come out of exec. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are out of exec. Senator Gray is still here, so we'll get right
He
back
is.
on time.
197.
We have 1 minute.
79.
Senator, if you want to come up, we're going to go with you in just a second here. It's 179.
I feel like I just ran in on a grocery store in 10 minutes and didn't see anyone. This is great. How'd that happen?
Being 9:15, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 179. I recognize Senator Gray.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I am Senator representing Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Rochester and Stratford. This bill, Senate Bill 179, administratively attached the State Council on Housing Stability to Department of Health and Human Services. The original request that came in from Katie, and she's right behind me and will speak eloquently on the issue, was for a dedicated person to be on that. Knowing the budget situation as I do, I was very fearful of that, that if it was part of one of the department's budgets, it might have a much easier time. We could not come to an agreement on that, so I put this bill in to do what we do now on councils and commissions, is we administratively attach them to a group where they provide the support, the room, all of that, which was never done on this because it was way in the past. So that's what you've got right now, is the administrative attachment. But that's not really what Katie wants, and she'll describe all of that. But right now, if they really want a person, they need to convince one of the departments, in my opinion, to put that into their budget. Health and Human Services is certainly one place to do it. There's other places that, might be the place that you administratively attach. But that was my best guess when I wrote the bill, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Katie, we'll bring you up next.
Thank you so much for having me today. I'm Katie Easterly Marte. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Finance Authority. So we're a component unit of government. We work in partnership with the state to advance important economic and community development initiatives. So one of those responsibilities is to be a co-lead of the Council on Housing Stability, and it's been an incredible honor to serve in this role alongside a representative from HHS and from the Business and Economic Affairs. And I think that sort of triangle of leadership and the others that have been on the council have really made this successful. And you have in front of you an annual report. We really set, we hope, strategic direction for the state to consider in terms of really making important investments in housing and advancing our housing strategy for the state. So I thank Senator Gray for his incredible leadership on the council and thoughtful approach to this question. We definitely recognize that it would be important over time to have committed staff to this initiative. It's an important area of economic development for the state. But we do also recognize, as the senator mentioned, how significantly constrained the budget is this year. So instead of requesting a position, we agree with the approach of connecting us to HHS, which provides us the support we need. They've been an incredible partner in providing that support without the connection currently. So we imagine that this will allow that just to be formalized. And then for us to consider as partners in the future, whether there's additional resources and support that could be provided. I have just a couple of requests for your consideration, which we think will just continue to strengthen this council, which again has just been an incredible partnership. And it's been great to really learn about the governance goals that can be accomplished through this bill. So the things I would ask for your consideration of, there are 3 co-leads, as I said, New Hampshire, the Business and Economic Affairs, DHHS, and CDFA. We would request that New Hampshire Housing be added as a co-lead of the council, considering the incredible resource, including but not only the research that they provide, which is really the base of the work of the council. And I would also ask, because we think it's really important to continue to engage, which we have done, but we could use a little more representation, another representative that represents either a private developer, for which we have 1 representative on the council, or a landlord. We think that we only have 2, 1 in each of those roles, and we think having another private landlord who have really been part of the solution of housing here in New Hampshire would be very advantageous for the council. And so those are the things that I would ask you to consider, and really want to thank Senator Gray for his incredible support of the council in this amendment, or this bill.
Thank you, Katie. Could you Could you give us those one more time? You want us to add the New Hampshire housing, private landlord, and was there a third?
That's
Or
all.
just the two?
Just the
Okay,
two.
I'm sorry, I thought I missed it. And you said right now the BEA, the CDFA, and there was one more on.
And HHS.
HHS.
We're the co-lead, so a fourth co-lead with New Hampshire Housing. And that I think is in line 4 of the bill, of the original bill, creating the council.
Okay, I don't know, do we have that here? Senator Altshuler, I don't think we have the original bill, we only have the amended language, I believe. Yes.
Be happy to provide some language related to the original bill if you'd like to consider the amendment.
If you'd like us to do an amendment on it, I think that would probably be the best thing, since we don't have that right in front of us now, it's hard for us to see what you're proposing.
Okay, so just I'll provide the original bill and then the proposed changes. Great, thank you so
That would
much.
be very helpful.
Okay.
Senator Altshuler has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. Just to clarify, I also wrote down here that you wanted added to the council either a private developer or a landlord. And my question is, on the council, it looks like there is a vacancy for that spot. Is it, where did I just see that? Regional Planning Council. So is this in addition to, or are you asking to get that spot filled?
So
To
there's.
add to the council?
Yeah, so there, it says a landlord appointed by the governor, a real estate developer appointed by the governor. I think we'd like 2 representatives of landlords appointed by the governor.
I understand.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep, the one that we do have has been incredibly helpful, but they're somewhat geographically, they usually have a geography in which they own property, and that has the housing challenges are so different in our regions that having another representative who could represent another geography, we just think would be really helpful.
You may.
So I'd like to follow up on what you just said. Would it be helpful if we were able to amend this to have 2 landlords or 2 developers, and geographically designate them, one that is versed and active in urban communities and one versed and active in rural communities, since the needs are so very different?
I would leave that to your discretion. I think that's what's happened, is that the governor really looks in the appointments
Yeah.
that the governor makes for us to give some good guidance. And sometimes it could be, if we limit it, I would just worry that somebody who's really thoughtful and active in solutions, maybe doesn't represent that specific area, but has a different idea and understanding of the solutions, might be limited to participate. So I think leaving it open without that distinction would probably be the best, but I'd leave that question to you.
Okay.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jack Ruderman from New Hampshire Housing. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jack Ruderman. I'm the Legislative Affairs Advisor with New Hampshire Housing. We support this bill, and I'm here today because there are 2 potential amendments that we would offer for the committee's consideration. So the first of these has to do with annual reports. The Council on Housing Stability produces an annual report each year, obviously, and then they also prepare a 3-year strategic plan. At the same time, there is an RSA 204C47 that has been in effect since 1981 that requires New Hampshire Housing to submit a state housing plan to address the housing needs of persons of low and middle income. And the plan is submitted to the governor and council, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate for review and comment. So we do this report every 2 years. And I think it's fair to say that the Council on Housing Stability is covering the same territory, but in a more comprehensive way, quite frankly, than our report does. And so Our executive director, Rob Dappis, and Katie of CDFA have spoken about whether these two reports might be redundant. And our feeling is that they are. And so one option we would throw out for the committee's consideration is repealing the RSA requiring New Hampshire Housing to submit the biennial housing plan. So that is our first suggestion. And I guess I should add,
Could
you know,
give
we
us that
submit.
RSA number again, please?
Sure, it's RSA 204C:47.
47. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I should just add that I'm the one who prepares this report, and in the years that I've been doing it, we've never received any questions or feedback or comment. It's sort of, the report gets filed and then it just sort of goes into the void. So it doesn't get a lot of attention, it's fair to say.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the second possible change to this bill concerns something called the Housing and Community Development Planning Council, which is, our acronym for that is HCDPC. So this is an entity that was created by executive order in 1997. And essentially, the idea is to bring together state agencies and related agencies, organizations that all do work in affordable housing and community development and all receive funding mainly through the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. And this group is chaired by New Hampshire Housing. We meet roughly 3 times a year. Senator Reardon is very familiar with the group because she was part of it when she was with the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. It's a good, I think it's a good and productive process we have when we bring all these folks together, particularly because oftentimes our programs have some overlap or are interrelated, and so there's a lot of information sharing that goes on, and that's mainly sort of what the group is. It's a forum for all the people involved in these efforts, so that we're doing things in a coordinated fashion rather than operating sort of as separate entities. So what we thought might make sense would be to attach the Housing and Community Development Planning Council to the Council on Housing Stability. We're not suggesting any state positions be added. We're really just suggesting that rather than being sort of this free-floating entity, that it sort of come under the umbrella of the Council on Housing Stability. So in practical terms, what we're saying is we would report to the Council on Housing Stability. We continue to do our work as we are. But I guess that, you know, one advantage would be that it would be, our role would be in statute, not just an executive order. The other would be that for administrative efficiency and also to ensure that the work that this entity is doing is coordinated with the work of the Council on Housing Stability. So that's the basic concept. We offer these as suggestions. We're not saying these changes are, that there's a dire need to make them, but we think they would make sense.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jack, I thank you for taking my question. Where could I find your biennial report from New Hampshire Housing?
It is on our website under publications.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Appreciate
sure.
it.
And I can also just send you a link.
Yeah, I think it's just comparing that to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Helps
Let me
make
send you the link. It's easier to find.
Perfect.
Easier
Thank
for me to find.
Thank you.
Do you have suggested language that you'd like us to consider, or
I don't have that yet. I thought I would wait for the committee's feedback and reaction. If it's something you're interested in having me provide, I'd be happy to do that.
You can certainly put it together and send it to the committee, and it's something we can consider. Whether we'll adopt it or not, we'll have to have that discussion as a committee. But
Sure, be happy to
if
do
you want
that.
to do that, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay,
Further questions from the committee?
thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. Jenny, did you want to speak, or? Okay, you didn't check the box, and I wasn't sure, so I said, well, we'll give you the opportunity right now.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, I'm Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS. So as you've heard already, the department is working very closely with the members of the council and does very much help to provide strategic leadership and both address housing and homelessness together. So we have continued to work very closely in coordinated ways. And I did notice that the fiscal note worksheet was not attached to the bill. And so I wanted to make sure to represent that the department on the underlying bill was requesting a part-time administrative position. So for state fiscal year 26, it would be $11,700 estimated. So this would definitely allow the department to be able to provide additional support to the council. And we've talked a lot about this shared collaborative leadership, as you've heard from others. And we do feel that that would very much help to advance the goals of the council.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 179? Seeing none, we will close the hearing.
Biting into your lead. They're biting into your lead.
Oh, we're doing fine. All right, next up is Senate Bill 180. Senator Rochford is here, and we will open the hearing. Good morning,
Yes.
welcome.
Good morning. For the record, my name is David Rochefort. I represent Senate District 1. In respect for the time, I'm not going to list all the towns that I represent.
Thank you.
It's a third of the state, and it's probably the least economically diverse part of the state. And that's really what I'm here to talk about with Senate Bill 180. So Senate Bill 180 is it's rather unique. It does two things. The first thing it does is it designates Coos County, our poorest county, as a distressed place economy. So people have asked me, why would you want to do that? Well, one, it's true. I mean, people grew up in Coos County. I'm born and raised in Coos County. My parents still live in Coos County. And one of the things that we have that's unfortunately unique to Coos County, people either describe it as the first county to go into a recession and the last one to come out, or they say Coos County is always in a recession. So what this will do is this will provide a statement from the state that the state acknowledges that Coos County is a distressed part of the state. And what is that going to do in the bigger picture? Well, what that will allow the Coos County commissioners to do is when they apply for economic development grants, they can highlight the fact, these are often federal grants, they can highlight the fact that the state has designated Coos County as a distressed place economy. So does that mean they're going to get a bunch of free checks from the government? It doesn't work that way. However, when they score grants, this will be part of the scoring factor that goes into to the process. So that's the first thing that it does. The second thing that it does, well, let me give a little as a little aside. We've been accused oftentimes in Coos County of having a chip on our shoulder. And, I think that comes rightfully so. I mean, we oftentimes are forgotten. Many times that we've talked to people, they don't know where Coos County begins or ends. Right in, it's because it's not an easy place to get to. One of the biggest frustrations that we have, those of us that have lived there our whole lives and done business there and worked to set up lives there, is that we feel oftentimes that our needs and our concerns, A, are not understood in Concord, and B, are ignored in Concord. So what this does is it requires some collaboration from the folks here in Concord and the departments when there are larger issues that come about in Concord that affect Coos County. It compels the departments to at least collaborate and consult with the county commission. At this point, in many cases, our only voice is a member of the public. And oftentimes, we can make our case as a member of the public, but when you travel the 100 miles south, the point is lost. And I'm going to tell you a story. Not that you asked for one, but you're going to get one here. I was in Pittsburgh back in early September. I think it was early September. It was in the fall, and there was a public hearing about keeping a very small amount of ATV trails open for an extra 2 weeks in the fall. And for those of you that don't know, I would invite you to come up and set up camp on Route 3 North on a Thursday afternoon in the summertime, because there was a constant flow of traffic, of ATV traffic north. When I grew up in the North Country, it was paper mills and logging and a lot of other industry that was there. That's all gone. But what we have is ATV traffic, and we have, and these folks come from all over New England to take advantage of our unique situation where we have hundreds of miles of ATV trails. In fact, there's people behind me that are going to tell you exactly what kind of economic impact that has to the state of New Hampshire. So the hearing was about keeping a very small number, I think it was 9 miles of trail open an additional 2 weeks. This would allow some estimates $6 to $10 million of revenue to come into the state. So as at the Pittsburgh Fire Department, and there were about 50 people there, 47, 48 testified in favor of keeping these trails open. These are people that own businesses, restaurants. They're taxpayers that are affected by the increased revenue. And despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of people were in favor of this, when the decision came out of Concord, it was a unilateral, nope, we're not going to do it. We're going to close the trails. And I guess the salt in the wound was we had no basis for that decision. They couldn't tell us why they wanted to keep the trails closed or close them early. So this, if you look at the second part of the bill, it says, and we're willing to, we're reasonable people up north. We're willing to accept the decision, but this will require agencies to give us a basis for that decision. Well, why is it that, tell us why we can't do this, because clearly it has an economic impact in the negative. So that's what the bill is. I'm happy to answer questions on it. I have people behind me that came all the way down from Coos County, and which I want to recognize them because it's a long haul, and for them to come down on a day where it's well below zero up north just tells you how important and how vital this bill is to our local economy north of the Notch.
Well, thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? All right, I think we'll save them for the county commissioners.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Gorman.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Taylor, can we testify together?
Absolutely.
That way we'll save you time.
Come on up, sure thing.
Have both of us to say time.
Get 2 for the price of 1, right?
Yes, thank you. We won't charge you extra. I have some.
Just turn on your mic, please, and testimony you can give over here to the aides. Thank you.
So turn the mic on.
There you
There
go.
we go. And these, and you always keep. Just introduce yourself. Okay, so I'm going to speak to the letter that we have. You have to introduce yourself. Oh, I'm sorry. Raymond Gorman. I live in the town of Colbert, and I am Coos County Commissioner for District 3, which runs from Pittsburgh to Carroll to Gorham, up around. So just like David described here earlier here, we have some very large districts. Robert's the exception.
Okay. And for the committee, my name is Robert Teberge. I served in the House for 24 years. I'm currently a county commissioner. I miss being in the house, to tell you the truth, but the travel wasn't, at my age, forget it. Okay, well, thank you for letting us testify.
Well, welcome back to Concord.
Okay. All right, so the Coos County Commissioners want to declare their support for SB 180. As you can see, the county's elected representatives, both to the State House and the Board of Commissioners, are unanimous in the support of the bill. The legislation will have practical effect of making the county more competitive for federal grant opportunities. Coos County checks the box of so many of these factors that define a distressed place economy. A geographic area characterized by high levels of poverty, unemployment, low medium income, a declining population, and a lack of diverse employment opportunities. At the same time, the county is confronted with a growing disconnect by the administration, state, the bureaucracy in Concord, to concerns of Coos County. Make no mistake, the actions of many Concord bureaucrats are having real-time negative effects in the county's welfare. Two of the recent illustrate our concerns. I'm going to give you a quick, one of them David's already hit on, but the first one is, firstly, the breach of fiduciary duty of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources in enforcing the easement on Concord Headwaters, Connecticut Lakes Headwaters property. This is the largest tract of property in the state, 146,000 acres, and is vital to the North Country culture and economy. And the reason why then Governor Shaheen and former Senator Gregg secured over $30 million of state and federal monies for this easement. The owners have significantly cut back timber harvesting, thereby in conflict with the New Hampshire definition of a productive working forest as understood and memorialized in the easement. For instance, Milan Lumber used to receive 20% of their product from this property, is now receiving none. And the Connecticut Lakes Headwaters can only operate 4 days, that business can only operate 4 days a week. The DRNC and Forest or Fewest Lands have lost credibility with the businesses and political leaders of Coos counties and is very confused as to who it represents. The other one was, the example I was going to use is exactly the same one that David just talked about. The OHRVs have a public hearing, and large 85–90% of the people easily wanted those extra 10 days, seriously affected the economy, voted down. I am one of the voting members on the Headwaters. It was very disappointing to see how that went, and I can get into the reasons, but these two are examples of where we need help. All right, we need explanations. All right, and we need the uniqueness of our county in that area. This is the very northern tip. We understand that we're only 2% of the population, but we're also 20% of the area, and we have a very significant impact on the tourism. We have a lot of people coming north to us, the whole county. You can go Mount Washington, all that area, some of this stuff, and we need more. So our intention is the bureaucracy's reaction to legislation further highlights our concerns. Everyone knows the best way to kill legislation is to put an inflated fiscal note on a bill. In the case here, we are dubious of Executive Department's claim on SB 180. Our intention is not to insert the county into the administration of regulatory regime. This is not our intention. Likewise, need to do their jobs by servicing the taxpayers, the bureaucracy in Concord, in a non-partial and professional manner. While Coos County is the largest county representing 20% of the landmass of New Hampshire, the reality is that only 2% of the population live here. But that is misleading, as 1 million people annually visit Coos County, with Mount Washington being the most visited place in the state. We identify the state, recognized intentionally, internationally, and clearly generate more economic activity from Concord than we receive back. We live in the Coos County. North Country is everyone's, and that is why you should care what happens here. Again, the entire delegation and commissioners are speaking as one in this issue, and we respectfully request your thoughtful consideration. So we're looking for your help here. We really are. It's very important to us that we get recognized on this. And the grant situation, if you can give us some help with that, that makes it better for us. And that's what I have to say, and I'll let Robin take over.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if I may, we alluded to well, Coos County is highly dependent on its forest industry. Because of the carbon credit issue, small mills have gone out of business, loggers have gone out of business, so it's having a disastrous effect. For example, Mylan Lumber last year had to close 5 weeks because they couldn't get the lumber that they needed. They currently get lumber from New York in order to continue. Currently, they're only working 4 days of the week. Just give you some background of how dire our economy is up north. I did the census, and during the census, I did all of Coos County and part of Carroll County. I was really surprised to find the number of people that are really destitute, that are looking for jobs, that cannot get, help, go to the dentist or the doctor. So that's all been reported when I did the census. What was really shocking is the entire population of the county has gone down. Berlin, for example, which I represent, I'm also in the city council for Berlin, the population went down from over 10,000 to just probably slightly over 9,000. So we're facing, struggles, but we don't give up. We work hard. Everybody works diligently to look at issues that resolve things, problems. But this bill will go a long way in helping us get the economic needs that help that we desire. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for making the travel down and for the testimony. Do we have any questions on the committee?
Just a quick question.
Senator Gannon.
Cost of living down here is so high. We do make more money. What relative to you guys up there, the income may be low, but your cost of living, I go up to Pittsburgh a little bit in Colebrook. I do some work up there. It seems, what's the average house cost up there? I'm thinking the cost to live up there proportionally way lower than being down here. Is that not true?
Well, that's debatable, okay? How much did it cost to heat that house last night when it was 10 below zero? Okay. What do we pay our grocery store? Okay. A bag of chips I buy down here for $1.25 is $2.50. Okay. Our fuel prices, all that type of stuff. So it can go each way. All right. I think you'll see most of the families that are productive are 2 jobs. I've worked most of my life. I worked at the Balsams for 30 years. Once that place closed, that was devastating to me. I had to work 2 jobs. I had a brother that worked at a paper mill. We lost. So back to the cost of living, we don't earn. So even if it was less, okay, we're not earning close to what, I have a daughter down here that between her and her husband, I think make about 150 grand a year. I make 60 grand a year doing 3 jobs, okay? So the disparity there is significant, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Further questions? Oh, do you have
If I can, I'm sorry, if I may add to that. On February 3rd, because of the tariffs that we're facing with Canada, Irving Oil covers all of New England. The cost of of gasoline in Berlin is currently $3.32. In this area, it is $2.82. I was looking at doing the research before coming down here. Our fuel went up. With Irving, it's over $4 a gallon. So currently the price keeps going up and up. And based on our economy, people with income, we have a high population of retired people on fixed income that are struggling to meet, the everyday needs. And currently in Berlin, we have an increasing number of people that can't afford paying their taxes.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for taking my question. With a designation, are there criteria, and I'm specifically when we're talking about cost of living, and everybody got that letter from Irving, and I imagine it hits particularly hard up north. Are there criteria that would help support this designation, like for instance, the disparity in gas prices, the disparity in the fact that people live much, much further apart, the lack of access to groceries, right? There are grocery deserts in places in the North Country. So is all of that part of building up the case for this designation? Like, how do we get to there? I'm not really familiar with bringing this designation about, so I'm looking for a little guidance.
I think there's going to be people coming after us that
Yeah.
will do a much better job than Robert.
Oh, okay.
We're more general. I can talk that with you all morning if you want, but
Yeah.
I don't think that's what you need. You're looking for more concrete numbers, and I'll let Robert.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, but I don't want, I'm sorry. Thank you for the question, but I don't want you to take away the thunder that from people who are going to testify against, okay? Otherwise, we'd be repetitive. Thank you.
Fair enough.
All right, we'll wait for that thunder to come this way.
Okay, all
Thanks.
right. We're trying to save you time, so vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you both. All right.
And thank you, and last fall, you folks come up and visit us, some of the state senators. We'll be doing that again with the county, and look forward to seeing as many of you that can make a trip to the North Country.
Awesome. We
Thank
always
you.
enjoy coming out.
It's a long day.
All right, Lori Corson. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much. I am a freshman state rep, and I am nervous as all get out, but I need to be here to represent the people of Coos County and specifically my district, which is Coos County District 7. My district is Berlin, Whitefield, Jefferson, Kilkenny, and Twin Mountain. And I'm here today to show my enthusiastic support for Senate Bill 180. This bill is all about giving our local economy a major boost by speeding up the processes and creating a business-friendly environment. We're not here to ask for money or sympathy. This is all about bringing you a practical solution. We would be able to tailor our economic policies to fit the unique needs and strengths of Coos County cities and towns. By doing this, we can drive effective and focused economic growth that truly resonates within our communities. This bill would also strengthen the public-private sector partnerships, which will help us allocate resources better and share knowledge between the local businesses and government entities. This collaboration can spark innovative projects that are perfectly in sync with our economic needs. By making sure our county government is involved in decision-making, this bill ensures that Coos County's specific economic conditions are taken into account. This teamwork can cut through red tape and empower local authorities to drive economic development. This bill would also enhance transparency and accountability, providing clear justifications for decisions that affect the local economy can significantly improve outcome. By boosting transparency and accountability, we can strengthen public trust and ensure that regulations are aligned with our community's interest. In conclusion, I remind you that this is a solution-based bill and allows us the opportunity to revive the economy in the North Country. I ask that you approve Senate Bill 180 and vote ought to pass to make a real difference for my constituents.
Thank you for your testimony. You did great. No need to be nervous.
Thank you, sir.
Would you take questions? Are there any questions from the committee?
What would a starter house cost up there?
A starter house, it depends on where you go. I live in Berlin, and it is probably one of the lower in the North Country. I would guess mid-150s to 200 for, something that needs a lot of work.
Thank you.
But I do want you, Berlin, my counties really need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. All right, Erica, I'm sorry, Erica, I can't quite get the last name. Canales? Yes. All right, come on. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Senators, for having me. And I will be the one to try to help answer some of those previous questions that they alluded to. My name is Erica Canales. I'm a Lancaster resident. I'm the founder of Backroad Strategies, which is a firm that works with small businesses, municipalities, and county governments on local and regional economic development issues. I previously served as the director of Coos Economic Development Corporation and also have worked in both the state and federal government. So I was asked by the county to speak to you today to share my insights from the work I've been doing in support of SB 180. As many of you know, our local economies are complex, interconnected, and so they involve natural resources, tourism, local businesses, manufacturing, and in some cases, agriculture, especially up by us. As Senator Commissioner Roberge said, Coos County has the smallest population in our state, but our industries, families, and workforce are deeply intertwined. So I will give you a quick analogy that unfortunately Representative Davis couldn't be here to give. We're like a three-legged stool, and basically the three legs are our pieces of our economy, our sectors. You have our forest and ag, manufacturing, and our outdoor rec and hospitality. When you take out one of those legs, when you have husband and wives that work in different industries and one has to go, say you lose a logger, that means you're going to lose a nurse and a teacher most likely, and their children probably work in hospitality, and now you're going to lose that workforce. So the last thing, the thing that we're seeing, we don't want to cause that sort of ripple effect that we're starting to see. We don't want to see state-level decisions cause those unintended consequences. We finally stabilized after large-scale mill closures, as you probably know, and we are actually actively seeking to chart our path forward. SB 180 is not an appeal for sympathy for the North Country, but as Representative Corzine said, it's to try to address a clear economic challenge because we are currently experiencing from the state agencies working at cross purposes. In short, designating Coos County as a distressed place-based economy would have significant positive impacts that could counter realistic fiscal impacts that are being shared on our methodology. One of those is economic protection. Our county puts forward $1.7 billion in economic activity for both our county, but for the state by extension, and we want to continue to contribute to that and grow it. For example, our meals and rooms taxes back in, say, 2012 were at about $9.1 million. Because of the work of agencies, formerly DRED, and now BEA, we're now up to $12.3 million because they helped build that outdoor rec economy. So we want to keep moving that incremental dial forward. We want to be able to contribute more, and that's what we're trying to do. 2, empowering our local leadership. Under our economic leadership of our new county administrator, Mark Brady, who can be here today, we are now committed to pursuing economic development grants, more public-private partnerships to revitalize our region. However, we need partnership from Concord to keep going forward. We cannot afford to have agencies undo all the work that we do in putting taxpayer dollar money in to only, without due consideration, as the commissioners stated. Addressing the breakdown of collaboration. One of our biggest challenges has been the breakdown of intergovernmental collaboration. So when DRED got broken up, I had actually had a nice conversation with former Commissioner Bald, and he had shared this wasn't an issue back when those departments had all been under one another. When Sununu decided to give BEA its opportunity, basically what he did was taking those departments that weren't operating efficiently and making them operate efficiently. But now we've left these other departments, now agencies, sort of in their own silos, where they're not communicating together to the best that we could be and with our local governments. So we want to bridge this gap, get rid of the silo effect that has emerged. We all know that without changing the RSA language, there isn't going to be true change. As somebody who has worked in state government, I know that we're not supposed to draw outside the lines. And so we want to find a way to make this happen together. Local governments should be partners at the table when major decisions are being made, not just an afterthought in public comment sections. Our communities are directly impacted by the decisions made at this level, and we want to have a more meaningful role. This is a common sense proposal for the most economically distressed county in the state. We're not asking for every agency permit to come before the county. We're talking about high-level economic sectors that will impact that stool leg. So without any other additions, I look forward to working with the agencies. I want to see this move forward. I think it can be, and I think some of this can be worked out in rules or an agreeable amendment by all parties.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Excellent information. Do we have any questions from the committee?
Yes.
All right, seeing none, thank you.
Nope.
Senator also the. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
blind with this.
You know, yeah, we're getting hit here, so and I'm asking questions, look like a pirate, but I'm really just blocking the sun. It's fine,
Sorry,
it
Kevin.
is
It's
what
coming
it
right
is,
through the
Kevin,
curtain.
yeah. We're gonna wait for the sun to move. So in the, can you explain if the state were to establish Coos County as a distressed place-based economy, is there a series of benchmarks to be checked off of a list, or something that would allow for us to justify this versus, I'm not saying that the case isn't being made really effectively. I'm wondering if there is a protocol or a formula that is traditionally followed to get to this place.
So right now, those formulas are on the federal level,
Okay.
which is why we probably have every distress designation under the book on the federal level. But as somebody who does write these economic development grants and such, these are super competitive grants across the country, and we have to put our best foot forward to get some of that money to help our congressional folks be able to justify our little area or our state over somebody else's. So for now, we put in the definition of distress, which is actually the Northern Regional Border Commission's definition of distress right now. But everything you talked about, everything from, the cost of living to, the poverty rate to your low moderate income, your median average of, salaries, all those things are, if you look in any, Bureau of Labor report, it's all there. And that's how we get, the EDA, the SBA, you name it. I could go off on acronyms. And to Senator Gannon's point earlier on, housing costs comparatively, it used to be more equal, but since, I'll give you like I started off in a starter home, it was around 200,000. Mine didn't need any upkeep. And to Representative Corson's point, the real starter homes that need a lot of work, we worked with the county deeds office recently, and those homes that were at 125 are now already over 250. And so these are things that we're seeing, 67% increase in property taxes just in Coos County alone. It's becoming, the shift is now uneven. And so we're just trying to do everything that we can in our power to be responsible economically for our county to bring these revenues to the state and ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Excuse me, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll get it out.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your input. It's really valuable. My question is, do you think that some of the language in this legislation might delay any regulatory decisions, and would those delays impact the county's ability to do business or any of the businesses' ability to do business? I'm specifically talking about the language on page 2, where some of the analysis that's required and the reporting that's required and the justifications that would be required by the commissioners. Just looking at, the development plans have to be analyzed and justifications for the basis of the decisions. I would hate to delay any economic development or granting of grants.
Right.
Or things like that. And I just see an additional analysis, and we've all heard the term analysis paralysis, and I'd hate to more requirements as opposed to just getting you the help or the money?
To answer your question, I would say we'd be happy to work with the agencies to fine tune that section. What we're looking for is partnership. And the examples that the commissioners gave earlier, we actually did all the economic analyses. The county paid for it on its own because we didn't have it otherwise to try to help justify our public comment. So we're already doing that on behalf of the agencies and providing it. It's just we're not seeing it getting considered because they're saying it's not in my lane.
So, what would you think about taking out some of this language because my fear is maybe some of the fiscal note or the ambiguity in the fiscal note is because of this language. I'd hate to see money that could be directed towards people or business people, tied up or used up in a tight budget year or even in future years, tied up because of this language. If we took this out, do you think it'd be helpful?
I think if we can modify it, as long as it has some teeth where it does ensure there is cooperation and participation, then I think we would be amenable. We understand there will probably, when we first started drafting this, it was literally just trying to get one commissioner to talk to another. It was literally that simple. But it doesn't happen. And then they're not required to make it happen. So what we're trying to say is we want to be good partners in the local government and work with our state agencies. We believe that by doing this, we'll get further faster than in less time.
Thanks.
Further questions?
Can you just entertain me? Thank you.
Absolutely.
And so I have young kids, and I'm thinking, it's beautiful up there. I go up there quite often. Is your workforce there to attract businesses? Do you have educated, talented workers who can, if I had a business, I'm like, wow, might attract people because they could buy a house up there. It's 20%, 25% of what it costs in my area. But do you have the educated workforce that would attract a manufacturing company? Do you have technically skilled people at these machines? Are your schools good? All the things that would attract my children who are looking to tie, could you attract young people? You're not holding on to your own young people. So, I don't want to say you're a dying community because I'd like to put life into you. But as you're going, the trajectory is down. Is your workforce educated and talented on being able to work at companies? Why don't we have companies are what you need? You have the tourism. You're going to do great on that. You're going to do great on hospitality. That's a given, especially Conway North, that area. But your workforce, do you have the workforce to attract a manufacturer? Are your schools good enough? How are your schools comparatively to, like if you want to attract my kids, they're going to want to have good schools. Are your schools performing at level with everyone else in the state?
So to answer that question, we have a very resilient, hardworking workforce. We have our White Mountain Community College, our CTE programs. They are top notch as far as the best that we can do with the funding that we get. I think we struggle with the same problem that every other community struggles with. Part of the reason why we're short some workforce is because of housing. I'm actually actively working with municipalities, again, to be housing champions. You have to remember, most of the developers are down here. So to try to take advantage of LIHTC credits and everything else that developers get, you can't compete to get them up north. So we're trying to incrementally increase our housing to the best we can with the means that we have. We're very thankful for Invest in H because we're bringing more money into the county to do that with who we have. But yeah, no, we have, the nice thing is we actually have land up there to build manufacturing facilities, probably at a better rate than down here, with the opportunity to expand and grow even. I think we have the opportunity right now with all the tariffs going on to potentially expand our foreign trade zone opportunities, to bring in more Canadian businesses, to build more jobs. But we obviously need the workforce housing to go with it. So, I think we struggle with the way everybody else does, but, we still have manufacturing. As I said, it's still one of our, 3 legs of our stool. And we just need to make sure if we're going to really now that we've stabilized, if we're going to put all this time and effort in, we need to make sure that we're not going to be working at cross purposes.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I add something to?
Well, we're running pretty late,
Yeah.
Mr. Flores. I think we've got pretty good testimony. We've got one more to go, so I think we're okay right now. Thank you. You certainly can provide anything you'd like in writing to us. We'd be happy to have it. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, our final person is Alan Hanscom from New Hampshire DOT.
Hi, good morning, thank you. My name is Alan Hanscom. I'm the State Maintenance Engineer for the Department of Transportation. The Department of Transportation has a neutral stance on this bill. However, we do have some uncertainty of how it might apply to the work that we do and the impacts and concerns that may result from it becoming a law. The Department of Transportation interacts with citizens and companies statewide on a daily basis, primarily relative to the review and issuance of driveway permits for access to the state highways pursuant to RSA 23613. Safe access to the highways is critical for highway users, as well as residents and patrons of commercial establishments who are driving to and from abutting properties. The statute and the department's driveway policy set the rules regarding site distance, number of points of access, driveway width, drainage, and other requirements. We try to balance the desires of the applicant with meeting the safety needs of the highway policy. We need to better understand the intention of this bill and how implementing this law will hope to sway the decisions regarding a proposed driveway, in particular any that may have an adverse safety implications, such as poor sight distance on a curve or over the crest of a hill. Another possibility might be advocating for multiple driveways along the frontage of a piece of property, which increases the number of conflict points with highway users, degrading the safety and capacity of the highway. Another concern is how implementing this law, requiring interaction with county officials to gain their input, will impact the timeline to issue a driveway permit. HB 1202 from 2024 sets a 60-day limit on issuance of minor residential driveway permits, and Senate Bill, I think it's House Bill 153, under consideration of session, would place a 90-day time limit on residential driveway permit applications of all sizes. Adding in a layer of interactions with county government will complicate the review process and possibly delay issuance of permits beyond the time limits. There's language in the bill, used in this bill, that we'd like some insight. First in line 27 is a phrase, without imposing unnecessary burdens on local governments. We're not sure what that means. In the reporting section, which was discussed earlier, we're unsure how the Department of Transportation would analyze interdependent economies and or economic development plans, or mitigate any such opposing actions that would inherently damage COAS-based economy with this decision. Conceivably, any commercial or residential driveway permit application that is not issued could fit into this determination. We're unsure how we would be expected to mitigate this impact, as stated in the bill, and we do not have the knowledge or expertise on staff to do such an analysis or reach such a conclusion. And finally, the final statement requires that commission shall ensure that such decisions are not incompatible with decisions of other departments. Excuse me. Does this mean that transportation must consult with safety, fish and game, and other agencies, and then with DOT on any action or decision in Coos County that could have a negative impact on the county, even if we fully intend to issue the permit? The Department of Transportation is tasked with ensuring the adequacy and safety of every driveway upon the state highway system. We make every attempt to uphold the rules and regulations in place in RSA 236-13 and the department's driveway policy. We interact with local government representatives, be they the planning board or staff members, to coordinate the on-site requirements of the planning boards with the off-site requirements which are under the department's jurisdiction. We are open to suggestions, but in many cases, it is statutory requirement that is in conflict that we have difficulty resolving the negative safety aspects of the proposal with the applicant's desire. Ultimately, it is the department's intention to issue every driveway permit possible that meets the minimum requirements for a safe driveway under the law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have on my sheet. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 180? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. Thank you all for your testimony. We appreciate it.
I think they're in trouble already. Like, they need someone like Google to say, okay, we're gonna put it, but they would never do that because it's not,
Sure, I'd like to.
right? No one who would work at any company. Colebrook. I mean, they were good at making chairs. Didn't they? The Hitchcock was up there? Hitchcock. No, they were. The Hitchcock chairs, they used to make like furniture out there. But you're not gonna want to go there, right? We want our kids to go to public high school. That's why the only thing they got is tourism. Yeah. I don't think they have manufacturing anymore. It's sorry. Then the Balsams, we gave them $30 million. No, it's gone. No, it's rotted away. The Balsams is all gone. Is Senator Pro?
Yes.
Remember we gave the Balsams like 30 mil? We
Yeah.
co-signed the loan. That's like totally stopped from what I've heard.
Oh, really?
Mostly getting torn down.
Well,
Although locals tell me it's stopped and rotted.
What's a little longer here?
yeah. All right, Senator Perkins Coker, are you set to go? All right, we are ready to open the hearing on Senate Bill 181, and we will
I'm pretty sure it's rotted
we'll
away.
recognize Senator Perkins Coker to introduce the bill.
So I think we're gonna have to pay the.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's nice to be back in my old committee. Good to see you all
Welcome
this
back.
morning. Yeah, thank you. For the record, my name is Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka. I represent District 21, which is Portsmouth and the surrounding towns, and I am here to introduce SB 181, relative to workers' compensation for firefighters with cancer. So we all worked together on a bipartisan basis last year to pass a screening bill for to create a job-related cancer presumption for our firefighters. Obviously, we know there are forever chemicals involved in the work that they're doing, and the least we can do is sort of be here to support in the wake of those chemicals being used on the job. And so we created a presumption in statute that certain cancers, when they occur, are presumed to be job-related. As part of that screening bill that we passed last year, the firefighters are proceeding to start screening members of their workforce this summer. And so before they start to incur that expense in administration, they want to make sure that the presumption process is sort of fully established. And so the bill in front of you today essentially creates, not just in the statute, but also in the procedures underneath the workers' compensation statute, that our members will have the presumption of these job-related cancers inside the administrative rules as well. And so you'll see that presumption exists unless clear and convincing evidence is provided which proves that the cancer disease is not occupationally related. So there is a way to address it in the rare cases where it is not. So with that, I will take any questions the senators have, and I know there's others here to present as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Brian Rill, you're up next.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brian Rill, the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. We represent approximately 2,000 active and retired firefighters here in the Granite State. I'm here before you this morning to speak in favor of Senate Bill 181. Thank you to Senator Perkins Quokka and the long list of bipartisan members that signed on to sponsor this bill. As Senator Perkins Quokka mentioned, the intent here is to make a couple of technical changes to our presumptive law, which has been on the books since 2019. We've made a couple of tweaks over the years that have made this bill one of the best in the country, in my opinion. When we look at what the International Association of Firefighters is doing and other state organizations and other state legislatures, I believe that we lead the way in the country, and I'd like to for that to continue to be the case. Over the years, we've had significant bipartisan support on all of our cancer legislation. We're hopeful that this will follow suit with that. Most recently last year, as the senator mentioned, we were able to encumber $5 million from the state to screen every single firefighter in the state of New Hampshire for cancer. Just a quick statistic here, approximately 48% of firefighters will be diagnosed with a form of cancer in their lifetime. And this all comes from the World Health Organization and the CDC. That equates to approximately 1,700 New Hampshire firefighters if you were to parse that out today in today's numbers. So that's significant, and which makes the legislation we passed last year, Senate Bill 352, incredibly important for our cancer screenings. We're hoping to get that off and running this summer, and we're hopeful to just shore up a couple things here in our presumptive law that will help make this transition a little bit easier for our members. So if I could, I'll take a couple of minutes here just to walk down the changes that this bill would make, and be happy to answer any questions at the end. So on line 18, this bill adds in, unless clear and convincing evidence is provided, which proves that the cancer disease is not occupationally related. So the intent when we developed the presumptive cancer law here in New Hampshire in 2019 was that any firefighter in the state of New Hampshire who gets cancer, and any type of cancer, it would be presumed to be occupationally related unless proven otherwise. What we're finding is that it's very easy to debunk presumption based on just minor details, and that doesn't really satisfy the intent of what we were trying to do in 2011. So adding in clear and convincing evidence does make it a little bit higher of a metric to meet, but nonetheless satisfies the intent of what we were all trying to do in 2019. Further, if you look on line 30, this paragraph speaks to the basically the fire department must have the member get a NFPA 1582 physical prior to employment to prove that they were cancer free prior to becoming a firefighter. That is in current law, and should not be a problem, but just if the employer fails to do that, for whatever the case may be, we don't believe that the onus should be on the employee, and that they should still have coverage. This does not take away that the employer is required to do so, but we have found either paperwork snafus or other problems that our members have filed a cancer claim and the employer is unable to produce that document that they indeed had that physical, which creates another set of issues for the employer, but we don't feel as though, again, that should impact the employee who then gets cancer down the line. And then as we move down to line 6 on page 2, once again, if the medical examination standard is not followed, we do not believe that that should in turn take away the presumptive for the employee. Again, it was a failure on the employer's part it should not then fall on the shoulders of the employee to not be covered for that occupational cancer. Moving on to line 17. Once again, as part of the current law, the employer is required to have a policy in place that follows best practices as defined by the Department of Safety, Fire Standards, and Training for gross decontamination, for showering after a call, for proper cleaning of your PPE. All of these things must be required, but if in any situation the employer fails to do so, once again, we don't feel as though it should fall as a burden on the employee for that failure. And lastly, if you look on E at the bottom of the page, so 21 days is the in current administrative rule for a workers' comp claim to be decided on. There has to be a claim either paid or denied within 21 days. Many of our members are getting denied, we're finding, based simply on the fact that the insurance carrier has not been able to account for the patient's full medical records within that period of time. So what's happening is they're getting a conditional denial on their workers' compensation claim, and they're having to either appeal it or hope that the workers' comp insurer continues to look at this claim to then approve it, which just in its simplest form does not satisfy the intent of presumption. What presumption is designed to do is create the burden of proof for the employer and the insurance carrier, not for the employee. So it would be our position that these claims are paid within 21 days rather than just get a conditional denial based on not having a complete set of medical records. That would not prevent a comp carrier from then later reviewing and denying that claim. That process is already in place. We're just hopeful that this will allow our families who are, we have a member that's already out of work with a cancer claim. They're going through arguably the worst time in their life. We want to make sure that they get their claim paid within a reasonable period of time so that they can have their medical bills paid and whatnot until such time that clear and convincing evidence is proven to be not occupationally related. So that, sorry to be long-winded there, but I wanted to make sure to give you a comprehensive understanding of what we're trying to do. And I'm happy to answer any questions and hopefully have this committee's full support on this.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from the commission?
I just have a quick question.
Senator Gaines.
Thanks. And we all are going to want to give the firemen this money. If you get cancer, it's a clear thing. The clear and convincing standard to overcome that would be onerous, to say the least. So say a fireman was a smoker. Mm-hmm. I'm still going to assume that it was job related, even though he's a smoker his whole life. Probably wouldn't be enough to overcome clear and convincing. So the insurance carrier is going to have to pay now because of this new standard, even though you have this terrible habit on the side. 99% of the time I want to give the fireman the money here. Sure. I just, that's a high hurdle to clear, to sure. prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was the other thing. It's mostly, it's going to be a toss-up. No one's ever going to really know medically, probably.
Sure. So thank you for the question. I think that what's important to recognize is in the current law, there is language on smoking and how that would essentially debunk any presumptive claim if it falls within, there's certain parameters for smoking, right? You need to have been a smoker for a certain period of time within, consecutive years or whatever. It followed the original Affordable Care Act language for coverage for smokers. So that language remains unchanged. We certainly wouldn't want to, it's our position that cancer in the fire service is occupationally caused unless there is something like you're mentioning, which is clearly problematic. So, and the way I understand it, there's kind of three metrics to meet. The first one is more probable than not. And that one makes it very, very easy for the insurance carrier to overturn. And then on the other end of the spectrum, it would be beyond a reasonable doubt, which is very hard for the employer to surpass. So this clear and convincing is kind of that middle ground piece where it levels the playing field, so to speak.
Great, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for taking my question. My apologies for coming in a little bit late to your testimony. I'm looking at the section in law and seeing that it was just revised in 2023. And I think there's two things for me. Something that I'm struggling with a little bit, maybe you can walk me through it, is on page 1, line 30. So I don't think anybody would disagree that someone joining a fire department, having an appointment, having a medical examination to prove they are cancer-free prior to starting their employment is a good baseline, right? So that we eliminate those questions from the beginning. I think I'm struggling with the employer being off the hook for not following through on what should be part of onboarding, and putting somebody on a truck out in the field without having finished what are really important pieces of onboarding, because could possibly affect someone's workers' compensation later down the line. So I'm not sure that eliminating that piece for the employer is wise. Talk me through why you disagree.
Sure, thank you for the question. And my error if I gave the illusion that I wanted to let the employer off the hook. That's certainly not the point of this section here. So when you are employed in the state of New Hampshire, in order to get to meet the employment standards, you need to have your fire department fill out what the Department of Safety calls a Form A. On that Form A, it lists out a long list of standards that they must meet. They must have Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 curriculum. They must pass the candidate physical agility test. And another one is that they must have an NFPA 1582 physical. If the employer or the fire chief or whoever's signing that form is employing that firefighter, they're required to meet all of those standards. They sign this Form A that they've met all of these standards, including this physical. So that remains unchanged. What we have found is, since this was implemented, I believe in 1998, somewhere around there, the Form A, there was some, I don't know if records got lost or records got mismanaged or mishandled. There was some contingent of people for about a 4 or 5 year period where if they went to file their claim, they asked their employer for the Form A and no one could find it. Or they asked their employer for the proof of their NFPA 1582 physical and they couldn't find that information. So to sign that form, it says on there by state law, it cannot be signed unless the employee has met all of those guidelines. And if it's signed without that, it is considered an unsworn falsification of a document. So the employer is still on the hook for that. What we're trying to remove is having that trickle downhill and have the employee not be able to file a claim because of it.
Oh, may I follow up?
Follow? Sure.
I think I follow you there. I don't know that removing that requirement solves the problem of what sounds like a period of time where there were records retention inconsistencies. So to just leave a space open for records retention inconsistencies going forward in perpetuity doesn't seem, it seems like perhaps that's a situation that should be addressed independent of anything going forward. And my second question is, I want to thank my colleague Senator Gannon down the end for bringing forward some potential lifestyle issues, and on page 2, lines 24, through 27 outline what a tobacco-free lifestyle means. And I assume that that is because all of the things listed here increase one's probability or possibility of developing a lung cancer. That would not necessarily be, that could happen whether you were a firefighter or not. And was vaping left out as an oversight, or was there a discussion about that?
That's a great question. Once again, this language is an existing law. We didn't add this. So this was in 2019, before my time, admittedly. I don't know how prominent vaping was in 2019. I think it was more of a newer. Either way, I didn't help draft this language. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that addition if you were compelled to do so.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, Brian, thank you for your
Thanks so
testimony. So we have professional firefighters, the Association of Chiefs, and the New Hampshire State Firemen's Association that have all signed in favor. Did any of you wish to speak? You didn't check that. Just want to make sure. All right. Not seeing anyone else. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 181? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 187. And as soon as Senator Reardon is ready, I will recognize her to introduce the bill. Floor is yours, Senator.
Good morning, Chairman Pearl and members of the Senate ED&A Committee. My name is Tara Reardon. I represent Senate District 15, Concord, Bow, and Hopkinton. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 187, adopting the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact. I will say by full disclosure that I've been a lawyer for a very, very long time, but before that, I was a dental hygienist when I first got out of college and was licensed to practice both here in New Hampshire and in the state of Georgia, which this would make that a different examination that I had to do in Georgia if it was passed. Adopting an already proven and effective interstate compact like this in New Hampshire is a responsible move considering New Hampshire's workforce crisis, particularly in this industry. New Hampshire's already adopted the Council of State Governments compacts for several other, approximately 8 licensed professionals, and is positioned for the logistical needs of adoption for this one here. The purpose of the compact is to facilitate the interstate practice of dentistry and dental hygiene. The conversation we had this morning about Coos County is the perfect example of this, and improve public access to dentistry and dental hygiene services by providing dentists and hygienists licensing in a participating state the ability to practice in participating states in which they are not licensed. So the compact enhances states' ability to protect the public's health and safety by ensuring that licensure and the access to dentistry, facilitate the exchange of licensure, investigative, and disciplinary information among member states, requires practitioners to practice only within the scope of their practice that's authorized by the state in which they're practicing. It supports active duty military personnel and their spouses, encourages cooperation of member states in regulating multi-state practice for hygienists and dentists, and creates a streamlined pathway for licensees to practice in participating states, including the mobility of duly licensed dentists and hygienists. We all know that there is a competing compact. This compact has been supported by the American Dental Association, the American Dental Hygienists Association. And in fact, I would recommend that we support this and enact it and find that if there is something wonderful in the other compact that we have somehow missed in the analysis and the side-by-sides of these two acts, that in the future, certainly we can take a look at that. I've provided copies of my testimony and a breakdown of each section of the legislation, which I won't go through, and I would leave questions to the experts behind me.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, so we have quite a few people signed up on this. I will just ask everybody, if you have written testimony, please don't read it, just paraphrase it. We've got a pretty tight schedule today, so, and, try not to repeat what other people testifying have said. And with that, we'll get started into the testimony. Michael Auerbach from the Dental Society. Thank you, and welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you through the members, and happy National Children's Dental Health Month. For the record, my name is Michael Auerbach. I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Dental Society. On behalf of our approximately 750 member dentists, along with 200 hygienists, assistants, and office staff members, I'm speaking to you today in opposition to SB 187FN. The NHDS greatly appreciates the efforts of the bill's sponsors to examine an innovative approach to our ongoing dental workforce shortage. New Hampshire is one of the few states in the country where dentists are seeking to move to, but due in no small part to our strong economy and our exceptional quality of life. However, the dental workforce shortage, as you know, is a crisis, creating a crisis in oral health, as patients must wait months, if not an entire year, just to see their own dentist, and new patients must wait even longer. As Senate Bill 187FN certainly has promise in potentially adding another tool to our kit of responses to the workforce shortage. However, we believe that dental license compact only creates further confusion for our already understaffed Board of Dental Examiners. We want to expand and engage more team members into our workforce by connecting with our Granite State residents who show interest in our field. We want to work with the General Court, the Governor, oral health leaders, and stakeholders, as well as our Board of Dental Examiners, to improve the workforce shortage issues. And we want to make sure that the best way to do this is through education and training to allow more New Hampshire residents to become part of the dental team. We know that one of the best ways to do this is to create pipelines for students in high school looking to enter the healthcare field, particularly the dental health field. But we need more options and availability of educational training programs. The NHDS is working with OPLC and the Board of Dental Examiners to find ways to improve the current licensing system. At the same time, we must be willing to explore innovative short-term solutions, but that will require investment in the existing system, which we believe to be the preferable one, rather than that which SB 187FN proposes. In light of these points, the NHS would like to recommend that the committee vote this bill inexpedient to legislate, and instead invest in the existing system of professional dental licensure. Sorry, haven't had my second cup of coffee yet. As always, I'm happy to answer any questions and offer any of the NHS's resources available. I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mike. Question? Senator McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today and offering your expertise. Do you oppose all compact development?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
Senator again.
I haven't been in ED&A for about 10 years, so I thought we had passed last time I was here, a long time ago. Didn't we have interstate, we recognized licenses, didn't we make it easier for other dentists to come to New Hampshire? And hasn't this been done sort of already?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and through the chair. There is a new law on the books that will create greater reciprocity. The dental compact has not been brought forth. I know that there was a social work compact that went through last year, but as far as I know, no dental compacts.
Okay, thank you. Further questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for taking my question.
Thank you.
Working through compacts for all manners of careers here in New Hampshire is a priority. This is something that we we do and want to make sure we are expanding our workforce and giving people ample opportunities to practice whatever it is they do in a way that delivers patient safety. Is there an appetite for perhaps, I know that you're opposing this straight out. I have concerns myself, and I was wondering, would it make it more palatable for you if dentistry and dental hygiene were bifurcated? And because the educational levels and the testing is different for each of them. Would that make a difference?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and I'm not sure about the answer to that. What we focus on is the dental team in the office. They're all working together. They all attend continuing education courses together, and they're all required to have their individual responsibilities when caring for patients. So I'm not sure if bifurcating the dental hygiene from dental would be an optimal solution.
May I follow up?
Follow up? Sure.
So this is an issue that I have seen throughout this legislation and received a not insignificant number of phone calls over the weekend leading up to this. And something that's been pointed out, and I wonder if you'll comment on this. I'm looking specifically at page 6, lines 13 through 15, and this is. I'll let you get a copy first.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Page 6, lines 13 through 15. And this is a topic that we turn over here in this committee every time something like this comes up, is that a licensee providing the dentistry or dental hygiene in a remote state under the compact privilege shall function within the scope of practice authorized by the remote state for a dentist or dental hygienist license in that state. So if I look at the map that we were provided prior, one of the things that we have strived to do here in New Hampshire is when we are acknowledging the work and education that someone did in another state, is to make sure that that is at bare minimum what we are requiring here in New Hampshire, so that we are not disqualifying the work that was done by our in-state people. So is there, is your organization, do you have any data about whether or not the states that are in this compact have similar educational testing and practicum levels that are achieved before someone gets a license?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And, you know, in reference to New Hampshire, we certainly have a very high standard when it comes to the scope of practice, particularly with regard to patient safety. And my understanding of this bill is that it would create a national, or at least a intrastate set of standards, but the scope of practice and the Practice Act will be held sacrosanct in that individual state. So my understanding is that this bill would not potentially upset that, but I have not seen, as the compact only formed just a few months ago with its final state, it's hard to tell what the feedback will be just yet.
May I have one last question?
One more? Sure.
Yeah, so in your capacity in the New Hampshire Dental Society, I'm looking now at page 5, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Line 22 and line 32. The compact privilege. To obtain and exercise the compact privilege under the terms and provisions of the compact, the licensee shall, skip down to 22, or 21 and 22, have passed a national board examination of the Joint Commission on National Dental Examinations, or another examination accepted by commission rule. What other examinations are available that are of the same standard within the national dental examinations?
Thank you, Senator. And during my briefings with this version, which is the council and state government's version, it was understood that this provision was placed in there as a sort of living document, that if another equivalent or better exam was introduced, that this would defer to that. But I believe, and I may be incorrect on this, but my understanding is when this provision was written in, it was to give it the ability to have a equivalent or better exam in the future.
Almost, one more.
One more.
Okay.
Grill me,
Following up on that
Sure.
with what you said, that this is a living document and leaving open the possibility or probability for a competing examination to develop from perhaps a competing organization looking to, obviously charge fees and, get this different certification from an examination, creating what could be some tension in that examination world. And then also, an inequality in being able, in states and patients being able to assess, like, oh, who's the gold standard? Like, what is the gold standard? So if this is a living document, do you know of competing organizations that are looking to develop these tests, or are we just leaving this open? Is this an opening that somebody is waiting to jump into, or is this an opening that somebody's already there?
That is a great question, Senator, and I wish I had the answer to that. My understanding is that the authors of this provision did not expect that there was one waiting in the wings, or that there was that there is a competing organization about to step in. My understanding is that standards improve all the time. The research, the data always evolves, and that's just part of the science. So there may be down the road 5, 10, 20 years of an exam that heightens dentist and dental hygienists' capabilities, clinical capabilities, and I believe this provision was written so that down the road, this commission that was formed would be working from an equitable basis upward in terms of quality and ethical care.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you. I'll give this back.
Joan Fitzgerald and Jen Pearl, can I bring you two up together since you're representing the same organization? All right, let's do that. Well, good morning and welcome.
Hello, how are you? Good morning, thank you very much.
We're doing very well, thank you.
Yes, want me to go first? Good morning, Chairman and the members of the committee, and thank you for hearing my testimony this morning for the support of this Senate bill. My name is Jennifer Pearl, and I'm here today representing both myself and the New Hampshire Dental Hygienists Association. I've been a practicing dental hygienist in New Hampshire for 20 years and have worked in a variety of settings, from public practice to skilled nursing facilities, and as an adjunct faculty member at New Hampshire Technical Institute, which many of you may know is the only school in New Hampshire that currently offers a degree in dental hygiene. I currently serve as the president of the New Hampshire Dental Hygienists Association, and we are a professional association that represents all New Hampshire dental hygienists in the state for over 80 years. Our mission is to improve the public's total health by ensuring access to quality oral health care while promoting the highest standards of dental hygiene education, licensure, practice, and research. So we currently support this bill for several reasons, and Senator Reardon touched on a few already. So we do currently have 10 other states that have adopted this compact, including our neighboring state of Maine. Vermont and Massachusetts have compact legislation put forth this year. We know that we have many registered dental hygienists that work on our borders and right now have to have multiple licenses in order to practice in those states. So this would streamline it where they would just have to have the one license, and it would give them an easier access to working. There are also 12 other states that have put forth this legislation this year too. The compact, will increase the mobility and multi-state practice for licensed dentists and dental hygienists. 2022, we conducted a survey in conjunction with the University of New Hampshire that talked about workforce issues within our profession. And one of the top responses that we received in that survey was license reciprocity. It was something that our hygienists would like to see change in the future. This would, and I think Senator Reardon might have touched on it before too, but this compact does ensure the requirement that practitioners that would come into our state would have to practice within the scope of practice authorized by our state and protect state sovereignty for that reason. And of course, it supports active duty military personnel and their spouses, which the Department of Defense was part of the one of the authors of this compact legislation. So we do have that component as well. And I believe Mike Auerbach had touched on the topic of New Hampshire does continue to experience an ongoing workforce shortage of dental professionals and still have access to care issues in our state, even with the expansion of the adult Medicaid benefit program that we now currently have. Many dental professionals are at or approaching retirement age, which is going to cause an additional access to care issue within our state. So we at the association believe, supporting this bill and enacting this compact legislation will help to potentially improve access to all of our residents of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Nice job paraphrasing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Joan.
Hello, Senator Pearl. How are you? And committee members, wonderful to be with you. My name is Joan Fitzgerald, and I am the Governmental Affairs Chair for New Hampshire Dental Hygienists Association, representing myself and my role in support of Senate Bill 187. As an actively licensed dental hygienist practicing for 48 years, primarily in New Hampshire, but also including the states of Georgia and New York. So I did have to take another full board clinical exam for Georgia. I have extensive leadership experience representing my profession in various volunteer, appointed, and elected positions at the local, state, and national levels. I received a governor and executive council appointment to serve on the inaugural Dental Hygienist Committee of the New Hampshire Bode in 2010 and 11, and I've served many years as a delegate to the ADHA House of Delegates, charged with making policy and bylaws for the profession of dental hygiene. I was appointed to serve on the ADHA Council of Regulation and Practice and was elected by my peers as ADHA District 1 Director, representing New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island for 2 terms from 2011 to 2015. I served in many roles that included fiduciary responsibilities, facilitation, and as a board liaison to various councils and committees, including the Council on Policy and Bylaws. I am here today to answer any logistical licensure and credentialing questions with respect to the Interstate Compact today. And in particular, I would like to talk about some of the concerns that some of the dental boards had, that the compact does not give a state dental board authority over persons practicing from a remote state. And the council and state governments, a primary sponsor of this legislation or this compact, said that's false. As stated above, states have authorization from the compact itself in section 4D and 6E. The privilege model has been used by the physical therapists, psychologists, audiologists, speech therapists, professional counselors, and occupational therapists. None of these compacts have issues with states being authorized to discipline a privilege holder. Another one is the DDH compact undermines state authority. That is one of the state sovereignty is very important to us as dental hygienists. We have a license here. It is a privilege for us, and it's a privilege given to us by the state. So we would never want to undermine the state's authority. The council says false. The commission has no legislative authority, as stated in 9A. The commission shall promulgate rules in order to effectively and efficiently implement and administer the purposes and provisions of the compact. The commission is only authorized to write rules about the implementation of the compact. It cannot go outside of those bounds, and I will have this testimony for you. And one in particular is the DDH compact may exacerbate workforce shortages in your state. That is one of the reasons why we took to working with Senator Reardon on providing this legislation, is that we as dental hygienists understand the workforce shortage issue. And we know that this compact is clearly an ability to change that. We have only one dental hygiene program in our state, and we do not have a dental school here in New Hampshire. So what we want to say is that's false. There's no evidence from any of the established compacts to support that claim. In fact, there's evidence to support the opposite. Looking at the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact Study, Access to Care and Physician Practice Growth, after the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, the study found positive correlations between joining the compact and an increased number of practice locations in a state. The conclusion was around a 5% difference between compact versus non-compact states. This equated to about 600 more providers in a compact state on average. And so this is really clearly an issue that we brought this forward. It might look like we're not a team player. However, as a constituent of the American Dental Hygienists Association, we fully support our national organization who was clearly at the table in developing this compact. I also have for you a letter from Dr. Rosado, Dr. Richard Rosado from Concord. He is, and I'll read the first couple of paragraphs. As a New Hampshire oral surgeon who has spent over 30 years serving the people of our state, the oral health has always been my top priority. I now have the distinct privilege of representing New Hampshire on the national stage as the president-elect of the American Dental Association. Despite this honor, my heart is never far from home, which is why I write today requesting your support for Senate Bill 187, which would enact the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact in New Hampshire. The American Dental Association stands strongly behind Senate Bill 187 and the compact and respectfully urges its adoption. Through a comprehensive multi-year process of stakeholder review, input, and comment, the ADA, along with partner organizations like the Department of Defense, the Council of State Governments, the American Dental Hygienists Association, the American Dental Education Association, representatives from 9 different state boards of dentistry and others, crafted a compact that the entire oral health industry stands behind. And on a final note, what I'd like to share with you is the value, the immense value to our border hygienists. I have testimony here from Jane Crocker. She is an RDH from Baldwinville, Massachusetts. And she says in her testimony, I reside on the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire and have held dental hygiene licenses and worked in both states. I am currently working only in Massachusetts and was forced to let my New Hampshire license go due to its inactive status. If the DDH compact is passed in both New Hampshire and Massachusetts, it would allow me to work in both states under my Massachusetts license via reciprocity. How wonderful that would be for not only myself, but others in my situation, as well as our men and women and spouses in the armed forces who relocate often. Massachusetts and Vermont have filed legislation, and Maine has already passed the compact. And I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very thorough, and I want to direct my questions towards the commission, right? Which, beginning on page 8, section 7, if this compact were to go into effect, it looks like the participating states are part of a joint government agency, which would be called this commission. So we would have one member on the commission as representing New Hampshire. When I dig into what the commission does, when I get to page 11, it looks like the commission, page 11, number, line 27, the commission may levy on and collect an annual assessment from each participating state and impose fees on licensees of participating states when a compact privilege is granted to cover the cost of operations. So it looks like we would be participating, New Hampshire would be part of this group, but then we would be charged as a state, and the individual members would each be charged to belong to this compact. But I don't see where we have control or proportionate input as to what that fee, what those fees may be and what it might cost the state of New Hampshire to participate, because it is a fee on the state and a fee on the licensees in that state. So all the hygienists and dentists who practice under this compact will have to pay an annual fee, and the state pays an annual fee, and we don't know what that is yet. Do we? Do we know what that is?
Well,
Like, what are they paying
that
now?
was an argument that it creates an unelected taxing authority. However, this is a mischaracterization of the language. 7E3 does authorize the commission to levy an annual assessment on the member states if necessary. Every compact of which New Hampshire is a member contains this same provision regarding the ability of the commission to levy fees. However, there are only 2 compacts that currently levy such an assessment. Nursing at $6,000 per year, and the Psych Pack, which is $10 per privilege issued. The remainder of the compacts do not charge this fee, and we do not anticipate that the DDH compact will charge an assessment to its state boards. The intention is that user fees paid only by those who use the compact will fund the commission. The commission has not adopted any kind of state fee, so currently the costs to the state are still 0. Additionally, states have the ability to charge a fee for the compact privilege, so they're not losing out on any licensure fees. Most other states have included a low fiscal note or no fiscal note at all.
All right, we've got quite a
Thanks.
few more to go on this, and we're running quite a bit behind. So I'm going to
Thank
ask
you.
the committee if you have any further questions of Joan or Jen, that you reach out to them directly. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
I will be happily pass this on.
All
to
right,
you.
thank you. Neil Hiltunen?
And this. And that as well. Thank you.
Good morning, welcome to EDNA. Go ahead, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Pearl, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about this Senate Bill 187. In the paper that's coming out, it gives you a little bit about my background. I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania Dental School in 1973, had a private practice in Northampton, New Hampshire from 1974 to 2020. The New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners, I served for 13 years, 3 years as president. I'm currently an examiner with the Northeast Regional Boards, now the CWC, and the president. I practiced for 46 years, but my comments today are based on 25 years of experience examining candidates for licensure and 13 years serving on the New Hampshire State Board of Dental Examiners. Whenever I mention dentists or dentistry, I'm also including dental hygienists and dental hygiene. My wife is a dental hygienist, so I must be very inclusive on this subject. Basic principles. The purpose of state boards is serving and protecting the public and composed of individuals who are paid a token stipend and have the safety and welfare of the state citizens as their primary focus. Monetary gain is not their purpose. The purpose of professional or trade organizations is serving their constituents. Organizations such as the American Dental Association, the American Dental Hygiene Association, have a primary purpose of serving their constituents and growing membership. This is the background for our discussion, and we must ask, who is this bill serving? The two most important ways dental boards act to fulfill their mandate of protecting the public are examining candidates for licensure and discipline. Hand skills examination of candidates for licensure has existed for decades. The independent third-party examination is the gold standard of testing, and we should not drop that standard. When I applied to dental school, I had to demonstrate hand skills even before being accepted into dental school, and that standard has dropped. And so now the only independent third-party testing is out after a student is graduating. Somehow, as this compact has evolved, exams that had at one point been considered standards have now morphed into being seen as barriers. If these barriers, or standards, are removed, the public is at risk. In this compact, examinations are no longer required. This is a huge mistake. See page 2, line 17, where it says examination or process. Use of the word or here and throughout this document means that the words prior to it are optional and not required. Currently, the state of Wisconsin has passed legislation that gives Marquette dental students license to practice dentistry merely by graduating and without taking an independent third-party examination. This is a dangerous precedent. I have seen, as an examiner, firsthand mutilation of teeth by dental students who are deemed by their schools as competent and ready to be examined. A very few have failed the hand skills test multiple times, and they should not be trusted with invasive procedures in our mouths. See page 4, line 33.
Excuse me, sir. You have quite a few of these
I'm sorry?
notations. You have quite a few notations on here of areas that kind of make your points. I'm just going to ask you to summarize real quickly. We don't have time to go through every one of these independently. The committee can certainly review.
Okay, my main point is examinations are critical.
Understood.
In this document, the use of the word or eliminates what happens before it. It talks about CODA as a standard for dental schools. It says CODA or something else. That also means that CODA isn't necessarily the standard. Discipline is an issue. Let's see, on page 10, line 27 and 28, and 33 to 34, talking about discipline. And it seems that in that line, that provision usurps the authority of dental boards. Remember, the commission is not required to have dentist members. That's one of the important pieces of this. The commission has no dental members as being a requirement for being on the commission. So my position is that the safety of the public is at risk, and dentists will be free to practice in New Hampshire if this compact is enacted, who have not been examined to practice dentistry. So I urge this committee to vote against SB 187.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do we have questions from the committee?
Just a
Senator
quick question. You mentioned Marquette, that they don't, if their graduates can practice once they graduate, no testing, no dental testing.
Correct.
No examination.
And if we embrace this compact, then we would have to accept dentists who have not been examined to practice in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Stacy, not quite sure on the last name. Pluer.
No French Canadians here? Come on.
I almost got it.
It's okay. You could make it like a telemarketer and then I'd know because it's random. I have written testimony for myself and for another hygienist who could not be here, so I will submit that. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I will promise to try not to repeat, and I'll try to summarize my testimony.
Much appreciated.
So first off, my background. Well, I'm here to speak in opposition of SB 187. I have been a licensed dental hygienist for over 30 years in this wonderful state. I've worked in private practice, public health, and in the dental benefits realm. I've held leadership positions in the past for NHDHA, and I want to point out that the NHDHA does not represent all hygienists in the state, only their members, and I'm unsure what that number of members are, so I wanted to point that out. I also served on the Board of Dental Examiners for 11 years, and I was the first and so far only dental hygienist to serve as president of that board. So should New Hampshire have a dental hygiene compact? Absolutely. Is it this compact? In my opinion, no. We've heard about different states that are around us that have passed it or are looking at it. The New Hampshire way is not to just do what everyone else is doing. The New Hampshire way is to properly vet and decide what legislation and what things are best for the people in New Hampshire. Portability is important. Portability is not going to solve workforce issues. There's a whole lot that goes into workforce issues. Currently, there's a fixed number of dental and dental hygiene schools with a fixed number of graduates. You do portability, people may want to come here, they may not want to come here, so it's not going to solve workforce. Does it help? Probably. That also could reduce the amount of income that comes from our first licensees. If I'm graduating from a dental or dental hygiene school and a state has an easier pathway to licensure that doesn't require a test or makes it optional to have a test, I'm going to go get that initial licensure there and then just practice here under the compact. So the state could be losing that initial license revenue and then also paying a fee to be part of the compact. Everybody else has highlighted the ors that are in this language that leaves things open-ended. There is a competing compact. This compact fails to create licensure standards by enabling the jurisdictions by participating jurisdictions to confidentially license qualified individuals. As a dental hygienist, a skills assessment is critical. We use our hands. And if this compact has the word or and could possibly take that skills assessment away, what does that do to our clinicians and their qualifications? Privilege versus a license. My take on that is, having served on the board only has control over people who are licensees. If you're practicing under a privilege, the board has no jurisdiction, no realm to investigate a complaint, discipline, or anything like that because they're not a licensee. We used to see that a lot with dental assistants, that we could not bring forth anything about a dental assistant that may be breaking the rules and regulations because they're not licensed. So we would have that problem with members of this compact because they're privileged and don't have a license. So there is an alternative compact. We've heard about it. It is my feeling that to do the New Hampshire way, we need to take a pause. We need to fully vet the two compacts, figure out what is the best way to have that portability from a compact and allow people to have that portability. So let's not hedge bets on the future of different accrediting programs, different tests, different exams. Let's not have an open door education requirement. So I encourage this committee to take a pause, do some research, educate people. I can guarantee you that 95% of people working in the office today have no clue that this is happening. And I recommend that this bill be re-referred for further examination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Carmen? Good morning and welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Carmen Ainebron Dupuy, and I want to give a background of me. I am a registered dental hygienist from the state of Vermont, neighboring state, but I'm also a past president of the Vermont Dental Hygienists Association and current director of District 1 of the American Dental Association. I also was part of the group. The technical assistant group that was created by the Dentists and Dental Hygiene Compact in the development process. This compact was brought forward by the Department of Defense, who sought support in development, in development of the interstate compact as a mechanism for ensuring that professional license in military spouses are easily portable. So they decided that dentistry was one of those professions that needed the most, apart from other professions. And as part of that, the American Dental Hygienists Association, also the American Dental Association, worked together to help with this, to develop this compact. My work, apart from another work, the way they did that, they chose different professionals within the oral health from different states. This was a nationwide process in developing the language for this legislation. We met by several in different times to go over this and the language and all the concerns that people have today. We had those concerns developing this. And when we developed the language, we were aware of the things that people might be concerned, but we make sure that those were addressed there. The language of this legislation is broad, and many people misinterpret the intention of how it was written. So I feel that the other compact, which was not formed yet, it came later, has put a lot of doubts of this compact. We work hard and thought about it. There were lawyers involved to make this compact just for the people, because the intention of it is to reach out for communities, people in the community, the public, who lack access to our health care. A part to make it easy for professionals to go through states without the burden of going through the licensing process. And give it an example, I am from Puerto Rico, and I had to take boards to go to work in Massachusetts. I was licensed in Massachusetts in the past, and that was a long process. I had to take my board, travel from Puerto Rico, bring a patient from Puerto Rico because I didn't know anybody. It took months for me and expenses to bring a person to take that board in Taft University. Later on, I moved to Vermont, and it was kind of the same process. In that case, I had reciprocity, but also it took a long time. And uncertainty in waiting. I feel like having this, the American Dental Hygienists Association is looking for, first of all, the safety of the public. That was into consideration of this. We will not do anything or make any decision or support any organization without making the safety of the public first. It's part of our duty as a professional and a duty as an organization. So I'm looking for you to consider this compact to be part of the support for dentists and dental hygienists and the lack of professionals that we have in the state. And being in the neighboring state, I feel that it will be a plus. Vermont is right now also meeting their legislation about it. And I'm hopeful that this will pass because it will be a plus for the profession.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? Senator Gannon?
Quick question. So you might have heard me earlier, and we had testimony that this would take away like a skill assessment, the hand assessment of doctors, or would have someone who graduated from Marquette who would be able to practice here even though they never took any, have been examined to practice medicine. They didn't have to take any field tests. Are we going to be watering down our standards because we'd have to accept these people?
No, the people who, how it was drafted is you could be licensed in a state and follow the regulations of that state, but if you want to go to a partnering state, you need to abide by the rules and regulations of that state. And I give an example. If these dentists or dentists in this case have not had any of the requirements of New Hampshire required for licenses, they cannot work.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Senator McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for bringing your expertise. Of the 18 folks that are listed here, the technical assistant group members, how many of them were from New Hampshire or licensed to practice in New Hampshire that helped formulate the standards in this proposed compact?
There were none of New Hampshire, but there might be others that have the same regulations of New Hampshire or parallel. They were very, they wanted to have a broad group of people who can bring a voice for everybody.
Yeah, thank you. If you've reviewed the aspects of the other, let's just call it the competing compact or the other possible compact that's been discussed as part of this discussion, if you've reviewed that, are there elements of that compact that could be beneficial to the people of New Hampshire and perhaps incorporated into this compact to make it better for the people?
I cannot answer to that question. That will be interesting, and I believe in cooperation and having mutual, if it's beneficial for the public and it's beneficial for the profession to move forward in a way that will impact the helping the people who has the need for oral care, I think it will be something to consider.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for coming in and giving testimony today.
You're welcome.
Virginia?
Hello.
Good morning.
It's my
I was
first.
not going to attempt your last name.
Oh, well, that's okay. I'm over here going, first time in this building, and I chose the wrong outfit.
It's warm in here.
So, good morning. My name is Virginia Kapitanakis. I am the Vice President of the New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners. I am also a licensed dental hygienist, and I've been practicing dentistry for almost 30 years. While as a board, we're not authorized to take a position on the bill, we did do some research on the bill as a group, and we believe the compact poses potential unintended consequences to the public and wanted to bring forth questions for the committee to just address as you're looking through things. The Board of Dental Examiners is responsible for protecting the public. The way in which we do this is we are assuring appropriate standards of education. We are standardizing the licensees to standard the practice and of patient care. And with the compact questions that arose while we were reviewing this is the compact does not require the graduation from the CODA accredited school, nor the examination of the hands-on that has been mentioned earlier. And this conflicts with the New Hampshire statutes and would reduce educational requirements for practicing in the state. Again, other ways the board helps to protect the public is through being able to follow the licensees and discipline within licensees and make sure that our standard of care is followed. This compact allows for that compact privilege and not the license. The authority appears to reside in the commission, and that is that one appointed from each state. New Hampshire issues licenses and not a privilege, and we're unclear if that's legally equivalent. Currently, in all the states that have adopted the compact, only one of the commissions is a licensed dental professional. Also, as we went through some of the areas that we had hoped would be addressed, is the participating states are charged the undetermined annual fees, taxes. There's language about property ownership and other fiscal aspects that were unclear. So the cost to the state and the licensee is kind of unknown and open-ended. So as a board, we were bringing questions forth to hopefully help the committee or assist the committee and kind of, hey, let's check some of these areas. And I thank you for hearing us out.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Certainly feel free to send those questions to
I
us.
do have with me, I summarized
Awesome.
the letter, and then I did attach more information that kind of breaks it down a little bit further. So that way you'll have like, okay, this says this says this.
Great, thank you. Any questions from?
Question about what's in that packet.
Sure, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a quick question for you. You said in your testimony, you mentioned license doesn't equal privilege. Is that addressed in the packet that you're sending around to us right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
So OPLC has signed up if the board or the committee has questions. Are there any questions that we want to ask OPLC on this bill? All right. If we have any, then we will forward them on. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 187? All right, sure. So, did you want to testify?
Just for 1 second.
Come on up, sure. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second and done. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Praisall from Demers, Praisall and Thomas. I'm here today representing the American Association of Dental Boards, and I think you've heard a number of questions about this compact and that there's another compact. I did want to answer a couple questions. I know Senator Gannon brought up the bill that was passed by this committee in its infinite wisdom a couple years ago regarding reciprocity, and that RSA, I couldn't find the bill number, but that RSA is 310:17.
I think it was House Bill 596, if I remember.
I think something like that, yeah. Which basically says if you have a license in a state that's substantially similar to New Hampshire, it's an easier pathway to get licensure here. As far as just a couple items that weren't necessarily mentioned, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that really concerned me about the language in this bill. Page 11, line 27, the annual assessment. My understanding is the state of Maine has appropriated over $200,000 annually to cover that. Page 15, line 17, basically says that the rules of this established commission have the force of law in the states, and I'm not sure on the state's willingness to go in that direction. Page 17, line 10, the participating states' rulemaking authority shall not apply to the compact. And page 21, line 1, any state laws are superseded by the compact. So I think those are just some high-level concerns that I would have, and if the committee were to re-refer this bill for further study, I am happy to get together and compare the two different compacts and what may work and what may not work for the state.
Awesome.
It's
Thank
a
you.
little longer than 1 second, but I appreciate your time and indulgence.
Appreciate it. All right, anybody else before I close the hearing? All right, with that, we're going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 187.
What is it? All right, right on schedule. We'll open the hearing for Senate Bill 185 and introduce the prime sponsor, Senator Pearl, right on schedule.
Well, we're a little bit behind schedule, but that's all right. Good morning, committee. My name is Senator Howard Pearl. I represent District 17, and I reside in the town of Loudon, and I am here to introduce Senate Bill 185 relative to the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification Investigations. So I was approached by the New Hampshire Association of Realtors regarding concerns they had about delays in resolving complaints at the New Hampshire Real Estate Commission. Generally, the current practice at OPLC is for staff to review complaints and complete an investigation if necessary. Eventually, once an investigation is complete, the information is provided to the Commission for review and adjudication. This process aligns with what the legislature intended when we determined that professional staff would handle investigations and boards and commissions would act in an adjudicatory role. Senate Bill 185 proposes to add timelines to the existing process in order to ensure transparency and to provide more timely resolution for all the licensees under OPLC. Initially, the staff would have 30 days to determine if an allegation against a licensee includes a claim of professional misconduct. If OPLC determines that there is no claim of professional misconduct, they would recommend dismissal to the appropriate board at their next scheduled meeting. If they determine that professional misconduct claim does exist, then the OPLC staff would have 60 days to complete an investigation and report back to the board with their findings. If the investigation is incomplete, the Board or Commission may instruct OPLC to continue their work or make a final determination on the claim within the 60 days of receipt. Without these changes, neither the consumer nor the licensee is aware of the status of the complaint. So anecdotally, I've been told when a complainant contacts OPLC for a status on a complaint, they are advised that staff is unavailable to provide an update. In addition, a licensee is never sure when a state agency may take action against their system in which boards have information to, against their license. This is unfair to both the consumers and the licensees. We need to help provide a system in which boards have information to make decisions on complaints in order to sustain their important role in our licensing regulatory system. Since OPLC regulates a myriad of different professions, I understand there may be concerns from specific license types. Board members and OPLC. Regardless, the current system allows for investigations to remain open for months, if not years, with no public-facing updates for licensees or consumers. I felt the issue was important enough to bring forward the legislation in order to have the conversation with this committee and all the stakeholders. And the Board of Realtors is going to certainly give some further insight on their issues that they had. And I have, to be fair, I've had conversations with OPLC about this bill and about the timelines, and I'm certainly willing to make adjustments if necessary. But I think it's real important that we have a conversation about this process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Sarah Holland from the Association of Realtors speaking in favor of the bill.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Sarah Holland. I am the current chair of the Public Policy Committee for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. I am also a practicing licensed broker, real estate broker in central New Hampshire, and I'm also a licensed educator in the real estate space. So I wanted to bring some anecdotal stories here to back up what Senator Pearl had testified. The first, in 2021, one of the agents that works with me received notification from the Real Estate Commission and OPLC that there was a complaint that was lodged against them, and they were looking for that licensee to respond. That licensee responded. I spoke with that licensee this morning on the way here to make sure I had my information straight. She has never heard back from the OPLC as to the status of that complaint that was lodged in 2021. We have other colleagues that have lodged complaints or submitted complaints against other licensees. Some of them are well over a year old with no response. They've called in, they've asked for updates, and none has been provided to them. And most recently, a consumer, a client of mine who recently went through a real estate transaction, they asked how or where they should lodge a complaint against a cooperating broker that occurred during that transaction. And as part of our profession, we provide all the information, good and bad, and let them make the best decision for themselves. So I explained the difference between the two bodies, the Real Estate Association, where they could lodge a complaint, and the Real Estate Commission under OPLC. And based on the information that I provided them, the timelines that whether or not they were going to hear back from the OPLC or from the Realtors organization, and if there was going to be any sort of resolution or required education for this licensee. I believe they have opted to not submit a complaint to the OPLC. So this is incredibly concerning because the mission of our real estate commission is to protect the public. It's a consumer protection body, and the OPLC is to help and support that and make it more efficient. So if the consumer is not being heard and their complaints are not being adjudicated, then the system is not working. And I want to be clear that we want the system to work. We want our membership to, and our licensees to be held accountable. We want to know if there is something we are missing in our practice that will elevate our operation in the public space to protect consumers, as outlined in the rules and laws that you have all created in the legislature. So to provide more information, while I was sitting in the back roasting this morning, I went through the last number of years of reports that were filed by the OPLC, which you all have access to. But prior to 2020, we were averaging somewhere between 20 and 50 complaints a year that were being submitted. And most of those were being heard, or at least there was some sort of transparency as to where they were in the process. After 2020, our complaints increased to between 40 and 120 complaints. And there was little transparency on those reports as to what happened to those. So what we get to go off of is what is shown as orders and compliance agreements or settlement agreements that are being shown on that OPLC website. And currently, so in 2024, there were 117 complaints. Showing as being adjudicated are 3. And everyone else, whether it's a consumer, whether it's one of my colleagues or licensees, we don't know what is happening with any of those others. So for that reason, we worked with all of you to propose this legislation. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. Senator Pearl, it's nice to see you. My name is Nina Gardner, and I'm a public member of the Board of Medicine. And I don't have written testimony because they sent me over here, because we had discussed this bill this morning. I'd like to sort of echo appreciation for the bill as a public member. The bill gets a conversation started that needs to happen. But I would like to start to also say there was a touch point that was just referenced by the people from real estate, who I believe are the movers on this bill. Things changed dramatically in 2020. And if we all remember what that is, that was COVID. And so it changed the universe in which a lot of activity took place. I've been a member of the Board of Medicine for 7 years and the MRSC for 5 years before that. And so I knew the old system, I know the OPLC system, I know where we are now. What I can tell you as a public member is that the Board of Medicine relies on the investigative process that OPLC has in place. And it's as staffed now, it is inadequate to meet the needs of all the boards that need to deal with complaints. I don't want to horrify you, but we have hundreds, and we have more hundreds than they've got hundreds of cases that are not heard yet. We're hearing some today that go back to 2021. And it's a system that fell apart. It's been rebuilt. There's a new director there. And I can tell you, the first day I met Dee, I don't know if I was aggressive or assertive, but I said, you know, your biggest problem is the backlog of these cases. And I sense that they're working on it, and that's important. And it's important that the investigations take place timely. I think these guidelines are a good starting point. I don't know if they're realistic. Knowing the backlog, I mean, as we talked about this morning, you do this, and I don't know what we do with the hundreds, and I don't want to tell you how many hundreds of cases we have for backlog that we're just working through. We were doing some from 21 this morning before I came over here. That doesn't serve either the practitioners or the doctors. So I appreciate what this bill attempts to do. It would need resources. And the timelines, I think, are just up for discussion amongst the people at OPLC. But don't blame the people that are sort of there now. I think we've come to a moment where we're working, going forward, trying to take a look at the list. As a public member, I asked over and over again for the list of complaints. And one of the things we encountered is we had a miserable database system. So they couldn't even figure out what was open and what was closed. That's been remedied. So there are more investigators, and now I think there are 7. But 7 investigators to take up the hundreds of cases we have, never mind real estates or anybody else's, is unrealistic. If you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
Well, thank you. And
Thank
certainly,
you.
certainly no blame is being assigned. We appreciate the great work that OPLC and all of the boards.
Right, and I just want to say the feeling of cooperation is much better.
Great.
So,
Any
thank you.
questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thanks for coming
Thank you.
over. All right, we'll bring up Nick Fry from OPLC. Please. You're both always welcome. So for the committee, Nick has taken the place of what Doug used to do. And so he's the new, your general counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and Dee has taken over for Lindsay as the director, so welcome.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the committee for having us. Just by way of introduction, it's our first time in committee this year and a couple new faces, so just happy to say hello. I don't think we'll be quite as close friends as years past, which is just fine with me. Fewer hearings is you just will see me a little less frequently, which will be fine. So anyway, Deanna Juris, Executive Director at OPLC. I just wanted to start and kind of just give a little bit of background. This is my 6th month in the job, so I thought I'd give you just a little bit of context and then let Attorney Fry really speak to the more of the legal specifics and considerations for the technical pieces and timelines on that bill. So I actually, Nina Gardner was a great introduction to what I'm hoping to say, which is that I hired a new director of enforcement in November of this past year, and the first task was to clean up the data and kind of clear the rubble to just say, and to touch every single case that was pending, to identify any number of things, cases that had already been closed and just didn't get marked so in the system for bad data for one reason or another, looking at complaints that were entered as complaints but definitionally would have been excluded, so it's just were not complaints anymore, or were never complaints that were entered incorrectly. Identifying things prior to April of 2024, there was no initial review for legal viability like this, the bill before us contemplates. So doing that facial review, again, for complaints dating back to say, hey, are these ones that there is no viable claim here and marked for dismissal? So we're clearing through that piece. I don't have all the specific numbers in front of me. I'm happy to follow up with the committee in writing on those, but just to say, for your own awareness, we started in November and we had about 6,200 pending complaints. And now we're down below 23,000.
Wow.
So just clearing through that piece of it, again, have identified about 1,000 that are either in some kind of process with the board or to be drafted for dismissal. The ones that were, the facial review, again, the board, it's not totally going away, but to say to the board, hey, we don't think there's anything here, do you agree? So I do think clearing the rubble is the most accurate metaphor for what we're doing, to be able to say we're getting a clear picture, we're trying to clear through and then look through the whole process there. So absolutely understand the conversation and the need for movement on this matter, and we're working quickly to say, so to touch all 6,208 cases, I think it was, in the course of 10 weeks, to really get down to what are real viable complaints and what do we need to look at. We don't want to send out for investigation and spend time because of the backlog. And so now the plan, after we've cleared through that, is to start working through and chipping away at that backlog, looking at cases, looking at the whole system to say, how can we do this more efficiently? So I want you to hear that in terms of that's the process of the last really 3 months with the enforcement, but 6 months since I've been there. And then specific to the timeline piece of it, I just would like Attorney Fry to talk a little bit about that as well. So I appreciate your time and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Or save your time and not take questions.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're still in morning. It was 12 minutes till. My name's Nick Fry. I'm general counsel. I just want to give because it's my first time before you, I'll just give you a brief overview of my history and then also kind of a general history of OPLC, not super long. I've been an attorney since 2012. I started as a criminal prosecutor. I moved on to general practice up in the North Country, and then I moved to the state at DCYF where I litigated, and then I ended up at OPLC as the hearings examiner for the last 3 years, and then I just took this position on in October of 2021. 24, sorry. October of 2021 is when Director Courtney hired
Feels
me.
like 3 years.
It does, yes. Thank you. So just a quick history, and I'm sure a lot of you will already know this, but OPLC, July 1 of 2015, that's when we got started. We had the Division of Technical Boards and Health Boards. July 1 of 2021, we changed that to the Division of Licensing and Board Administration and Division of Enforcement, which is what we currently have. And then, of course, July 1, 2023, another landmark in the history was when a lot of the control kind of shifted from boards on the issues that were, or at least one of the issues that we're talking about today, to the OPLC. So July 1 of 2023 is sort of when enforcement gained control over the majority of investigation, and boards kind of stepped back from that role. So the current setup, we have for time limitations, we have a statute of limitations, which is 5 years. We have that in RSA 541A, we have that in 332G:9, and we also have that in RSA 310:9. So we have a few different statute of limitations on that. And it's 5 years to initiate a disciplinary proceeding. And then on the other side of that, we have what I call the right to a speedy trial, which deals with the period from when the board commences that disciplinary proceeding to when they must hold the hearing, which is 2 years. So currently what we have set up is supposed to mirror what you would see in a court proceeding. So if you're in a criminal court proceeding, right, you have your right to a speedy trial, and then you'd have statute of limitations that's admittedly shorter than, well, depending on what kind of crime it is, but than like a misdemeanor. We also have, we've created our own language for emergency suspensions. I don't know if you guys are aware of the emergency suspension process, but we were given the authority under 31010 to create rules on how disciplinary proceedings would operate and how boards would handle them. So we have emergency suspension hearings, which basically means you get your license taken away by the board before there's an actual hearing. The hearing happens in 10 days. And so for those hearings where the license is, the suspension is upheld, we have time limitations that are similar to what's kind of offered in this bill. So, but instead of for an investigation, it would be you have to hold a hearing within 60 days for the final disciplinary proceeding. So someone's not standing in stasis with a suspended license without any sort of resolution from the board. And there is a provision that we put in the rules that if there are certain circumstances that are met, that can move out as far as 120 days. So that sort of language was meant to deal with the situations that you would see in other similar litigation experiences where there's a constitutional issue or a constitutional deprivation at hand, right? So you get your license taken away, you have a protected interest in that, we want to have those time limitations. It's the same thing with a DCYF case, for example, right? If you have your child taken out of the home, you have 30 days to have a hearing, and then also a bail hearing, right? You get arrested and you get incarcerated, you have a right to a bail hearing within a certain specific period of time. So currently, our legislation is meant, and our rules are meant to kind of mirror what we're doing in the court system, as well as what is, I mean, I would say, at least with respect to the statute of limitations and time limitation for a trial, is generally what would be practiced in most state agencies. Historically speaking, I did look back I looked back to 2021. I just picked that as a random starting point to see if there were any sort of limitation periods that I could find that are similar to what's being offered in the current proposed legislation. Accounting had one similar statute, but of the other 50+ boards, I was unable to find one. I am aware of a case through my work as the hearings examiner, which is Ruel versus New Hampshire Real Estate Appraisers Board. That's 163 New Hampshire 34 2011, where there were limitation periods that were in place on investigations and then also on hearings when you had to hold a hearing. And so that was appealed because the Real Estate Appraisal Board had not held a hearing within 90 days, and they'd also not completed their investigation within 90 days. And the Supreme Court ended up, after the Attorney General defended, ended up upholding the board's right to still hold the hearing, regardless of those violations. I also wanted to just address, there was a comment from the Real Estate Association on complaints versus what's been adjudicated. So I'm speaking in anecdotal terms, but as hearings examiner, I can say that most of the stuff that we are seeing when you get a complaint is going to end up being dismissed. So the board has a couple of different ways that they can do that. If it's just facially invalid, when they review it for the first time, they're going to say, yeah, this is something that should be dismissed. So that's what's happening with the majority of complaints that you would see. And then you would also have the possibility that the board says, you know what, there's some conduct that isn't acceptable here, but it might not rise to the level of professional misconduct. And that's when they can issue what's called a letter of concern, which also would not be public record. Those are considered confidential. It basically just tells the licensee, hey, you know, we got this complaint, we're concerned about what we're seeing here in this practice, but it doesn't rise to professional misconduct. So that accounts for a lot of complaints that are coming in. And then, of course, what's being adjudicated would be what should be what's on the website.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then as far as the timeline is concerned, just some of the concerns that we would have, we obviously don't take a position on this bill, but especially for healthcare boards like Board of Medicine or Board of Nursing, right? A lot of these cases, complaint comes in, you need to subpoena the records, and that's going to take some time. It might not fit with the proposed timelines that are in there. I think in most circumstances it probably wouldn't. And then there's also the portion of expert review, right? So it's not just the getting those records, but also getting an evaluator and then having that evaluator have enough time to go through those records and give us feedback on how we need to move forward, as well as what the report of investigation should look like.
So Nick, it doesn't sound like you have a concern necessarily with the 30 days in Section 2. It's more your concern is the 60 days in Section 3, or the timeline in Section 3.
So I don't want to speak on behalf of my client, so I just want to, can I check with her for a second?
Would you like me to answer?
Either of you can answer,
sure. Theoretically, that facial review, the first part of the bill with 30 days, that is happening within 2 to 3 business days. I mean, that's the maximum amount of time. The only concern would be if it's a board that meets quarterly, it's going to be more than 30 days. So there's, yes, go
Well,
ahead.
I think the bill says the office shall determine whether the allegation is, and then you'll present it to the board.
So with a dated memo within 30 days,
Yes.
we're already, I would say, if that passed today, we would already be in compliance with that.
So you wouldn't have any issue with that, then? It's more at the part of Section 3 that you would cause the heartburn.
It would be extremely difficult to comply, and with that, with my current staffing level. But then I think to Attorney Fry's, he's more of an attorney than I am because I'm not an attorney, but to say, he would say, even if we went out the 60 days, we have Supreme Court case that says it doesn't matter, keep going. In most cases, the public protection of continuing to adjudicate would probably outweigh the expeditious timeline there. So that's the other consideration, yeah.
So we could have some further discussion at some point on that timeline.
I'm happy to be available.
Does the committee have any other questions relating to the bill for the OPLC? I'm certainly going to look and work with them. I'll just assure the committee that I will. But yes, go ahead. Senator Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. My question is about your backlog and the fact that this bill would take effect 60 days after it was had finally gone through the process. Is there more time necessary to chip away at that backlog if this was placed further out? Is that an issue or no? Thank you.
I think the backlog is one consideration, certainly. I think the other piece would be the number of complaints that we currently receive per month versus the number that are closed. The delta there is wide. So presently, I'm looking to increase efficiencies and make sure that we're moving forward. But if we receive 60 complaints and only about 30 matters are closed in a month, with my current staffing levels. That means I have a delta of 30. So in addition to chipping away at the backlog, I have to figure out how to not keep having a backlog. And so being able to address those, I think that's why the fiscal note contemplates about a doubling of the enforcement thing, to just say I would need to double the number of cases closed in a given month. Again, to Attorney Fry's point, a number of those are dismissals, and the facial review should leave less sitting in a backlog now that we have that, the office has that ability, but I'm not sure that even implementing it further out when there was no, I'm not sure when I'm going to get there.
Any further questions from the committee? All right, thank you both for coming in.
Appreciate it.
We'll have a further conversation on this.
Sounds great.
Anybody else that would like to testify on House Bill 185? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 188 and recognize Senator Murphy to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 188 attempts to address a major problem in holding up our new housing from being built. Everyone's aware of the fact that we have a housing crisis in this state. The average median home price in New Hampshire is now the 9th highest in the country. We're at $520,000. In the last 5 years, the average house has jumped 90% in Sullivan County, 77% in Grafton County, 70% in Merrimack County, and so on. And why is that? Well, part of it's supply and demand. House price is set by supply and demand, just like every other price out there. But part of it is that the process of getting approval to build houses has gotten to be just absurdly complicated. The red tape, the inspections, the delays, the redrafts, every time that a builder is sent back to the drawing board, that's money. And time is money. Time is always money. And all of those costs must be rolled into the final sales price of the home. And so what do you get when you require months and months of hearing and inspections? Well, you get $1 million house. And that's not what we need right now. People in this state are crying out for houses that are an average size, 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,200 square feet, affordable housing that a young family just starting out in life can buy. And we've priced those, we've allowed those homes to be priced out of the market. And so this is one of the things that I am trying to pass in order to address that critical need. This bill allows builders the chance to go to independent providers who can use their engineering stamps, who can use their certifications, who can use their independent all the licensing requirements that they already passed to stamp plans, to inspect buildings, to basically certify that those plans and those buildings at every step of the process are built to specifications that meet the codes. And this is nothing new in New Hampshire. When you build in New Hampshire, some towns send plans out already to be independently certified by engineering firms. I can speak from experience on this. When I built a restaurant in Bedford 6 years ago, I was required to hire an independent inspection firm that came out and routinely inspected the work as it was going on, especially in regards to stormwater management and erosion control. And that firm was VHB. That firm stamped those plans were being kept up to date, the work was being performed to spec, signed off on it, and the town was happy. So this expands that to the building code. It expands it dramatically. And I just want to say that this legislation in front of you has already passed and has been the law in Florida since 2002. It is not an earth-shattering change in legislation nationally. Just in the last few years, Texas and Tennessee have also passed this language. So that's where the bill came from. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Senator Altshuler. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One of the red flags for me was actually on the first page, line 10, is being able to hire. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Never mind. I see the word excluding now. So you cannot hire private fire prevention and safety code officers. correct?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
So if you can hire just building code, right? Is that what this, and why would we need our own building code officers if we're just gonna like throw it out to the private market? Like, is this a move to?
Well, if the building code, if the building code officers are taking 30, 60, 90 days to approve plans and to perform their inspections, then yes, there should be the option of going to an independent provider. And this bill provides the option.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your patience.
Thanks,
I know
Chairman.
we're a little behind. All right, next we will bring up Sarah Burke from the Municipal Association. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Actually, good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, I
think
was
we
going to
crossed
say, wait a
over.
minute, have we crossed over?
We did.
It's hard to tell. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. It sets up an entirely new framework for building code plan review and building inspections. As Senator Murphy said, it does seem to be entirely based on Florida statutory language and includes terms that are not used in New Hampshire and New Hampshire's statutory scheme. This bill and the new framework would impact municipalities negatively, including by reducing revenues that are received through the permitting process and moving these revenues to private providers. At the same time, there would be increased expenditures for municipalities, which of course means increased property taxes. These increased expenditures would be related to additional staffing and positions for municipalities in order to meet the very short timelines that are part of this bill. If these timelines weren't met, that means that municipalities would be giving up their affirmative decision-making authority to review these plans and, issue permits and issue certificates. Certainly this new framework would be the most difficult for, new framework being the timelines would be most difficult for small towns that have part-time or sort of have building inspectors who work in multiple towns in some of our smaller towns that have a lot of less population. Again, it would impact the ability of localities to make their, to use their local authority in these processes. Like I said, there seems to be some technical issues with implementation. There's no guidance on what audits look like. There is no audit process set up currently for municipalities relative to these permitting processes. It would also require probably increased staff to complete these audits. Additionally, as I said, there are terms used in this bill that are not terms used in New Hampshire that would need to be further defined, such as building code administrator. Additionally, architects and engineers don't actually have schooling in building code. They actually learn this on the job. There's no certification, so they are not certified as building inspectors. It is not part of their job. So again, NHMA opposes this because of its impact on local municipalities, and I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Aubrey Friedman? Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you for your patience. I know you've been here a while.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. Everybody talks about the housing crisis. You hear about it all the time. There are many factors, but this is one of them. It's, you know, the NIMBYism is maybe perhaps the biggest thing, the zoning, but this is another thing that adds to the delays in as was mentioned, time is money, and so if it takes longer to get your project built, the costs go up, and those eventual costs do get rolled into the price of the home or the building. So anything that will speed up the process is a good thing. Question about liability here. So I think right now, if the town inspector, building inspector, if they approve something and they mess up, it actually becomes on the taxpayers. So in the option of going the private contractors is it falls on the actually contractor himself, actually his insurance company. And the bill does say you have to have so much insurance and so forth. So actually, where builders choose to go the private option rather than relying on the building, the town people or inspectors, then that gets the taxpayers off the hook a little bit for liability if something goes wrong. So that's a good thing. And then lastly, the bill does, if there's really a safety issue, the town enforcement officers, they have the right, the authority to stop a project just like that. They have it now, and it's in section 4, subsection 2. It does talk about that authority to stop a project if there's really a public safety issue. They can do it, and they retain it, and so that hasn't changed. That's public safety. So I think it's a good bill, and those are the reasons I support it.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you.
And Matt Mayberry, you're our final person on the list.
I'm sorry, I have to use.
Sounds like we have some excitement outside.
It's my fan club. They gather once a year and they do it here. It's convenient. But good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Matt Mayberry, the way over-caffeinated CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association.
So this will be a really excited testimony.
Yes, sir. Plus, I also edited while I was sitting there. So
We appreciate your brevity.
absolutely. So jumping right into this. I do have a jacket this time, I'm here to express strong support for SB 188 with one small change. There's an unintended consequence that we'll talk about a little bit later on. And I did talk with Senator Murphy, the sponsor, about this. This bill addresses a multifaceted problem that directly affects housing production here in New Hampshire. Currently, many of our building inspectors, especially in rural areas, are the local fire chiefs or their designees. These individuals do a commendable job focusing on the core mission of building codes, life safety and asset preservation. However, no matter how skilled they are in fire safety, they're not home builders, plumbers, or electricians. Their expertise lies in firefighting, not the intricacies of residential construction. SB 188 offers a practical solution by allowing developers to hire outside licensed third-party professionals, easing staffing burdens and reducing wait times for inspections. I want to be clear that the towns and the municipalities still, you're going to have fun on that one. The municipalities still, they do not lose any revenue. They still issue the building permits. So it's still the same process, same review. So town revenues stay the same. But I will let you in on a little industry secret. And it's not a good one. Some building inspectors weaponize inspections against builders who don't cater to them. I've heard countless stories of inspectors bending the rules saying, I know what the code says, but I want it done my way. In other cases, builders have been told that it is code, only to find out later on that it's not. But they comply anyway because pushing back would mean delays, frustration, and frankly, retaliation. That's why they're not here. Senator Murphy asked me in the hallway, where are the builders? They show up here, they're going to pay the price out there. I promise you. One developer is currently holding off building that much needed missing middle housing. This is for households making between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. because the local building inspector is a nightmare to work with. They tell me stories all the time. And privately, I can tell you which town it is. But that's not how the system should work. Right now, there's no clear recourse when inspectors act arbitrarily. Unlike licensed professionals, they cannot be held accountable for malpractice nor malfeasance because they aren't licensed yet. And I just struck fear on D. Jors's heart back there. Town managers rarely step in because they can't afford to lose the staff. I've had 3 stories in my 3 years. They've complained about building inspectors. I've gone to the town managers, and they support their staff. It happens. Building inspectors should serve as partners in the building process rather than obstacles. The vast majority of building inspectors are dedicated professionals, but a few bad actors have truly damaged trust in this system. I wish this legislation wasn't necessary, but it is, right now. I urge you to please support SB 188 with one small correction. On page 2, line 13, if the chair and committee would please consider substituting the words improvements to land with the words building code compliance. This comes from New Hampshire DES from the hallway discussion, because when you have improvements to land, that could open up for stormwater drainage, septics, and other things, where if it's strictly building code compliance, it keeps it with the intent of this legislation. So please consider that.
I have suffered one of these building code reviews where it's because I said so and that's the way I want it. It cost me several $1,000s to comply. Sometimes at the mercy of that, I understand.
And when you have no recourse and there's that one inspector, they stop it all.
It was not in New Hampshire, but I'm aware of that.
Unfortunately, mine are in New Hampshire.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Anybody else would like to testify on Senate?
Wow, as the reinforcements arrive.
Now it's time. All right, I'm going to close the hearing. Thank you. And now my microphone's on, so now I'm closing the hearing officially. All right, next we will open up the hearing on Senate Bill 194. I see Senator Waters has brought his entourage, so welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, here to introduce Senate Bill 194. And we do have with us Director of Cosmetology Program in the Dover CTE and some students from the area as well. This bill does 2 things. You'll see that it changes the minimum number of hours of educational program required from 1,500 to 1,200 hours. And then it also asks to add to the cosmetology, barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics board a member who is a representative of the Regional Career and Technical Center appointed by the Commissioner of the Department of Education. A little background on this bill. This issue was brought forward to me by CTE cosmetology programs and by practitioners, practicing cosmetologists in the state. And it seems to be an appropriate change of this requirement in terms of the hours required of instruction. And I will say that we have so many of our CTE programs which provide extraordinary instruction for really hundreds of people who wanting to enter this field. I have checked on what other states do. Vermont, for example, has no set number of hours, just a requirement that they graduate from an approved program. Massachusetts and Connecticut have 1,000 hours. Maine has 1,500 hours. Rhode Island has 1,000 hours. Some of our largest states, such as California and New York, they're at 1,000 hours. And I think if you checked all around the states of the country, you would find that there are a few that may still be at the 1,500, but most of them are towards the 1,000. So it seemed to split it down the middle, and you get the 1,200 more or less, and that seems to be really an appropriate amount of education required in these programs. Let me do note that in the qualifications for cosmetologists in RSA 1313A 11, there are a lot of qualifications. You have to be a good professional character, you have to have completed high school or its equivalent, and then the training component is either the 1,500 hours, which we'd like to be the 1,200, or 3,000 hours distributed over a period of at least 18 months under a licensed cosmetologist who's engaged in the practice of cosmetology within the state for at least 2 years. Regardless of which route you go there, you also have to pass the examination. So that's really the final goal line here, and then of course pay the fee. Now we already have a possibility of an appeal to have an exception to the educational and practice requirements in a given circumstance. So I think this is an entirely reasonable move here to go from 1,500 hours to 1,200 hours. And I think that what we're trying to acknowledge here is that 1,200 hours provides an excellent training. I can speak most directly to the CTEs across the state and elsewhere as well. And I just think this is a sufficient training without burdensome addition of hours or costs or regulation. And I think also in terms of the board, it would, given the great scale of the CTE programs, it would be appropriate for this board to have a representative of the Career and Technical Education Centers appointed by the commissioner. I've talked with the commissioner and with Jeff Beard, who's our CTE director, and they brought this forward as a very good addition to that board, which I think will be very helpful. I just want to close by saying what extraordinary programs we have in cosmetology, and what it means that young people can get this kind of training in a variety of fields. I was talking to some of the students earlier and hearing about the science, the biochemistry, the chemistry, the anatomy, the physiology, the extraordinary training that they get. The other aspect of this, though, and I think another rationale for having a right size number of hours, is that these people are entrepreneurs. They go out, they start salons, they start businesses. We have employment that grows through these programs, and I just think it's one of the best things we do in our CTEs, and I hope that you will also see this as a reasonable proposal. And I'm glad actually to have the support of the AFP on this, that they see this as a very reasonable way of reducing some of the regulatory requirements so that the entrepreneurial spirit and the expertise of these young people can be realized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? Senator McGee.
Thank you, Senator Waters, for coming and taking my questions. And if this is more appropriate for some of the folks behind you, that's fine. I'm just curious what will get cut out of the programs, for the 300 hours, 7.5 weeks or whatever. So maybe I see some hands going up in the back, and I missed my appointment. Clearly, I'm a little shaggy. Stacy, if you're listening, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
She's been cutting my hair for 30 years, and I had to reschedule because we had a session or something last week. I forget. It was session, I think. So maybe I'll ask Stacy when I reschedule.
Thanks for your question. Let's refer to it. But let me just say, we have these states, the majority of states, I am sure, and even in New England, who say that the 1,000 hours really works in that for the licensing. But I would say, too, that you always have that end test here. The examination must be passed. And so that gives us the assurance that, with a reasonable, I think, of 1,200 hours, we're still going to have that test to make sure that the qualifications are there.
Okay. I am, so maybe someone else can answer it. I am curious. I've heard that 1,500 number thrown out for the 30 years that Stacy's been cutting my hair.
All right. Well, I will say I discovered from my research that it is certainly not standard, and if there is a standard, it's more towards 1,000 across the country.
I'll say
and in our region too.
Thanks. Thanks.
Further questions? All right, seeing none,
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have quite a few people signed up for this. I'm going to ask you all the same thing I've asked every other bill that we've had a lot. Please don't repeat what others have said. Please try to, if you have written testimony, just please try to summarize. The committee has a lot of bills yet to hear today, so we just ask you to be as brief as you can. We're certainly here to listen to you, but if you can summarize your testimony, that's helpful for the committee. We have several signed up from Empire Beauty School. Is it okay if I bring you all up together? Would anybody have an objection? All right, so we have Matt Lambert, I'm sorry, Jake Taramalil, there we go, I'm sorry, and Danielle Beauvert, if I read it right. You all three are here? All right,
Yes.
why don't you come up together if you don't mind.
And Peter,
Oh, Peter is with you as well?
Yes.
I'm sorry, he didn't fill in. Sure. All right, come on all up together if you want.
he's out with Empire, but he's an owner of another school.
Okay, sure, come on up. We'll bring you all up together.
Well, thank you, Chairman and committee.
And if you need to grab that other mic on the end there for someone else to use, you're certainly welcome to.
Yeah.
The end one here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak for you today regarding Senate Bill 194. So a little bit about, my name is Matt Lambert. I'm General Manager at Empire Beauty Schools. I've been at Empire for 11 years. And before that, I ran 24 hair salons in Massachusetts, in New Hampshire, and in Maine since 2001. And I can tell you, our company, and Peter is lock stock with me about this, our whole focus is making successful graduates. So the senator is correct that they have to pass a state board exam, but there's a lot more than passing a state board exam. When I ran the salons in Massachusetts, they passed the state board in Massachusetts, but they came with less hours. And I can tell you that lack of hours is a lack of repetition, a lack of confidence, and a lack of safety in a lot of aspects. And I'm not saying there's not some successful people that come out of the 1,000-hour, 1,200-hour programs. There's two behind me, Melissa and Kristen, that teach at Dover Cause that are very successful, and they did a program with 1,000 hours in New York. But the majority that I worked with struggled when they first came out. And the whole thing, our focus is with our curriculum, with everything that we're trying to be successful with, is making them so they can get out and make a living. We talk about their goals. We talk about them being able to purchase their own house, purchase their own cars. And when they do 1,500 hours, they get a lot of repetition on the clinics. They work on a lot of paying customers. We finally have a curriculum that I feel is something that we could be really proud of as a state. And I'm not sure, the senator said the majority of the country is at 1,000. I think the majority of the country is still around 1,500. There's fewer states that have the 1,000, 1,200 hour limit. So the majority is still at 1,500.
Do you support it or oppose it?
I'm opposing it. Sorry, I should have started with that. So through working with salon owners and alumni, that I've spoken to, they still feel, even after 1,500 hours, they still have a lot to learn when they get into the salons, and that's never going to change. But I feel that we are creating more confident students and graduates than we've ever created, and it would be a shame for us to find. You asked, what would you cut? And they'll have an answer, because it's different from the CTE programs from our schools, because there's no standard set amount we have to do as far as shampooing and styling of hair. I'm not exactly sure how much the CTE is, but I think it's 150 around there. Ours is, in our curriculum, it's only 35 hours, and we have styling 45 hours. So it's a lot different, post-secondary schools to the high school programs. And I would be really concerned about the safety and the confidence and the skills of these students. Like I said, there's going to be more that are going to struggle, that won't make it, than the ones that will make it. So that's my concern. So, Peter.
Yeah, Matt, you did such a great job. Thank you for saying that. And guys, thank you so much for seeing us. sitting outside and knowing about this effort that we're having here, we're all friends, we're all in the same industry here. It's just kind of like the best possible situation. Because no matter what happens here, like, I'm still gonna love those two behind me. I still want all of their students to succeed. And, you know, I personally work with their program to help them put their graduates through. I help them get wigs for them to have more hair to cut, and I will continue to help them even if none of them come to our school, because we do have a requirement to make sure that we're putting the proper individuals that are ready and they feel confident and they're going to make our state or our industry better. And so that's super important to me. I'm Peter, by the way, from Paul Mitchell School, Portsmouth, live in Portsmouth. But you guys have trusted us for years to be the steward of the education here. And the CTE programs are incredible and they're a really good resource. And I have the ability of being a part of the Paul Mitchell Network, and so I've been in a lot of different states. We have a school, my family was started by my grandfather 78 years ago in New Jersey. So I know the effect of a good CTE program and a bad one. I'm really proud to say that the CTE programs here in New Hampshire are definitely better than a lot of other states, and that's something we should be proud of. But it's the opportunity that exists. They can't provide it to everyone. And that's where we come in. That's the service we provide. And being a part of a network and being a school, just like any other university or anything like that, we spend our resources on developing them. Our schools have directors that are licensed cosmetologists, owners that have been in it their entire lives, education leaders that are cosmetologists, teachers that are cosmetologists, and living in that environment with the support of a national brand for us. But in general, we are able to know what we believe works for those individuals. And so in this bill, I think it's just about being a part of it. I think it's about us working together on this. I'm not saying that it isn't going to be what works or what's going to happen, but the concern still lives to me of how are we going to change our curriculum to go to it. We have been working well with this for a long period of time. Would there be collaboration happening to make sure that an hour reduction didn't further devalue what we do? Because 1,200 doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but then someone has an idea of saying, well, then why not make it 1,000? Well, why not make it 800? Well, why not make it nothing? I mean, what we do matters, and what our purpose is matters, and all we care about is that these students are prepared and successful. So I think that, you know, the opposition that I have, and that, you know, I believe Matt agrees, is that we want to be a part of this and looked at as we're all the people who educate the cosmetologists in the state, and we've been doing it for a very long time. The school that I own has been there for 55 years. You guys have been in business for a long time.
Years, yeah.
So we should be included on this and considered on this. But like I said, I've done a lot of lobbying for us to exist in DC, and I love that we have a senator who believes in what we do, knows that it's real, and knows that we all need to get haircuts. So that's all I got to say there.
Some of us more than others.
Me too.
Danielle, Tara, you want to add?
I'd like to,
Just turn that mic on, please. There you go.
one of the things that I'd like to point out, and I actually have been in the industry. I was the director over at Elizabeth Grady for a number of years. I'm now with Empire. And I'm so very proud of the curriculum that we've developed. And talking with salon owners and everything, we've really recognized that and been able to put together a really fabulous curriculum. But one of the things that I've really noticed from a people standpoint, to help our students become successful in the industry, one of the biggest challenges we have is social anxiety. And I would hate to see the cutting back of course, sanitation, of course, safety, of course, all the different aspects. But one of the biggest things in the 1,500-hour program that I think helps people actually be successful is developing those guest services, developing ways to speak with people, and that's through practice. And when they're working on our clinics and learning how to develop those relationships, if you've ever gone, I've gone to someone who maybe isn't even that great of a stylist, but because I absolutely love that personality, I'm going to keep going back. So that's something with today's learner that has drastically changed. The ability to talk, the ability to get people to believe in them, the ability to take their coat. And so that's something else that we really work within the program. And that's just practice. That's just practice and being immersed in the environment. And so that's one of the things that I think is really important not to cut.
Sure, could you just give us your name, please? I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Tara Malillo.
All right,
I'm the
thank you.
assistant, I'm the assistant general manager at Empire.
Thank you. Danielle?
I'm gonna pull in a little closer.
That's fine.
Good morning. I just want to
Give us
represent.
your name, please.
Oh, I'm Danielle Bovair.
Thank you.
I just want to represent from an educational standpoint. I've been a licensed cosmetologist first and foremost with the state of New Hampshire for 25 years. I've also been a licensed educator in cosmetology for the past 15 years. In the last 4 years, I've become the corporate trainer for Empire Beauty Schools. So as a school, our biggest pride is developing creative, successful stylists, as Matt stated earlier, for well over 60 years. But our goal is not only to prepare these students to pass their state licensure exam. Although it's a great exam, it is a very small scope of things that they will encounter in the industry. We are also working to instill in them confidence and competence to build successful, not short-term, but long-term careers. As Matt stated earlier, most recently we've implemented a more new and more modern and inclusive curriculum that takes our need to know information and skills to the next level. With earlier implementation of skills like color, haircutting, finish work, business building, branding, to name a few things, we've actually created an environment where students' confidence and competence has time to progress and grow through the 1,500-hour program. With this program, they become equipped enough to enter a field and ensure not only a high quality of professional services, because we are licensed professionals, but also a high knowledge of safety and infection control procedures that keeps themselves and their clients safe. Although we would love to forget the times of COVID, during our COVID time, the cosmetology industry was held to a very high standard of safety and PPE controls. And thankfully, because we have so many really great professionals in the state of New Hampshire, our professional stylists and barbers and so on were able to implement these safety standards with confidence. My fear is that if we take away some of these hours, we're also taking away from their ability to feel safe and confident in providing these services. In my last 15 years of educating, there's also been a significant shift to pivot from safety in how our students learn. The learner of today is very different from 15 years ago. Gone are the days where you and I would sit in a classroom, if you can think back to your high school years, where the teacher would teach and we would sit quietly and lecture. The implementation of technology has required us to pivot in the classroom as well. We've had to evolve, become more interactive and involved while catering at the same time to various learner styles. And I would love to say that all of our learners can learn equally, but everybody learns very differently. In order for us to continue to offer an environment that's inclusive for all of our learner styles and a fair opportunity for them to achieve success at the end of the day, it's my belief that the reduction of these hours of education could be detrimental to long-term success and confidence of the stylist. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all for coming in. We appreciate your testimony.
So are we allowed to ask a question about this to you guys, or is that not?
Generally, no. Look, you're here to provide testimony. You're certainly welcome to reach out to any of us through email or give a call later on if you'd like to.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. You're very welcome. Carly Calloway. Good afternoon, welcome. Turn the mic on and please introduce yourself. Turn your mic on, please. Hit your button.
Hello everyone, my name is Carly Calloway. I am currently in my third year of cosmetology at Dover High School. Even though I take a cosmetology program at Dover, I am actually enrolled at Spalding High School, making me a sending student. Due to this, it makes it much harder to obtain 1,500 hours, which is why I am in favor of this bill passing. The state board deregulated about 300 hours of our program, and they did not account for this in our hours. In the state of New Hampshire, it's 1,500 hours to obtain licensure, when it should be 1,200. Spalding does 1 half-day a month, and over the course of 3 years, our half-days add up to a total of 100 missed hours. We also have teacher workshop days, which make us unable to travel as well. Currently, I'm about 1,100 hours. I'm a good student. I have high honors. I attend school regularly. Having good attendance is not enough, though. Early release days and teacher workshops affect us travel students obtaining hours immensely. If this bill doesn't go through, I am likely going to have to attend a post-secondary school. This would set me back about 2 years, and as someone who thrives working and wants to immediately go into the work industry, this would not make this possible for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for coming in and providing your testimony. Could you, I just didn't follow the hours and the way that you're able to log in the hours through your program at Dover High School. So your classroom hours count towards this? Tell me, can you go over that again?
So so I go to Spalding. If I'm in class, that's the only time it counts for hours. If I don't send, I don't get any hours. So that does affect us a lot, like early release days, it's 100 days. Our teacher workshops don't line up, so I miss countless days throughout the year. So.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, of course.
Further questions from the committee? Well, thank you, and we appreciate what you're doing as a student. It's awesome you're in the program.
Of course.
All right, next we have Melissa Hope.
I don't know if you would like Kristen and I to come up together because we both are from
If you'd
Dover
like to,
High
sure.
School. Yeah.
All right.
We're both from Dover High School. We teach the CTE program there.
Oh, excellent.
Kristen and I, the best part about us is we have both taught in the post-secondary realm and now for public education.
Could you both please introduce yourself?
Yep. I'm Melissa Hope. I'm a cosmetology CTE educator. 10 years was post-secondary for Empire Beauty School, and the last 9 years has been at Dover.
Thank you.
My name is Kristen Toomey, and I am currently a cosmetology educator for the Dover CTC program. I too worked for Empire in the post-secondary world, and I worked for Peter at Paul Mitchell as well. I offer, I was originally licensed in 1993 as a cosmetologist out of a 1,000-hour program in New York State, and I have managed to really build a wonderful career for myself through continued education and through further state education to allow me to enter into this teaching position that I so thoroughly love and adore. So that's who we are today, and that's how we've arrived here.
Thank you.
So how this bill kind of came to be was that all of the educators were sitting around a table. We have an advisory committee, and a portion of our curriculum was deregulated. The state had decided that hairstyling and natural hair braiding no longer required licensure. Well, when we look at that, it's about roughly 300 hours of our education. So we thought the next step would be in looking at our hourly requirements, because now we're letting anyone go ahead and own a blowout bar or do natural hair braiding without a license. But our students are still being held to the standard that they have to have that 1,500 hours. So our thoughts as educators was that since a portion of the curriculum had been deregulated, that they should have the opportunity to do 1,200 hours because a portion was deregulated, so then they wouldn't have to be held to the standard that somebody without a license is not required to be held to. So that's really how this bill was kind of born for us, is after that deregulation. Now, we both fully, wholeheartedly believe that we should have licensure regulation. We totally believe in safety. We, again, have worked with these amazing people for years, and our end goal is always the same, which is a successful learner. But when Governor Sununu a couple of years ago had put out that he was looking for things to be more attainable in the workforce, if we do a 1,200-hour program, we'll have more students that will be able to obtain those hours in post-secondary and in CTE programs. That means that we will have more cosmetologists in the state of New Hampshire. which is a good thing, because if you don't have enough Stacy's in the world, it's not going to work out in your favor. The program allows students to start their career sooner, filling the industry demand more quickly, and many states successfully operate the 1,200-hour program, demonstrating it's sufficient for licensure and job readiness. Massachusetts, which is our neighbor, only requires 1,000 hours. And we're not saying we need 1,000 hours. We just want the piece that's been deregulated to be shown in that 1,500 hours. So we'll be even a step above Massachusetts, but streamlining the curriculum eliminates unnecessary repetition, prioritizing hands-on training that directly prepares the students for workforce. And we will be retaining local talent. Our students won't be forced to move to Massachusetts where it's lower hours to get licensure. They'll stay in New Hampshire. We have students that may decide to move to Massachusetts because the hourly requirement's only 1,000 hours, where New Hampshire's 1,500. So if I have a student that leaves my program with 1,200 hours, 1,300 hours, that's not 1,500. They need to go seek additional education, or they may choose to move to a state that requires less education to receive their license.
A reduction in hours does not mean lower standards by any means. It means intentional focus on practical skills and theoretical knowledge, and it's eliminating the unnecessary repetition that a lot of our students experience currently at that 1,500 marker. This repetition leads to boredom and lack of motivation. Currently, well, I should say, in my post-secondary experience, continuously from the student population, I heard, I'm just here making money for the company. I'm just here making money for the company. Because oftentimes, that's where those last hours are done, on a salon clinic floor, in a beauty school, where students are taking clients day in and day out, and sometimes they're charging industry standard prices. I understand and totally recognize that a student clinic is required in order to create success, but I don't believe that it needs to be such a lengthy process. As a cosmetology student, I had plenty of practice, both on my clients and in my classroom, to the point where I was confident enough to take the state board examination. I fully recognize that when I first came into the industry, I was not considered a veteran. I was a new hire, and I needed polishing, and I needed growth. But that's in any industry that any new individual is entering into. I watched new teachers come into Dover High School every year out of a 4-year program, and they require extra mentoring, and they require extra training and extra guidance. Has nothing to do with their confidence, it's just that they're new. And I maintain that cosmetologists are no different. They have the foundational skill set required to pass the examination. They have the foundational skill set required to create satisfied, happy clients while delivering their practice in a safe, infection-controlled manner. A reduction of hours really seems like the fairest thing to do. It's a necessary step to keep New Hampshire competitive with other states. And I urge you to support both aspiring professional cosmetologists and the beauty and wellness industry in New Hampshire as a whole. And I really appreciate you taking your time and listening to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're both confident if we remove these 300 hours, that the students will still come out qualified and safe and ready to go?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Question, Senator Altschul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in your testimony that Massachusetts only requires 1,000 hours. Do you know what the hour requirements are for Vermont and Maine, our other border states?
So Vermont has an unnamed hours.
I'm sorry, what?
Vermont doesn't have named hours. There's
Okay.
not a specific number. In Maine, currently, it is 1,500 hours. It is my hope, because Maine and New Hampshire offer reciprocity to each other through licensure, it is my hope that as New Hampshire sets this precedent and makes it an easier pathway and reduces these barriers, that Maine will follow suit.
Thanks.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And before we go to our last testimony, I just want to acknowledge that we have several other students here that are also in the program that are in the attendance today. And we want to congratulate all of you on taking your step forward and coming here today. We appreciate it. And our last person is Nick Fry from OPLC. Turn your mic on, please.
Again, aren't I? I already pulled that off in the house. We just wanted to be available for questions if there's any questions for you guys.
All right, I do have one concerning the second part about adding a representative from the CTC onto the Board of Cosmetology. Is that board currently an advisory board or a full practicing?
That's a full practice board.
Okay. I always have concerns about going from an odd number to an even number because we end up in tie vote situations sometimes, which can be problematic for a board. So that's always a concern for me. Does any other concerns that we should be aware of in adding a member on the member that's suggested onto the board? Does the department have any concerns?
Can I speak with Director Jarius? I just don't want to speak on her behalf.
If you want to come up as well.
My apologies, I thought you just might not want to hear from me again.
No, that's all right. You have 2 minutes. No.
Yeah, no, I'll take less than that. The only consideration that we have, and it's consistent across every board, is the idea that ensuring that the people who are setting the standards and implementing them, that there's not some conflict there. So whether there's information that you'd be privy to as a board member that in your other role, right, it's when people wear too many hats, it can be concerning. So that's just something to be mindful of. Somebody from the CTC. I guess one other consideration is having an appointed person by the Commissioner of Education would be a deviation from kind of our standard, just governor and council. So committee could consider either another governor and council appointment of a CTC member potentially there.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from the board? Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have. Anybody else who wants to testify on Senate Bill 194 before we close? All right, then we're going to close the hearing. Thank you all for coming. So the committee, I have a posted break after the next two bills. Are you okay to go that far? Or- We can. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and then we'll do our next hearing.
I believe, yes.
Oh, in general, okay.
Yeah,
They haven't done it for the day.
No.
Oh, good. Like, damn.
No, Senator Pearl is introducing a bill. Senator Gannon is making his way back from his office. So let's open the hearing for our next bill, which is number 196, Senate Bill 196, introduced the prime sponsor, Senator Waters. Sorry to keep you waiting, Senator.
It's quite all right, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 196 relative to the exemption from competitive bidding requirements for certain state agency projects. Please note that you have an amendment which eliminates the second part of the bill. So I'll just speak to the first part of it. So this was brought forward to me by Major General Michaelides of Military Affairs and Veteran Services to help streamline their process of project development. And so you'll see the essential thing here is the change on line 5 from $500,000 to $1 million. I think in some ways one might think of this as an inflationary adjustment, that projects a decade ago that might have been $500,000 are now certainly $1 million. And the recognition is that for projects under that size, that the department can use its internal staff for work on the project. And so that they believe that they can, now at $1 million, it's not much different from the projects they were handling before. They can also handle that internally. So this, I think, will expedite projects for the department. And I think that it will mean that we can have a reasonable regulation there of the projects, and they can go forward at this amount. I know the Major General here is to talk more particularly about what this means for their actual practice and projects. Do let me note that I had a call from Executive Counselor Leah Hill last night, and I think there was some discussion at the council meeting informally about this and concern that councilors might have about this change. I think the explanation has been given by the Major General to the councilors to see this really as an appropriate adjustment really for inflation and the cost of the projects and what can be handled internally or externally. In striking section 2, you will note that in the physical note, it says the department states they can handle the additional workload of contracts up to $1 million in-house with current staff. And that's why that section 2 is eliminated and thus any potential for a physical note related to that. So I'd be glad to take any questions, but I really probably rather defer to the Major General on it.
Thank you, Senator. So nobody has questions? Good, we'll go. Oh, did you want to take it?
Just look at me.
All right,
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I tried.
I'm looking at the fiscal note, and it's 12. There were 12 projects in the last year. Is that an average? Like is that normal? Is that high, low? Okay, we'll wait.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
General Michaelides, welcome back.
Thank you,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. For the record, I'm Major General David Michaelides, the Adjutant General of the New Hampshire National Guard. So what does this do and what does this not do? What does it do? We're changing one word, well, a term and a number. We're changing the Adjutant General's department to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services because the name of our department changed in 2019. Second thing we're trying to do is just change the dollar amount from $500,000 to $1 million. What are we not doing? We are not trying to sole source. We are not trying to get out of competitive bidding. We are not trying to do anything that currently statutorily we are required to do to go to Governor Executive Council for approval. So none of that is what we're trying to do. And I think it was just misunderstanding from what the title of the act is when we say the word exemption. The word exemption is specifically implies the Department of Admin Services Division of Public Works. This is my analogy. You're a homeowner. You're a homeowner and you want to replace a boiler in your basement. That boiler in your basement cost $10,000 3 years ago. Today it costs $15,000 to $20,000. This is really a method to adjust for the cost of inflation and to allow us the efficiencies or bandwidth to select, if we can internally, to bid those projects ourselves through a competitive bidding process. The other analogy would be is, okay, you want to do a home renovation, you want to remodel your kitchen. That's a lot of work. That's when we go to Admin Services Public Works. For example, today at Governor Executive Council, we had a $23 million, 100% federally reimbursed project go to Governor Executive Council underneath Admin Services. We will continue to do that. When you look at the dollar amount of what we execute for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, last year was over $52 million. So the problem is bandwidth and efficiencies. Fish and Game, Natural Cultural Resources, Military Affairs and Veteran Services, we all either have registered architects or licensed professional engineers on staff, which allows the expertise and ability to do small-scale renovations or construction projects. This is truly just accounting for inflation. It's not trying to get out of any authority or jurisdiction. We are not trying to, like I said, get out of competitive bidding, sole sourcing, anything to that magnitude. I spoke to some of the executive council this morning. The text in the statute is a text in the statute. We have not touched any of that. So we are trying to do business as usual, except to adjust for inflation. Ma'am, to answer your question about 12 projects, we generally will execute, and it varies substantially from year to year, probably about 10 to 20 projects a year. And it varies in scale from like a $100,000 renovation to a $20 million construction project. So it fluctuates. I believe in the last 3 years, we've done 18 projects through Admin Services Public Works. So it just fluctuates on the dollar amounts and the funding that we receive, generally 100% federal funding. The challenge for us is the last 2 years, we've turned in federal dollars. And we've turned in federal dollars because we couldn't execute construction contracts. And so this just tries to allow us as a department the flexibility to adjust to say, hey, I want to do that bathroom renovation. We can do it ourselves. Oh, I have a bigger ticket item. Let me give it to Admin Services. It's creating flexibility with our department to try to handle small scale stuff within our own means. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to back up. You're saying you had 18 projects in this area, and that this would allow the flexibility for you to just roll on through without, I'm just trying to understand the process. Are you still going to go to the executive council
Yes.
with this too?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing changes with the executive council approval. So an example would be, say in a given year, we do 10 construction projects. I would say on average, probably 3 of them fall underneath the $500,000 threshold. Right, so now as we count for inflation, we're just trying to still do like 3 projects a year internally. When I say internally doing them, it's like it's competitive bidding ourselves through like a public website, DMAVs and Military Affairs Veteran Services, and posting that for solicitation to get competitive bids. So we're still competitive bidding it. It's who is a contract administrator. Is it Public Works or is it Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services? And I don't want to speak for them, but I would think the same goes for Fish and Game and Natural and Cultural Resources. One other clarification too is when you look at some of the data that Admin Services provided, this isn't wholesale carte blanche change. This is just creating flexibility. For example, as they even alluded to, we continue to do 4 projects with them last year that were beneath $500,000 in dollar cost. So this isn't like every single project is going a different way. It's just allowing us the flexibility when we receive the fundings, if we're under continuing resolution, how do we execute those federal dollars?
Further questions from the committee? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry if I missed this. When was the $500,000 threshold implemented? How old is that? Do you know?
Ma'am, about 10 years ago, but I would have to get back to you on that one.
Great.
But it's been about a decade.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 196? Seeing,
No one from Fish and Game?
I'm sorry,
No one from Fish and Game?
there is not. They signed in favor, but they weren't testifying. Yes, I'm sorry, we do have 2 signed in favor from DNCR and Fish and Game, but they did not check they wanted to testify.
May I ask one more question of the General?
General, would you be willing to come back for one more question? Yes.
Thank
Senator
you.
Altshuler?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate how detailed you've been in explaining why this is necessary for your department. Was there any discussion about creating a space that just was for your department rather than folding it into RSA 21I80B instead of maybe adding a just for military affairs and veteran services? Because while this addresses the issues that you're having, we have not heard that Fish and Game or DNCR need this. So, yeah, was there a conversation about bifurcating yourselves out to create this just for you?
No,
Maybe?
it was, I spoke to both commissioners. The Fish and Game commissioner is new. When I was coming to testify, I shared again with them what we were doing. That's why their staff wrote, I think, 2 letters of support from each of their departments about this. I spoke to them earlier today, and they are in support of it as well. And I think the why is they all have either an engineer or architect on their staff, and they feel they have the ability to do almost, for lack of a better term, small scale self-help versus contracted through another agency to pay them funds to do like a bathroom renovation.
Thank you, sir. Did you want to speak, Charles?
I'm not signed up to testify, but I can answer.
You can come on up. I haven't closed the hearing yet, so come on up.
I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Admin Services, and it's our statute, so to speak. When the general and I talked about doing this, so historically, there are 3 departments that are, so every agency that does over 25,000 it counts as a major project, and we have our team of engineers and architects that oversee it. 3 agencies don't, and it's because they have their own staff. And it's because historically the statute was about state government, when it does projects, they should be overseen by an engineer or whatever in the various rules. Yeah, except the military, because they're different and they have their own like staff. Oh, and Fish and Game, because we don't usually do like the dam maintenance cottage and stuff like that and all these other things. But we do office buildings. We don't do the outhouses and bathhouses at the parks unless they're big enough. And we don't do fish hatcheries, although we're doing a fish hatchery, but that's beside the point. And so that was in there. So when the general wanted to change this, it makes sense to do, if you're going to change, so 25 for everybody except these 3. It would be bad, I think, to have like, it's $1 million for you and it's 600 for you and it's 200 there and it's 45 for you and then it's 16 for him. Having a 2-tier system makes a lot of sense. Having 3 or 4 or 5 tiers doesn't. And what's true about this is that if there is any project where the Guard or Fish and Game or DNCR feels like they need additional support, and this happens a lot, they do a work order and we help them. And so this allows them, if they're comfortable, to go up to $1 million. It doesn't require them. We do projects now that the general could do himself, well, not himself, although maybe, but they have us help anyway. So I would just say that the reason that everybody's in is it's really an everybody in or everybody out thing.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Anybody else want to testify on Senate Bill 196? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Next, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 199, and Senator Waters, you are recognized to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 199 relative to establish a new recruitment and retention program for New Hampshire state troopers. So before I go into the actual details of this, let me just give a little background on what we have done for recruitment and retention for police, fire, EMTs, the first responders over the last couple of years. I brought forward a bill 2 years ago which looked to establish a recruitment and retention program and to have an appropriation to provide free tuition at the community college system for the police, the fire EMTs. This also does include, I may add, the prison guards as well. And that set up an advisory group. It's been a highly successful program thus far. It got ramped up, established all the rules and so forth of applying and identifying individuals who qualify for that. And that group has met that. There's a lot of good uptake on that. It also made sure that the costs of people coming into the fire academy or the police academy that were covered. There's another bill that you will be seeing. It's gone through another committee, which is wanting to do a little bit more funding from the existing funds for the police academy expenses, so that someone who wants to step up and serve our state, we say we're going to take care of you. We're also adding dispatchers to it. In conversations with that advisory group, I have asked frequently, what do you really need us to do to support law enforcement in the state? And what we have seen is the shortage, the hiring difficulties, and the staffing shortage in the state troopers. This, to me, is an extraordinarily important issue, is how do we get the troopers up to the numbers they ought to be? We hire the very best. I think we may have one of the best state police forces in the country because we're so careful about our hiring. But it's been difficult. We're down quite a few troopers right now. There is a natural turnover of maybe 30, you're going to see some turnover in a given year. So in asking Commissioner Quinn and others, what is the one thing that we could do to help you with the recruitment? And they said, well, we did have some ARPA funding for a bonus program, and that really helped us out, but that funding is gone. So that's why what this bill says is that let's start, restart that program, put some money into it so that you can get up to the full force. I think we've all seen such an increase over the last year or so of the difficulties in our highways, the wrong way drivers, the speeding, the OUIs, and this is not just New Hampshire, this is nationwide. And so that enforcement is really necessary. Also, we know that a lot of our towns up in the North Country, the smaller towns, that's their police force, is the state troopers. And so we really need to make sure that we can get the hiring done. So what the program does is it establish a new section. They have the previous recruitment and retention program, which deals with the college tuition issue, and then this will add here the authorization for the department to develop a recruitment and retention incentive program. You will see the details here that it can be for bonuses for newly hired applicants. It could be referral fees. It takes care of any issues that might arise with collective bargaining units to make sure that is in accordance with collective bargaining units. And it also has the safeguards on line 2324 that's going to go through the fiscal committee. So each time one of these is proposed, it's going to have to go through this process within the force, the department, but also then it's going to go to the joint fiscal. The calculation of $900,000 was a little bit flexible. It's kind of estimating, how many troopers are they down right now? What is the expected turnover going to be over the next couple of years? So imagining that the previous program had about $10,000 from the ARPA funding per hire that could go for various reasons. That was the number, and so we see here thought maybe 45 a year. That would take care of the the shortage, the number of troopers are down, and also the natural turnover that can be expected over the next couple of years. What I've identified here is that these funds would come from the highway fund. As you know, there is a division of the road toll that goes to DOT and to safety, for the safety thereon of the roads. And so the first look would be to the funding that could be designated from the highway fund. And if there's not sufficient funding in that, then the authorization for the governor to warrant from funds not otherwise appropriated. Just in conclusion, as I said, I think this emerged as the most important thing we could do right now to make sure we get our state trooper force up to where it needs to be. And I just like to conclude too, because Senator Gannon is back, that we've all worked so hard to support the police in this state. And Senator Gannon has his loan forgiveness program. I have the tuition program. This has been identified as the #1 thing we could do right now to get that hiring done. And I think it'll be our job to see if we can find the funding for it. If the funding needs to be right sized in a certain way, at least it'll get something going for our state troopers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question for the committees? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Matt Amatucci from the New Hampshire State Police. Yes.
Thanks for all your patience.
I was just going to say the same. I know you've been here a long time. My apologies for running so late.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Matt Amatucci. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire State Police. We are in support of this bill. The New Hampshire State Police places new troopers throughout the state based upon our needs. Those needs vary time to time. This may require even in-state applicants to relocate. The New Hampshire State Police has lost applicants from out of state due to not being able to afford housing and/or being able to move. Agencies throughout New Hampshire and the country continue to promote hiring incentives. In New Hampshire, I'm aware of at least 10 agencies that still have a sign-on bonus that range anywhere from $5,000 to $21,000. And the average sign-on bonus in New Hampshire that I found was $10,000. And it does vary based on if they're certified or not certified. To stay competitive with law enforcement agencies, the recruitment and retention program would benefit the state police. And just to give you some numbers, we currently have 62 vacancies, which is about 17% of our sworn force. We have our next test is scheduled for March 1st. We have 85 applicants. 40 of them are out of state, and they'll be required to move in state if hired. So with that, if you have any questions, be glad to try to answer those questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Excuse me, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I understand that there is a sign-on bonus trend around the country to get, bless you. What are our neighboring states doing, Mass, Maine, and Vermont, for sign-on bonuses?
State police agencies?
Yes.
Or, I'm not sure.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ann Perello.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Pearl, as well as the committee, for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name's Ann Perriello. I'm coming here wearing 3 different hats. I'm the Chief of Police in the town of Pelham, New Hampshire. I'm also the President of Hillsborough County Chiefs of Police Association, and I am the Sergeant at Arms with New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association as well. So Hillsborough President and the Sergeant of Arms with New Hampshire Chiefs of Police. I'm coming here in opposition to Senate Bill 199, and you will also hear me mention that I'm in opposition with Senate Bill 21, which I consider a companion bill. I'd first like to begin that I have the utmost respect for New Hampshire State Police, and this is not about New Hampshire State Police. This is about a national problem with recruitment and retention. It's a national problem, but I'm only concerned with the state of New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire across the board is having problems with recruitment and retention. There are agencies that have sign-on bonuses. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. but the rate of retirement that is taking place, and then the turnover where people, and if you look at any statistics and studies such as the International Association of Chiefs of Police just did a study, things that they're mentioning as to why there are retention issues is the fact that people can make more money in the private sector. In New Hampshire, our retirement system changed. Overall, you're dealing with traumatic things, so they're talking about implementing wellness programs across the state, things that are really important for us to look at with the totality. People do not care for the schedule. They want to be home on the weekends. They want to be home for their kids' birthday parties. So this is a trend across the nation, but again, I'm only here for New Hampshire. Because this is a New Hampshire problem, not a New Hampshire state trooper and police problem, is why I'm opposing this bill. This will ultimately affect, it kind of makes a two-tier system where they are taking highway funds and they are giving a perk, and they're given a perk that those highway funds maybe could have been dispersed across the entire state where every agency would benefit. The captain just mentioned they're down 17%. Just to give you a comparison, they're not the only one that is in the state. The town of Wyndham is down 30%. You look at Goffstown, they're at 12.5%. So this is across the board that it's a problem. The reason why I am tying in Senate Bill 21 as a companion bill is because that goes to fund New Hampshire State Police again for a bill that would allow them to get some reimbursement for their college education. And that would keep people around maybe 5 years. In 5 years to pay off $50,000 of their college education. $10,000 at the end of 1 year, $10,000 the next year, and so on. So maybe $40,000 in total. There is a public service forgiveness program through the federal government that everyone is entitled to. So looking to take money and just, again, put it into one agency and not across the board when there's already a system in place for that is why I am not in support of that. This is going to continue to be a problem, and this is why I think that the House Bill 59 that Senator Waters just spoke about is excellent. It gives just that advisory group with the tuition assistance, and they're looking to increase that this year by adding dispatchers, communication specialists into it, and that's very important because they're a part of the whole package. He spoke very highly of this advisory group. House Bill 445 that is currently up for support brings everyone into one committee to look at the problem as a whole as the state. So that brings a member of the Senate, if this is passed, a member of the House, a member of New Hampshire State Police, a member of New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association, and so on. There's a whole list of criteria. And they're going to, I believe they're going to request an amendment to add the sheriffs in there too, because the sheriffs are in this mix as well. That could look at the totality of us moving forward as an entire state. We all go to the same police academy together. We cross-train together. There's regional SWAT teams that cover southern New Hampshire. Nashua has their own. Manchester has their own. There's a Seacoast team. And New Hampshire State Police also has their SWAT team. We have to work in strength in numbers right now. If you ever had an incident like Lewiston, Maine took place, we are all coming there. We are working collaboratively. And that's why I'm asking that this, and opposing this bill, because we need to continue working collaboratively as one. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you very much.
So we have two other members, a member of the community that signed in opposition, and the New Hampshire Troopers Association that signed in support and not wishing to speak. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on Senate Bill 199? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. So what is the will of the committee? We're going to take a little bit of a break here for lunch. It's 2 o'clock. Okay, time to come back. That's 25 minutes.
Sounds good.
That works? All right.
Yeah.
So we will be in recess until 2 p.m. We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 201 and we'll recognize Grant Bossy to introduce the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Grant Bossy. I am the Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 201 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill is a request from the Commissioner of Administrative Services, which is reason enough to pass it. His wisdom and character is evidenced by once hiring me. This bill does four things. The first proposal would create a process for the conversion of some types of existing state positions to a new group of classified salary positions. Since the bill was initially drafted, DIS has identified some necessary edits to the proposal, which is why Senator Innes is offering Amendment 0084S. The second proposal to amend DIS's limited rulemaking authority around unclassified employees to add unpaid medical leave and also discipline. The third proposal is to reenact an accidentally repealed provision of law that requires the state to pay a partial premium for health care coverage for its employees and eligible family members consistent with the collective bargaining agreements. And the fourth proposal would authorize the DAS Commissioner to establish a temporary salary grade and step for an employee in newly legislatively authorized unclassified positions until the final position classification is determined and approved. I would argue that this is possibly the most eDNA bill that has ever eDNA'd. It comes at the request of the department, which is here to answer all of your questions. I thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 201.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not sure I dare open it for questions after that dialogue, but we'll see. Any questions? All right, seeing none. We will bring up the Charlie Arlinghouse.
Can I bring Matt with me?
Oh, yep, I see Matt under there as well. Sure thing.
Is this all of them?
Yes.
This is multiple copies? Yeah. So two things. I'll be very brief, and you can get back on schedule. I wrote talking points for Senator Innes that did not include Grant's first paragraph. I'm just saying that out loud. I think, frankly, after that, you really should question my judgment. But it worked out well. It's a very benign bill. I described it as a housekeeping bill, and you can tell that's true because the governor let me come testify in favor of the bill instead of just informationally, so it must not be controversial in any way. But it's a cleanup bill. So most classified employees, which is 97% of the workforce, are paid hourly. They're not meant to be under FLSA, and we're creating a salaried class, which would be voluntary, like nobody could be forced into it. A lot of people will like this because they won't have to do a time card, if I'm honest. But this creates some of the rules around that in the law. Not the rules around it, but it sticks that in statute. The limited rulemaking authority, there really are four very discrete pieces. The limited rulemaking authority, the legislature gave us the authority to write rules on unclassifieds where there weren't any. I think it's 3 years ago. And it's awkward because for the GNC appointed unclassified, you sort of can't have any rules because the GNC can do whatever it wants. And for other people who typically serve at the pleasure of a commissioner usually, sadly for Matt, that's his position. But he's very pleasing, I should say. There are 3 or 4 discrete areas. This would just add unpaid medical leave because there's technically no provision now for what if somebody gets sick for a while. And then discipline, so that there's a fair process, so we can't just willy-nilly. So I can't just fire Matt because I wake up angry tomorrow. Then the third is, oddly, in the drafting of a bill 2 years ago, they repealed this provision that has us give health coverage for people. We still have to because it's in the bargaining agreement. If you didn't do this, nobody would not have insurance, but it's supposed to be in the law, and somebody just, in cutting and pasting, missed a line, and Joyce in Risk and Benefits said, if we're doing anything else, can you just throw that in just so that's very housekeeping. And then the third is when you create an unclassified position, as happens periodically, it's not effective until JCEC, a legislative committee, establishes a salary grade. And there's a process for that. it creates a big delay in the process because there's no temp thing. And so they have to wait for that committee to meet, and they meet infrequently. Like when the legislature's in session, they're usually really busy, and so they don't meet very much. And when the legislature's not in session, the legislators aren't here as often, and so they don't meet very much. And so it's awkward. And somebody said, why don't we just create it where we know 9 times out of 10 what the grade is going to be, give or take. And so create a temporary position, and then the deputy commissioner of agriculture, for example, could start and not have to wait a year. And so it's very housekeeping. Matt's testimony has all the details in it, which we have a written copy of, and you can refer to anytime and call us anytime, or I can answer questions.
Great, I have one. The amendment that was presented, do you want to just kind of explain how that intertwines in here?
It's a, we took the, so we drafted a bill, Matt drafted a bill. They give it to OLS, who isn't Matt and doesn't know what he meant. And so they rewrite it, and they missed some stuff. Okay. And so we rewrote it again. It's not different, it's just very slightly different wording. But I don't mean any cast aspersions in any way. It's better wording. And Matt's better at that, partly because he's a lawyer, and so are they, but also because he knew what he meant.
All right. Questions from the committee? Senator Rear.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Erlinghouse. My understanding of the FLSA is you're classified or you're unclassified, that if it was a Venn diagram, there's nothing in the middle here. Is this an effort to take positions that are currently classified and either let somebody voluntarily move or wait till the position is vacant and change it at that point?
We would change it when they're vacant. There's some positions we would move on a voluntary basis just to say, are you good with doing this? In FLSA, you're exempt or non-exempt. And so there are different rules for that. Under our system, so classified covers essentially everybody. And because of the way since 1951, the Sherman-Adams Commission, the way we do positions, everybody ends up being paid hourly. Technically right now, and there was an audit in 2015 where somebody said, that's not legal, right? And the somebody was the federal government. And they said, you need to clean this up. And so part of cleaning it up is doing this, and we're getting around to it, so to speak. But it's to take a number of agencies over the last 6 years, let's say, have created a whole bunch of positions that are unclassified, that don't need to be. Like maybe the deputy director of personnel, I'm not saying that, but, and why? Because he's salaried now. That's why he's unclassified, not because we don't want him doing this, that, or the other thing. And there are, a couple hundred positions that have been created that way. And it's not because anybody wants them to be unclassified. It's because they want them not to turn into a pumpkin at 4 o'clock and then work the 38th hours extra money. And so I've got to make sure you take 26 minutes at lunch, not 20. It's a flexible thing, but only for the exempt positions.
Further questions? Senator McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Erlinghouse, how does this proposed bill relate to the current responsibilities and duties of the JCEC under 14C?
Wouldn't affect them at all. JCEC exists to assign a labor grade to a position. My ability...
They classify them, though. Sorry to interrupt you, but they also classify them. They do what this is authorizing administrative services to do.
For the classified employees, JCEC doesn't have a role. For the unclassified, it does. And what it would do, all I would be allowed to do is establish a temporary grade pending their, not a suggestion or anything, but pending their judgment. And if you know that committee, you know that 99% of positions are rote. There's a clear, we're going to ask for an HH. Korn Ferry evaluates a consultant.
I know Korn Ferry well, sure. And we meet next Friday, by the way.
Oh, so, okay, so when it comes back at HH, and it's a very ministerial role. Agencies may sometimes ask you for a higher labor grade, right? And that happens periodically. Nobody's ever asked for a lower. This would just allow the position to start working pending the work of JCEC, but it would reduce their authority, not a whit.
Further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you.
You thought you were going to get off easy, didn't you, Charlie?
I'm always happy to chat. It's a fault of mine.
I appreciate that willingness to chat. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my questions, Mr. Erlinghaus. So can you walk me through the bit about, in paragraph 1, if a person qualifies for salary exempt status, the conversion will only take place if the individual in the position voluntarily agrees to the conversion or the position becomes vacant. Where are there something in rules or in here that I'm missing that gives assurances that someone won't be voluntold?
Well, there are a couple of things. People can't be voluntold, and that is something that could be appealed to the Personnel Appeals Board, and could appeal to the union. And so nobody would be voluntold for a couple of reasons. It's generally both, it would be in both of our interests to do this, and to voluntel somebody would ruin that sort of self-interest in that. It is something that I think that the Personnel Appeals Board would be keenly aware of, and we would be aware that if any of that happened in government, that the union, who we regard as our partner in this process, I think they'll be happy about it, because the employees who do this will do it voluntarily and will want to. If that changes, this would become, we wouldn't be able to do it anymore, and because everything would be grieved and bargained and all of that. And so I think that's the natural check on some sort of crazy commissioner acting weirdly.
Paula? Sure.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. I hear that there's grievance procedures. Should there have been a voluntold if somebody's in this position and, uses this opportunity to volunteer people that they're going to move or they're going to convert? But what are the safeguards prior? Is that in the collective bargaining?
Well, there sort of isn't anything right now because it doesn't exist. So the safeguard prior would be the person would have to agree, and the only thing that would happen is that they would say they agreed, and so we would think they agreed, and then they would tell somebody else they didn't, and then whoever pretended they agreed would be guilty of fraud and arguably could be fired for that, I would think. And so it's one of these things where you have the right to refuse. And if somebody twists your arm, then you call a cop and say they twisted your arm, and then we punch them. We arrest them or something like that, yeah.
We don't do that.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 201? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the hearing.
Okay, Kevin, we want that in the minute.
No, we don't.
Charlie said.
No, we don't.
Mr. Erlinghaus said. Figure it.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Here we are. What is it, 86 to 86? All right, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 286, and we'll recognize our Deputy Chief of Staff again, Grant Bossy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, last bill of the day, almost there. My name is Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 286 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. This summer, Keene will celebrate the 30th anniversary of Jumanji, the 1995 Robin Williams movie filmed in downtown Keene. Squam Lake was the setting for the Academy Award-winning film On Golden Pond, And we follow the exploits of our fish and game officers on several seasons of Northwood's Law. But many of our state's most famous appearances on film used a stunt double. Jed Bartlett's Manchester Farm was in Virginia. The New Hampshire primary episode of The West Wing, in fact, was filmed primarily in Ontario. What About Bob? Set at Lake Winnipesaukee, filmed in North Carolina. And even the Walter White New Hampshire cabin in the Breaking Bad episode Granite State was actually in New Mexico. Senator Innes believes that New Hampshire is ready for a close-up. 37 states, the District of Columbia, and Guam currently offer some form of tax credit targeted to the film industry. They're competing to attract TV and film productions to their locations. Bringing a major film studio to town can generate millions of dollars in economic activity over several months. Lending a series to film locally can generate dozens, even hundreds of jobs for years. Senate Bill 286 would establish the New Hampshire Office of Film and Creative Media within the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, appropriating $500,000 per year to run it. It would also allow a tax credit of 25% of qualifying expenses for production companies that spend half their time and half their budget in New Hampshire. It would not apply to salary above $250,000. This is meant as an incentive to lower the cost of film production jobs, not a tax break for A-list celebrities. New Hampshire already has several successful tax credit programs on the books, some broad, like the Research and Development Tax Credit, some narrowly tailored to attract specific industries, such as the Regenerative Manufacturing Tax Credit, which has led to the growth of the Advanced Regenerative Manufacturing Institute in Manchester. This new tax credit would apply to new jobs coming to New Hampshire, not cutting into existing revenue. Because movie studios weigh tax credit programs heavily in deciding where to film, New Hampshire currently has very few, if any, productions that would qualify each year. Senator Innes believes we are better off collecting 75% of taxes from new film productions moving to New Hampshire than 100% of nothing. But the real benefit isn't the tax revenue to the state, it's the new jobs generated for production crews, the hotel rooms we're renting to them, the meals the local restaurants are catering. Just imagine how much Dunkin' they're going to buy. For 4 seasons of beautiful outdoor settings, all within a short drive, picturesque New England towns, mountains, lakes, and ocean, the Granite State offers a wealth of great locations for filmmakers. Let's give them the incentives they need to put New Hampshire on film. Thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 286.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we appreciate it. Does anybody have a preference on what order you guys testify in? Does it matter? Okay, just wanted to make sure. So, all right, we'll start at the top. Aubrey Friedman.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman from Bridgewater. I speak in opposition to this bill. How has New Hampshire gotten along for over 200 years without having this Office of Film and Creative Media? And obviously films have been made here, and they did it without being lured by this kind of a program. So the question is it the proper job of government to be getting into the entertainment industry? And that's what it is, basically, by creating this department. I say no. We should stick to the basic, especially state government, well, local too, but stick to the basic function of just protecting individual liberty. That's what it's all about, not creating jobs. If you have a state or a location, an area that has a good quality of life, you have low taxes. I mean, we can see from the last couple of years, people have moved to states with low taxes. That's definitely a consideration. And also the cost of living is important too. So if you have an environment like that, business will come. And if it doesn't come, it wasn't meant to come. So that's the best thing. So by having a special, so let's talk about the money. So it's up to $1 million for 2 years. I guess considering the whole state budget, that's small. But I mean, still $1 million is $1 million. The worst part about it, it creates a new it's a small bureaucracy. It's one full-time director and 2 full-time assistants. It always starts like that, one little department, and it grows and grows, and that's how you get bureaucracy. So that's the real problem here. I don't think it'll stay that small. We should be reducing bureaucracy, not increasing it. So that's a problem there. Okay, now the track record of, and it's true, the article I read said more than 40 states have offered some kind of schemes like this, credits. 18 states had transferable credits, 26 states had refundable credits, you know, just variation on the same thing. The transferable credits, though, they showed a job increase growth of less than 1%. So, I mean, it was practically nil. And the other category, the 26 states with refundable credits, there was virtually no job growth. So the promise of job growth was there, but it didn't happen. And why didn't it happen? Because there are actually 5 states that have big programs. Let's see, Louisiana, Georgia, New Mexico was mentioned earlier, California and Florida. They have big programs, and the little program that New Hampshire has, or that is being proposed, would not be able to basically compete. So states have not, you know, the big stuff goes to the big programs. So they basically, the article I read, it was Minnesota was considering this type of thing. And I said, this is just not worth it when you look at the record. So again, I say the best way to lure businesses, well, I don't really think it's the job of government to lure businesses. You have a nice low tax environment, relatively low cost of living, and a good quality of life, and the businesses will come. That's the best you can do, and just creating a special carve out for the entertainment industry, I don't think is a good idea, and the track record is not good either. So those are my thoughts on it, and that's why I oppose the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for sticking around. Tim Messina. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and it's the first time for me being here, so I appreciate the opportunity. I'm coming from, basically, I run 2 companies. There's Studio Lab and there's Events United. They're 2 companies in the media entertainment space. Studio Lab is currently the largest film studio in New Hampshire. We're based out of Dare, New Hampshire. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about a lot of the research and time we spend in this and the actual issues that we have by not having a film office or a tax incentive and how the actual industry works. I'll start just by saying that in our studio, Amazon, Disney, Netflix, Warner Brothers, Paramount have all called to use our studio. And as soon as the topic of tax incentive has come up, the conversation has ended. So it is a big issue for us. Massachusetts has a 25% incentive, and right now they are doing quite well. It's actually growing significantly, and they just voted to basically have no end of that incentive in the future. So that's a big deal for them. But I do want to get into Oregon specifically because Oregon has no sales tax, just like New Hampshire, and they are doing quite well. So I'm going to read you a quote from Tim Williams, who's the executive director of Oregon in Film, and a conversation that we had. This is what he said. The growth of the film and video sector in Oregon has been nothing but explosive. In 2004, we wrote an economic impact report of Oregon's film and video sector. We found that in 2002, the sector's direct output was $178 million, and its total contribution was $357 million. Compare that to what we calculated for fiscal year 2023. It was $1.25 billion in direct output and $2.05 billion in total contributions. In 20 years, the sector's direct output rose 603%, and its total contribution rose 472%. These are extraordinary increases, and they far outpace the whole economy of Oregon, which grew about 158% over that same time. And again, Oregon has no sales tax. The reason that this is helpful for you, as you're talking to us, is that our incentive program started at $1 million per year in 2005 and gradually increased, growing from $1 million to $5 million, and then $6 million to $10 million to 12 to 14, and now $20 million. And this year they're asking for $28 million as their cap. The data highlights what the introduction and modest growth of an incentive program did for the industry here over 20 years. So just a step back, the way that the film industry functions, if you're going to have big studios, is they're going to come into an area and find places to film. If that area does not have an incentive, the chances of them actually filming there are slim to none, which is what we've been seeing. And personally, for us, some of the specific shoots on the commercial side, Liberty Mutual was going to shoot their commercials in our studio, as was Fidelity, and they ultimately went down to Massachusetts and one to Florida because we didn't have the incentive, and also the physical space of our studios wasn't big enough. Now, right now, we're talking about building a $15 million new studio down in Londonderry, but it makes more sense for us to do it in Massachusetts right now. And I know that if we do that, we can roughly 4x our business just based on the fact that the tax incentive is so powerful in that regard. Stepping back just for a second, the film office itself. So there's two things on this bill. One is the film office and one is the incentive. That office is the gateway for any studio to come to our state and shoot here. Without that, they don't know where to shoot. They don't know where to get permits. There's no information about that. Currently, that office or that information is within the BEA currently. But it takes someone that knows this field to be there and be that response to those studios. The other part too is job retention. We have 50 full-time people running our business now. It's constantly growing. But when I think about the young people, most employees are, in their 20s and 30s. So it is something that is good for that generation right now. And personally, I just want to say this. I have 5 kids. If any one of them decides they want to pursue a career in film, currently they probably would have to leave New Hampshire to pursue that. And it kind of bothers me, right? If we had the opportunity to have something in our state where they could stay, not that they have to, but they had the opportunity to, it would mean a lot to our younger generation that we are thinking about how the next generation will have their opportunities, what they would be. So I know that you guys have a lot on your plate. I don't want to take any more time, but I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? I think it's intriguing. It's interesting, but see, do you have I know you've provided numbers for other states. Do you have any thoughts of what it might look like in New Hampshire exactly for revenue?
For where the funds would come from?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the top question, right? So right now, our tax models right now with no sales tax, no income tax leaves us with that concern of where does the funds come from? Mm-hmm. So in Oregon, the way they're doing it, it becomes self-generating after time, right? So once they actually are spending enough money in that state and they're making significant income, especially in the hospitality industry. So think about the food, the hotels, all those things that are spent a lot. If a film comes to town for 3 months, they're spending a lot of money in theirs, and that is taxed, right? So there's tax money coming in there. Me as an employer, the BE tax is something we have to pay, and that's going to be going up as we get more work. But to answer your question entirely, I can't answer it entirely yet.
Okay.
And that's
fair.
I don't have all the answers.
I just was curious what your thoughts were on it.
Yeah.
Further questions? Senator McGill.
I'm sorry if this is the question that my chairman just asked. What is the actual impact of that 25% tax incentive?
I won't know yet.
In other words, is it on your payroll or?
Oh, so every state is set up differently.
Well, how's Massachusetts set up? So you were talking about building a studio in Londonderry, but you might go across the border to Lowell or what have you.
Yeah. So I don't know all those. Well, I do have the study. I can give it to you, but I don't know that off the top of my head. So to answer, it is spelled out. It is spelled out in all of them, and I know in some of the information you have there, it is talked about. But we can give you the full reports. It spells out all of that, but I don't want to say it and say it wrong.
I'm just curious what they credit you. I have some friends in the business around the country, but a location scout buddy of mine, and I always ask him, how come you never bring those things to New Hampshire?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he's always filming in Boston, always filming just on the other side of the border.
Why do you think that is? Why are they filming there and not here?
Well, I mean, he tells me because it's easier to pull a permit or shut down a street, or he needs a city scene, or, he needs to land a helicopter on the bridge, or, whatever. I mean,
So those things are all
always
easier,
something.
which is true because of the film office, because they're the ones coordinating all those things on their behalf. That makes total sense, right? That's what the film office is there for, to do that and be that liaison between the state and the studio.
Yeah,
Right.
and he's just been doing it there for a long time, so he, knows everybody here.
But if a $100 million movie comes in and they're looking at 25% of that $100 million budget as something that can be given back to them, it's significant, right? And this is the same problem, exactly what you're going to come up with. It's just like, that's a lot of money to give back. But would that money have been here, and did it generate positive economic growth for us during that time that it was here overall? And in Massachusetts, it does. And in Oregon.
Any further questions? All right, well, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Tina Sawtelle. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you. Hi, my name is Tina Sawtelle. I'm the CEO and president of the Music Hall in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The Music Hall is a nonprofit 501c3, very similar to the Capitol Center, which I'm sure many of you know by being here in this community or being part of the state. The Music Hall, not only do we do live entertainment performances, but we do close to 200 film screenings a year in our theater. Primarily, the area that we focus on is independent filmmaking. So you're not coming to our theater to see Hollywood blockbuster films. And that's an area I'd like to focus on today, is the economic development or economic growth opportunity for bringing independently created films to the state of New Hampshire. The Music Hall recently acquired the New Hampshire Film Festival. This was a 20-year run festival, almost entirely by volunteers. So it was given to the Music Hall for us to bring our professional workforce and infrastructure to help grow the New Hampshire Film Festival. On the scale of film festivals in the country, let's just say, or even in the region, New Hampshire Film Festival is considerably small in terms of the attendees. However, we like to say, similar to things that we do at the Music Hall, it does punch a bit above its weight, in that the New Hampshire Film Festival is one of a handful of festivals in the country that contribute to the Academy Award qualifying process for short films. Short films are generally in the 20-minute and under range. So it's a very unique, niche area. But it does give us some prestige in the industry. However, the major thing that we are lacking as part of the New Hampshire Film Festival is being able to present world or national premiere feature-length films. I'm here to advocate for the creation of the Film Office, because we think that one of the things that could help us strategically grow the New Hampshire Film Festival would be the creation of the Film Office for all the things that Tim Messina just recently discussed. But it would help certainly put New Hampshire on the map in terms of this industry that is significant, within our country. I have some economic studies that the Music Hall has been a part of. One particularly is called the American for the Arts. It was a study conducted post the pandemic. So these are spending dollars and revenue dollars that were generated by our creative economy in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. You might have heard of it before, but in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, on an annual basis, $70 million is generated in economic activity just through all of the arts and cultural institutions, many of which, the music hall being one of them, presents films. In terms of the workforce, that's 1,250 jobs just in the Portsmouth Seacoast area alone. I have tried to do some extrapolation of those numbers to estimate if we were to grow the film festival to higher levels of attendance with greater recognition and ability to attract world or national premiere films that we would want to be created and filmed in New Hampshire. That would give us a very unique opportunity to be the world premiere presenting festival of those, that we would easily be able to add another $3 million to a 4-day festival. That's just in Portsmouth, New Hampshire alone. The other numbers that I think were being asked earlier, that in my research that I found, Massachusetts alone, since the inception of its film office, has generated a $2 billion impact. Oregon, as we've mentioned, they're well known for creating that workforce economy that not only works, but lives and plays within the state of Oregon. In New Jersey, since 2018, over $500 million in direct spending has come from film productions. So I offer these facts, happy to answer any questions, and thank you for giving us time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren O'Sullivan.
Oh, good afternoon, members of the Senate Executive Department Administration Committee. My name is Lauren O'Sullivan, and I am a senior financial analyst with the Department of Revenue Administration. Yesterday, you may have all received an email that has what we call a fiscal note quick guide, which is just basically expands on the fiscal note that is attached to the back of the bill. And we do not have a position on this bill, so the reason I'm here today is just to bring to your attention how the department is interpreting the language of this bill. And if this is not what was intended, it would be helpful to clarify that in the bill language. Essentially, if this bill becomes law, we want to understand how to administer the new tax credit. So as it relates to the payroll tax credit portion of the bill, we interpret the term production-related expenses to not be geographically limited to New Hampshire as long as the criteria is met, and that the payroll credit allowed is up to $62,500 per employee for work performed anywhere that is connected to the film production activities within the state, meaning that the employee and their work does not need to be based in the state if the production cost criteria is met. And that there is no limit to the number of employees eligible for the payroll credit. And that also the term fiscal year in the language means the film and motion production company's tax year, not the state fiscal year. Under the production credit, we interpret the production tax credit may be claimed for expenses incurred anywhere that is connected to the filming or production activities within New Hampshire if the eligibility criteria is met, which is no less than half of the company's filming time must be spent in New Hampshire, and more than 50% of a company's production expenses must be related to production-related activities in New Hampshire. So as long as that criteria is met, you can have work in another state that also would be an eligible expense for that tax credit. And that is all I would like to say today. So if there are any questions, I will do my best to answer them.
Would you be able to provide those questions to us in writing so that we could have them to consider?
Absolutely, and as I said in that fiscal note quick guide, these points that I made are spelled out in that write-up.
Okay. All right, I don't.
It's actually it's even a little bit more.
Great.
It's actually even more than what I said today. So it's really we broke down the entire bill and explained our thoughts.
Then you've already done it for us. Thank you.
Yeah, we do it for Ways and Means, so why not for you?
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Senator also the question.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious about the process, to be honest with you. Was the quick guide requested, and
This is something that,
After you made this one?
uh,
There's a fiscal note attached.
Correct.
To the original piece
Correct.
of legislation?
and that is a summary of all the fiscal notes that you received from all the agencies that were contacted in preparation for the bill. However, not everything that we write in our fiscal note makes it onto the fiscal note. So as a service, and mostly Ways and Means Committee requests this, we like to expand on all the things that we talked about. And also, just in case there might be some discrepancy between what's in the fiscal note and what we're saying, depending on which agency's fiscal note legislative service request was written. So you'll see ours is much longer than the fiscal note.
Further questions?
You're welcome.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you. This may be a big answer, and feel free to tell me if it's too big an answer. What part of the media and film activity in the state of New Hampshire qualifies to be taxed under the BET that we would then be giving a credit against?
I would have to get back to it exactly on what is the criteria for how they would apportion bet in the
what's
state.
taxable? Yeah,
Yes.
is the question.
So it is a combination of number of employees, so the payroll, the property, and the enterprise, to get to that enterprise value of the business.
Okay, cool.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Does anybody else want to speak on this bill? I have no one else signed up. 3, 4, 5 more that signed in favor, not wishing to speak. All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 286. Yeah, all right, so do we have a motion to go into exec session?
We're exactly.
We got a few we could exec, I think.
Okay.
And I know,
You're killing me, Smalls. All right.
I know, Senator McHugh would also like to do a reconsideration on the other bill. And he had to run out and introduce a bill right now, so just the timing didn't work out well. But I guess before we go into exec, is there any bills you guys are comfortable execing today?
Any bills we what?
That you're comfortable execing today? Here's the thing, in order to make the calendar for next week's
Right.
session, we have to exec today. Because if we exec next week, it doesn't make it. And I don't know that we have a high pressure on it. There's some of these we can't. Essentially, any of the bills we heard prior to today, I don't believe we're ready to. So is there any of the bills you heard today that you're ready to exec?
201.
If there is, then I would recommend we go into exec session and then we can discuss that.
Knock that out. 201.
All right.
194.
I'll take a motion to go into exec before we go any further.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Let's get this back up.
Yeah, we'll,
Which one do you start on?
let's work backwards. 286, we just heard. That's the film one. I don't think any of us are ready to have our head around that one yet. We all in agreement on that one? All right, so, yeah.
So let homework with that one.
Yes. It's at least some more things I need to understand.
Right, there's a lot of reading to do, so, that we didn't have ahead of time.
281, that's the classified and unclassified positions. Everybody?
201.
201.
Oh, I'm sorry, 201, I read it wrong. 201.
201.
Everybody good with that one?
Yep.
Senator Gannon, are you okay with that? We have okay, do we have a second? We have, that's right.
We gotta move it first. And then,
Do we have a second on that? All right, moved and seconded. All right, do somebody want to move the amendment? I apologize, I don't have it out yet. Bear with me 1 second, I gotta look at my folder. I'm trying not to mix too many things together here. Okay. Senator Reardon moves the amendment. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Second.
Second? Do we have a second?
Me.
Senator Altshuler seconds. Do I have the amendment is what I'm looking for? I don't know where mine went.
It's a one-pager.
All right. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do we have a motion to move, you want to? Motion has been made, ought to pass as amended. I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We move consent. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any volunteers? Senator Reardon, would you like to take this one out? All right.
Look at that passion.
OTPA, all right. Kevin, are you all set on that one? Senate Bill 196, that was the exemption for competitive bidding for certain state agency projects. Anybody have a concern with that?
I have zero problem with what, Chairman Michaelides was talking about. I'm struggling with now including Fish and Game and Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and I understand like this, I understand an argument to not want to create tiers, but the fact of the matter is we are. And
Well,
I
the
just-
tier is already created.
yeah, but do we have to raise Fish and Game and Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to $1 million? And, I think it's messy.
That's existing law now. Those three agencies
Are tied together.
They're already carved out for the purposes, and I can
Right.
speak to cultural resources, I know a whole lot more about that
Yeah.
one than Fish and Game, but they have an architect on staff, so when they're doing the Wentworth Coolidge Mansion or the Weeks Estate in Lancaster, they do all of their own work in-house, so it makes sense in those cases. They still have to go to Governor and Council to get it approved, they're just not putting it out.
I see, okay.
And
Well, that's
what separates those three departments from the rest of the state agencies,
Okay.
who have to go through administrative services to do, when we redid the important security building up there, administrative services had to be our general, our clerk reps.
All right, let me catch Senator McGee up. We went into exec session. 201, we already exec.
Okay.
Are you okay with the not to pass as amended? That was the unclassified, classified positions. We can reconsider if you want to be on it. It's passed 4-0 and it's on consent.
This is,
That was the classified and unclassified positions.
happily moved ITL on that, but.
The, making him full-time?
Just a question.
Do you want to reconsider?
We can reconsider if you
Let's
want to have a
reconsider,
discussion.
open
Well,
the
no, somebody
discussion.
enlightened the new guy. That appeared to me as one of two things, either a way for.
I think before you go forward, because we have a quorum here, I think we have to reopen
We
the
should-
To discuss it.
consideration to discuss it, yeah,
Yes, if you want to have a discussion,
yeah.
if you want to make a comment, I'll let you make a comment, but if you want to have a discussion, then we need to reopen it. Right now, it is, it's ought to pass as amended 4-0 and on consent.
This is the one that dealt with JCEC. Yeah,
Yes.
JCEC.
If you want to reconsider, we'll happily give you that option.
Can we just talk about it for a minute?
We can have a discussion.
Yeah,
If
thanks.
so, Senator McGue makes a motion to reconsider. I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank
All right.
you.
Senator McGue, the motion on the table was ought to pass as amended. We'll let you have a discussion on that.
So my question, and thanks for indulging me for 2 minutes, colleagues. What I guess I don't know is where the bill, what the impetus of the bill, why they're requesting the ability to reclassify non-exempt folks that get paid overtime potentially into exempt positions. And I was a little concerned about the potential unwillingness of an employee who may enjoy the ability to vary their income by picking up shifts or getting paid overtime in a time of heavy workload, you know, the voluntold situation. So I missed this part of the conversation because it's across the way. So that's number one. And number two, JCEC exists for a reason, and I just interpret the language a little differently of that JCEC charter. And it seems to be a bit of an end around by the executive branch to take some power from the legislative branch. So I don't know why the bill is here. Is it because they want a little more power or what? So that's, and I'm too new to ED&A and JCEC to know the answer. So I'm truly coming from a point of curiosity.
So the
somebody educate me.
explanation that Charlie, Director Allinghouse gave us was that this was a cleanup from a federal directive they received 10 years ago that they were in violation of, and they needed to clean up some language, and they're just now getting around to it.
From FSLA? So Senator Reardon is expert in labor, so you concur, sort of, do you concur?
So that was the basis of my question to him, that I didn't believe if we had a Venn diagram of classified, unclassified,
Right.
and I should have said exempt, non-exempt employees, that there's anything here in the middle. There's a test on one side or the other side.
Right.
So they, I believe, are saying that they have employees that would be classified, that are currently unclassified, and they give them the opportunity to jump over to the classified side.
Well,
But there's no such thing as overtime in most of the state of New Hampshire. No budgets have built-in overtime.
Right.
And you've got too much work to do, it just doesn't, mostly just doesn't get done. The parking lot is empty at 4:30 at night.
Yeah.
So those employees are not,
Okay.
they don't have the ability to stay another 10 minutes to finish what
Got
they're
it.
doing. That's a violation, that's a labor violation for them to stay 10 more minutes. They have to
Okay.
leave. If you're an unclassified employee, you have more freedom to do that. Now,
Okay.
And I think he sufficiently answered Senator Alstro's.
You are happy with that, yeah.
That that's why the Personnel Appeals Board exists.
And we don't have any wage, I would call it wage class 3, and that's, I'm just old.
I don't even know what it is.
Wage class 2 is, you know, hourly, strictly hourly work which you get paid for. Wage class 4 is the exempt, and wage class 3 is the old, like, FSLA exempt, but overtime over 40.
FLSA only has exempt and non-exempt. Now, if you.
There's no more
There's.
overtime over 40. Like, you get your 40, but if you, but
If you're a classified employee, a classified employee and you are working overtime, the labor laws say you have to be paid for that.
okay, so you guys are all
That's
happy
not a
with it, so
choice.
fine.
There's no
Fair
middle
enough.
ground about
Fine.
difference.
All right.
Great,
So
great.
we
Thanks.
have the original
Thank you.
motion that was made and seconded. Any further discussion? You're all good where we are? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have consent?
Move consent?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Who did we have taken that out originally?
Me.
Senator Reardon.
Ready.
All right.
With enthusiasm.
With
So now it's 5-0.
5-0, correct.
Correct.
All right. Now we will go back to 196. Do we have a motion on this, Kevin? I'm sorry, I got lost in where we were. All right, so would anybody like to make a motion on this, so we can have a discussion?
Move on to pass.
Move on to pass. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Second. Discussion. Senator
We talked a
Alshiller, you
little
had some
about- yeah.
concerns, yes.
I had some concerns. I hear what Senator Reardon's saying, and it's very compelling. I want to just bring attention to this letter that we have from the Executive Council, and it is, and I will, noted that it is not the entire Executive Council. It is 3 members of the Executive Council. And my member's not on here, so I'm not gonna argue for their case, because my member chose not to join to this, but I wanna make sure that we're considering their point of view too. I did hear in the testimony that Councilor Leon Hill had an opportunity to talk it through, and she got to good? Is that what I understood? Is that what I heard in that?
I heard there was a discussion.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
So Counselor
I
Stephen
have not
reached out to me on this.
She did, okay.
He did, yes.
Oh, Stephen, not
Stephen.
Stevens.
No, Stephen.
Mine, okay.
He had a concern about it, and he's one of the signers here.
Yes.
But in reading their concerns in their letter, I believe the general addressed them to my satisfaction, that I could say to the counselors, I believe your concerns have been addressed in testimony that we received. Yes?
I agree with what you're saying. I think the Executive Council believed that they were somehow being eliminated.
I believe that too.
And the general, you're right, address that head on. I made a note about it. It's still, it doesn't take away competitive bidding. It's not a sole source contract, and everything that's always gone to GNC will still go to GNC.
Correct. The only thing that it does is it changes the administrative services role in the planning portion.
It's a vehicle to adjust for inflation.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying.
Correct. Further conversation? All right, we have a motion about to pass and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do we want some consent? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. I'll take this one out. That way, if there's any concern with the counselors, they'll come to me. All right.
Gotcha.
You're so far behind, I can't see you, right?
I might be pretty far behind on that. No, you know what? I'm on 2 other committees. I'm gonna tell you, we are so killing it here.
OTP, and I'll take that one. All right.
So this was here.
I'm just continuing to go backwards.
Feelings. We're not having any feelings. No big feelings.
Cosmetology. That is 194. Are we ready to do this, or do we want? You're
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Well,
No, maybe we want to wait on that one for a second?
do you have,
Well,
We're gonna discuss?
Let's discuss.
Well, yeah, I gotta open it to discuss, so I'll move on to
Discuss,
pass.
sure. Discuss. What do you think? What does everything about this?
I gotta pull my file out. I did take some notes.
well, listen, I'm going to second for the purposes of discussion,
Sure.
because I have a concern here. I am concerned, it's ought to pass.
Do we, oh wait, do we get a second?
I did.
Okay, yeah, okay, so,
Okay.
sorry.
I have no concern whatsoever with lowering the threshold to 1,200 hours. I think that part was reasonable. My concern, honestly, is in the second portion of the bill of adding the member of the CTC to the committee. This is an adjudicatory committee, and they have the ability to hear cases that are of concern, and the CTC is involved in implementing the bill. Yeah, I mean, in implementing the education, and to have them on the board, to me, just presents a conflict of interest. And I'm also uncomfortable making it an even-numbered board. I always raise this every single year when one of these comes along. These boards have to vote, and when you have a tie vote, it just presents a problem. And if you make it a odd number, you take away that whole problem. You've heard me have this concern in the past. But my real concern is around placing a CTC member, and I did speak with Senator Waters about it, and he is fine if we remove that from the bill. So I would,
To your point, yes, even numbers are always better.
Odd numbers.
to the reality of these boards meeting, then that we're
understand.
super psyched if they can get a quorum.
I
you know?
understand.
So,
I understand.
Odd numbers better, you know.
odd numbers better.
Yeah,
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 yeah, that getting a quorum is the
But
number one.
that's less of my concern, because there's other
Right.
ways we could address that, but my real concern is adding a CTC.
Well, if the sponsor is.
He's fine taking it out.
The one other point I would make, and I agree, is that the governor ought to be making that appointment, not the
Correct.
Commissioner of Education.
So I'm going to offer an amendment that we strike section 2 of the bill, which is the part about adding a member, and that the new bill would be section 1 and section 3 would become number 2, which is the effective date. So I will offer that amendment.
So I don't mind.
Do we have a second?
That was a
on it?
committee amendment?
Yes, this would be a committee amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right,
Yeah,
now we can have discussion. Go for it.
I don't mind lowering the number of hours. For 30 years, I've heard from the lady who cuts my hair and her 2 partners who've gone from a corporate salon to independent to back, how proud they are of the 1,500 hours and how different they are from a 900-hour barbershop. And they like that. They like having more training, and they sort of like the protectionist status of that barrier to entry. And they often, well, I often compare it, geez, that's more than most paramedic programs, where you get this ability to practice autonomously in the middle of the night with 120 drugs, and it's a 1,000-hour program. So it seems like there's this weird disparity. 1,500 hours is an awful lot. And, then we have this back and forth, and we've had this discussion dozens of times over the years when this issue comes up. They talk about, dangerous chemicals and hot, and they can burn your eyes, and, there's all these different discussions. So I'm a little torn about it. And that's probably why I've had difficulty determining when the people came forward. It was hard sometimes to tell, I thought, were they for it or against it? The beauty schools, I thought, initially, were supporting the bill. But then actually, they seemed that they were actually opposed to it. They want to keep it high. Do they charge by the hour?
So I'm going to respond to that.
I don't get it.
So here's what appears to be the case, is that additional 300 hours of testing, they have to go to that beauty school in order to get it. And it becomes a sales opportunity for them where they are using these students.
They charge them for the clinical time in the shop. It's free labor.
And they're
I get it
selling
now.
haircuts.
I get it.
So
Required free labor.
it's required student labor.
Yes.
They charge the customer for the haircut.
Yes.
Yes.
And the student works for free.
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding.
Aha.
So
Stupid new senator. Okay, I get it now.
No, stupid, just,
further discussion on the amendment of removing section 2.
Oh, I know we are. I know. That's okay. Yes.
All right, seeing none, all in favor of the committee
I
amendment?
get it.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then I will move on to pass as amended with the committee amendment.
Second.
Do we have a second? Second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Move consent? Anybody?
Yes, second. Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any volunteers to take this one out?
I'll take it. No,
Senator Altfiller, you want to?
no, you're gonna give it
Senator
to
McGee?
Senator
You wanna take this?
I'll
McHugh.
happily take it out.
All right,
No
Senator
Yeah.
McGee will
I'm
take this one.
yep, happily make fun of myself and no problem. Yeah,
All right,
that's fine.
that- we
You think
did
I'd be able
that
to
one,
read between the
194.
lines by now, but no problem.
Look at this thing getting filled up.
This gave somebody some great.
Shake it off in my head when you did the check.
Check it out.
Kevin, you're all set on that with the committee amendment, what we're doing? 1 and 3.
3.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Take it out the,
Senate Bill 188 is the independent permitting.
what, I'm sorry, what?
Senator Murphy's bill.
188.
If it wasn't for that part, I would have said.
You-
188.
Do you need time to think on this one, or?
Which one?
188, this is Senator Murphy's bill about the local inspections.
I did not love this, and I did not love the municipal associations not getting behind it.
Well, but,
Yeah,
That
Well,
was,
I mean,
that was obvious.
Give me 100 bills and I'll give you 99 that the municipal associations are committed to oppose.
Okay, all right.
So it's up,
all right.
I will hold this if you guys are
No,
not
no,
ready
I'm
for
open
it.
for discuss, like,
All right.
we should open it to discuss.
All right, do we have a motion on 188?
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass. Do we have a second? Second. All right, moved and seconded.
Okay.
There was a suggestion for an amendment.
There was
Yes.
page 2,
Yep,
line 13,
yes.
remove the phrase improvements to land and
Put in
replace it with
Building
building
code
code
compliance, right.
Kevin, are you,
One moment, Senator Murphy took my copy of the bill.
oh,
Hold on,
okay,
hold on.
no worries. We'll just have, is there any discussion on, are you moving an amendment to make that
Oh,
change?
so that would be
Yeah,
an
committee
amendment.
Yeah, committee
Moving
amendment.
a committee amendment.
All right.
There was something.
I will second for
about-
discussion purposes.
Oh, no. The third piece?
We'll get Kevin back up to speed. Was there any other changes that anybody wanted in
Page
this
2.
amendment? Page 2?
Line number 13, remove the phrase improvements to land and replace that with building code compliance.
Got it? All right. Was there any other language that anyone had issues that they wanted to change in a committee amendment? I was not aware of any, but, all right, any discussion on the committee amendment?
Not on the committee amendment.
All right, all in favor?
Wait, I just wanted to, and someone talked me through it, that we did hear testimony that there is that not every building inspector plays by this, by the rules in the spirit of the rules. Maybe to the letter of them, but not the spirit. And I struggle with making policy based on bad experiences from one or two people that now is going to affect the whole state. So,
I wouldn't say that was the genesis for this at all. I would say that the backlogs in getting inspections is by far the bigger genesis for this. There may be some individual cases where that occurs, and I know there are. That's not there might be, I know there are.
Yes.
I'm confident that there are, but I don't think that's really why we're doing this bill. We're doing this to offer the opportunity for improvement to the process and to hopefully speed up the process and make it easier for those that are having to navigate the system. Do we have further discussion on the amendment?
no.
So how about if we vote on the amendment, and then we can discuss the bill
Yes.
as a whole? All right, all in favor of the amendment, changing the building code compliance, putting that language in on line 13? Everybody clear on what we're voting on? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, do you want to move OTPA?
Move OTPA.
I will second. Al, we can have discussion on the bill as a whole.
Okay, so having an independent provider as a participatory member of this building process does not affect permitting at the municipal level, permitting fees at the municipal level or inspection fees at the municipal level. I heard that in testimony. I don't see it because I'm just not catching it in the bill. Tara.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you're gonna talk me through this.
I think it may affect, there's a permit and there's sign-offs required at towns, and I'm not sure you'll ever get out of paying for that. I think it's gonna be an engineer that walks to the town and says, I've approved this, and then you're probably gonna still get charged that fee by the town, because they're signing it off on the building permit.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
You're not removing the fee. You're, at least not as I understand the bill.
Task.
You're assigning the task to someone different other than the compliance officer, because they're either not getting there or won't come.
Okay, we're just subbing it out.
That's my understanding.
Can I speak further?
You sure
on that?
can?
My experience with builders is the town of Bridgewater has one part-time code officer that works for 4 different towns, and you're plumbing all in and you're waiting for the insulation guy to come, and that inspector can't make it there for 3 weeks, and that costs everybody money on debt service, on lining up those contractors to get them back that day. And there's a homeowner someplace that's gonna pay the freight.
Or
on
you
all
have
of
ground open and there's inclement weather coming and the code officer isn't available for 2 days.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mhm.
So I think this is a brilliant solution, and we are not contemplating anybody but qualified people to do that. And I will say, perhaps that's even a better solution to have an engineer or somebody who's an expert in those disciplines doing that inspection than the building inspector in some cases.
Further discussion?
Okay, so I'm with you, I get that. In the example of the Bridgewater building inspector,
Part-time building inspector.
who's part-time building inspector, who's also stretched going to a couple other, in this bill, we have some deadlines that are imposed. You know, for instance, on page 5, no more than 8 business days after receipt of a development document or application, the regulatory authority shall approve. So this
Which
is
line
just
are you on? I'm sorry.
1 through 4. Is this is meaning that we kind of putting the push on those?
The engineer walks into the code enforcement
Right.
office in Bridgewater, and that guy says, yeah, I'll sign off on that when I get to it. So he's still gotta sign off.
Okay.
That's how I'm reading that,
Yeah.
unless somebody else reads that differently.
Senator Gannon, you had a comment.
Just a little, again, not in my domain here, but the municipal association pointed out that engineers and architects are not taught to certify. Is that a problem?
I would say there are certain architects probably that know how to draw the building but not build it.
Yep.
But there are engineers who work on site all the time. They know the codes inside out, and I'm confident that.
That's good for me then.
Further discussion? Are we ready for a vote?
Let's go.
You're not ready for a vote?
No, I said, let's go.
Oh, well, let's go. I thought you said no. All right.
No, let's go.
All in favor as of OTP with the committee amendment? So it would be OTP A. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, none opposed. Do we move consent?
Sure.
Second? Sure. All right, all in favor? Aye. Senator Reardon, you have good knowledge on this topic. Would you like to take this one out?
As enthusiastically as the other one, yes.
Senator Reardon. Which one was this again? Oop, I forgot.
What
my
number was that?
188. Oh, it's up here on this page. That's why I couldn't find it.
You guys probably aren't
Kevin,
ready
are
on the
you all
dental
set
hygiene
on everything on that bill that we did? The language with the amendment you have to do?
Yeah, it was just line 13.
Yes, okay.
Just throw it on consent.
So I know we're putting these on consent, but this still means a lot of reports that you have to do.
Just be ready for blurbs.
Yes.
I will be sending out.
Okay.
Blurb, blurb, blurb.
Did we put the cosmetology on consent?
Yes.
Fine.
Fine.
You wanted to reconsider the other bill.
Yeah, could we,
Let's do that right now.
92,
Which one?
92, the birth record one.
292, oh, way back.
I think it was 92.
92.
92.
92.
Why don't we do that right now?
56,
Before I
74,
forget.
92.
Would, yeah, so I'll just move reconsideration on
I'll second.
Senate Bill 92.
All in favor of reconsideration?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Senator McGue wants to,
I'd like to know if the committee would mind a friendly amendment
all
to.
right, so we're gonna move the bill up to pass.
Yeah, fine.
Do we have a motion about to pass?
We do, yeah, I'll move on to pass.
I'll second. And we had the amendment that Senator Rosenwald brought, which is Amendment 81. So I'm gonna move on to pass on that. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Now, you'd like to offer a friendly amendment to that, which would be a committee amendment.
Correct. I'd like to further amend. I'd like to keep in the 1-minute APGAR score for the following simple reason. I have no objection to adding the 10-minute because actually there's a lot of reasons clinically that it is predictive of outcomes and it's good to capture that. But the 1-minute APGAR is very useful, number one, and it's taught. I teach it. It's part of the neonatal resuscitation program from the AHA. It's part of the AHA Pediatric Advanced Life Support current curricula, and we shouldn't legislate it out of current practice. I mean, frankly, there's some thinking whether we should legislate any of this clinical practice, but we certainly shouldn't remove the 1-minute APGAR score, or shouldn't give any clinician a reason to not do it. It's useful data. It's a useful practice, and we should just leave it in there. It is in fact done, it's taught, and we should just leave it in. So that's my opinion. There's a lot of good data on it.
I don't think we are legislating how people practice medicine. I think we're legislating what appears on a birth worksheet, which
Yep.
5 and 10 is the proposal, and it may be happening at 1 minute. It's definitely happening at 5 and 10 minutes. I don't guarantee it's happening at 1 minute. My expertise comes from having 3 kids, maybe, but I think for the purposes of the birth worksheet, we're just fine with the way it is.
Is there an objection to leaving the 1 minute in on the birth worksheet? Are we causing any harm? It's been there for many, many
I mean, more
years.
data is better, I think. I mean, I think we can improve what we don't measure, and we should continue to measure that. I mean, there's plenty of research to support that that's useful data. And I would not want to encourage someone to not obtain that data. We should continue to record that data. It's useful.
So
and it's clinical practice.
By leaving it on, we're not
Like, it doesn't hurt- it
saying
doesn't
they
hurt
have to
anything.
do it. We're just saying that they have to perform that, because Senator Rosenwald, as I recall, indicated that many times they don't do it. And so they've been not doing it with the requirement for the data on there right along. So if it was still to remain there and they did do it, they could record it, and if they don't do it, they wouldn't have to. Am I correct on that?
They wouldn't have to record it, so.
For the birth worksheet
Yes,
purpose.
no, I don't think we're disagreeing with you, Senator McHugh, on the benefits of getting that data, but that data that you're looking to get is for medical purposes, not for the birth worksheet. So yes, and that data, when it is able to be compiled and compared with the 5 and the 10, is valuable information that is used. But in this section of medical review, this is not medical review, this is the birth worksheet. So this doesn't say you don't have to in clinical practice. It just says we're not asking you to put that score on the birth worksheet. Doesn't mean anyone's going to stop doing it, because they do it unless there's distress, at which point it goes away and we get to the 5, but which is why we have the 5 and the 10. So I don't think there's no daylight. We all agree, do it, but that's clinical. This is not clinical practice, and it doesn't provide a blueprint for clinical practice, nor does it absolve best practices being clinical practice. Just the birth worksheet, what they have to put on the birth worksheet.
It's what's reported.
Yeah, it's just a
don't know
report.
why would we delete it, though? I don't know why it was deleted. I mean, what I heard, I was absent for it, but what I heard was that the testimony said it was deleted because it's not done, and that's just not accurate. So we should just leave it in.
Could I make a suggestion? Could we perhaps put this on hold for 1 week and let Senator McHugh have a conversation with Senator Rosenwald about?
I had a conversation with Senator Rosenwald when he brought it up with me, and that was the response.
Yeah, and I'll confirm with the other paramedic in the Senate and some other experts too. But I mean, I'm sure of it.
Would anybody have an opposition to putting this on hold till next Wednesday and letting him do a little bit more research?
So one more comment about the worksheet
Yeah.
before we answer that. I would rather not have a worksheet where somebody leaves a blank and think that's okay to do that. I think I would rather have, we know 5 and 10 is happening, to have those filled in, and whoever is new filling out a form or thinks that every blank has to be filled in.
Okay.
I think if we left a 1, we would have to put a note there, if available, if whatever. So it seems simpler. I totally get what Senator is saying, but for the worksheet purposes, it seems like it's the ability to not have to leave a blank.
Well, actually, 1 and 5 are what's taught. 10 is optional and sometimes is done and sometimes isn't done, right? You're taught to do 1 and 5, and usually a 10 is done. So we're adding a requirement to the clinicians to do 10, and a lot of them do, and most do, and it's a good idea to do it. I mean, the research shows that that 10 minutes is more predictive of neurological damage and more predictive of long-term mortality than 5, and certainly more than 1.
I'm just relying on the testimony.
I'm telling you what the AHA guidelines say.
Sure, but
because I have to
that's
know.
also clinical, and we're talking about birth worksheets for statistics, yeah.
Well, but nothing else matters beyond clinical, because if they don't capture it, they're not going to have to fill in the blanks. So you put all the blanks on the form you want. If they don't have it, they don't have it. So, like, you can put a 15 on there too. They're not going to do that either.
I think the best.
So it literally doesn't matter.
I think the best course of action right now is to let you have a conversation with Senator Rosenwald so that you can have the discussion with her, since out of respect to her, it's her bill.
Yeah.
Would that be okay? So I'm going to ask that we withdraw motions and we'll put this on next week's, if everybody's okay with that. All right. Sure. And I'll just ask you to have a conversation with Senator Rosenwald, and we'll take this up next week. So let me edit my notes. Which one was that, 92?
Kevin, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, redo. All right. Kevin, do you have enough work on here, or do you want us to keep putting more on? It honestly doesn't matter. We've got enough done now that we can leave the rest. My intent is next week, we have 2 more FNs to hear, and then we're going to hear 2 other real easy bills, and then we're going to exec a lot more of these.
The last 2 of them. 1,
Yes,
2,
Senator
no, we
Reed?
have 3.
179, it seems like a very easy one.
179?
It's the,
Oh, yeah, Senator Gray's bill.
attaching the Council on Housing.
I'm fine with it. I'm just trying to, because
Oh.
every one of these we do, he has to do some more work on it. All right. Let's do 179 then.
All right.
I'm trying to be respectful of our aides.
It's coffee, like anything's
There you have it.
possible, yeah.
179, I mean, I know how demanding his senator is of other things he has to do in the office.
What? You be quiet.
All right, 179.
So
Do we have a
chill down in the
motion?
bougie bunker, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. This was, no, there was a whole lot of stuff they wanted to add to this.
Oh,
179.
amendments coming, sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm sorry, we are not ready to do that.
Oh,
Nope, sorry, guys.
Saved by the amendment.
Yep,
okay.
all right.
Okay.
Was there anything?
I'll stop.
Can we do anything? All right, so 79, we're waiting amendment.
I think we're in a good spot. Let's take a break here and give
Where's my
Kevin a
money?
break. And we can resume the rest of these next week.
Want to get that?
I've kept you here a long time today. What do you want to do?
Wanna do 180? Do we not love that?
180? That was the Coos County one? Is everybody good on that one?
Yeah.
Designating
Can we do that?
Coos County as a,
Distressed?
Get it done.
you want to hold? All right, we're going to hold that.
Oh, we're holding?
Yep. All right,
Know when to hold them.
I'll take a motion to come out of exec.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Second.
All right.
All right.
I want to thank all of you today, and I'm sorry my timing was off slightly on your lunch, but we got through an awful lot of bills today, and I thank you for your patience and your endurance. And as I said, next week we'll hear 4 bills, which I think 3 will go very quickly. Actually, I don't think any of them are going to take a long time, and then we'll go into exec. So if you have amendments that you're going to want to have for these bills, please have them prepared and get them to Kevin prior to next Wednesday if possible, so that we can all have a look at them. And if you're working, I know there was a bill you were gonna work on, I forget which one it was now,
Firefighters
with an
for
amendment.
Can't, yes,
Yep.
the,
So
whatever number that was.
we're not up against a deadline next week, so if there still are bills that are not ready to go, that's okay. But the more of them we can get out of here, the better
It'd
it's
be
gonna
great to
go.
get these out of the way,
Yes.
because, you know, some chairs
Yes.
I've been hanging on to stuff? What?
Doing judiciary tomorrow.
I heard.
I know, we have a snow day.
All right. With that, we are
It's
done.
all
Thank
set
you
to
all.
trudge
We
down
are
the hill and make it
adjourned
here,
for
too.
today.
Kevin, the blurb you gave me for 178, it's brilliant. Brilliant. Bill analysis. All right, let's go, no, it says